because it has a lot to do with honesty, sincerity, integrity. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ekanemi Kweme, President, Ladies Golf Association of Nigeria. Thanks for coming to the Signature Show.
Thank you, sir.
And that's how we draw the curtain on our show today. Remember where to go watch this program again or any of our older programs is signaturetv.com.ng. We wait for your comments on our social media platforms. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo from the Signature Studios in Abuja, in Nigeria. I say, have a wonderful week.
It will not help our economy. That's why we are praying that God will help us so that we can be able to touch, God will touch their mind in order to better the civil servants. Because the power of the nation is the civil servant. Because with the civil servants, our economy will be. See, this morning I went to somewhere where I normally pay 600 before. I paid 1,900 because of the fuel something. Because of that, we don't drive our motor again. If I don't have any serious thing that will make me to drive my motor, I don't go out again. 960, some 1,000, some 1,200. We are pleading that God will touch them. And it's not good for them staying at home. And they cannot afford going to work every day. Okay, see the minimum wage they are talking, they have not paid.
Basically, I feel that if you can work from home, I don't think it's everybody that have that choice. Most especially government workers. I don't think they have the choice of working from house. But if it's possible for you, if it's something that you can accommodate, then it's okay. But then at the end of the day, everybody will still be moving around. So you can't dismiss the fact that people will still take transport.
Most of the works people are doing now is remote job. You can stay at your home and work comfortably. The most important thing is working effectively. Doing what you know how to do best. It doesn't matter where you are to do the job, whether in the office or at home. And since the hike in price, since all these fuel subsidies started, a lot of people can't even make it to their workplaces, and they are expected to be at work every day. So I don't think it's bad for them to work from home. I think it will help, since enough people are not earning enough salary to spend it or waste it on transport. So it's not a bad idea working from home. A lot of people are doing it. Westerners, almost everybody's working from home nowadays.
Actually, the rate of things, the way things are in Nigeria, probably me, I don't know what to tell those workers. Like actually, I want the government actually, even though if they can, this minimum wage or any other thing, to increase their salary, because they are suffering on it. Each time we carry them, they keep on complaining. Government this, government that, and so I feel pity for them actually. I just feel pity for them. So at least the government should do something on it.
It would be good if they work from their house, like they'll be staying at the home, work, because the government now they are not giving anything to them. I tell you, like the way I'm seeing now, people work with the government now, they're even spending their own business money in order to make governments happy. Because I can see some government workers earn 70,000, but transport that the person spends in a month past 70,000. So, and I don't think that is reasonable, something that you can be doing business at your own and working for government. Still, you cannot be able to save anything for the year.
our mainstay was to export crude oil, and East still to export crude oil. But we reserve a certain proportion of those crude oil that we are drilling for local consumption. So we refined, used locally, and we're able to sell to our neighbors. Benin Republic, as far as Togo, Cameroon, and Chad, Niger, and all those places. Now, when the government now failed, when our refineries died and government failed to produce, governments now said, okay, we will now go outside the country, produce. That is the most idiotic economics I've ever seen in the entire life. Where you carry crude oil from your land, you have refineries, you have technology have even provided what you call modular refineries. You have not made it conducive for people to bring refinery. You take your crude oil outside for local consumption outside the country. You pay dollars to do that, in dollars. You now refine it paying in dollars. You now bring it back using dollars, and then you are selling in naira. Therefore, the differentials in the financial outlay was too much. So the government asked, okay, we'll subsidize. You know, that is one of the craziest things that happened to us. We subsidize because of your inability. Meanwhile, people every day, we see the Nigerian military, joint task force, going to Niger Delta, saying that burning down illegal refineries. What does that suggest to you? It suggests to you that the technology of refining crude oil is simple. If people can do it in the creeks in their backyard, if people can do it back of their kitchen, during the Biafra war, people were mobile refineries. We were moving it and producing fuel for their armory, for their vehicles and everything. So it's not rocket science to refine oil. So why is Nigeria not refining oil?
It will not help our economy. That's why we are praying that God will help us so that we can be able to God will touch their mind in order to better the civil servants. Because the power of the nation is the civil servant. Because with the civil servants, our economy will be. See, this morning I went to somewhere where I normally pay 600 before. I paid 1,900 because of the fuel something. Because of that, we don't drive our motor again. If I don't have any serious thing that will make me to drive my motor, I don't go out again. 960, some 1,000, some 1,200. We are pleading that God will touch them. And it's not good for them staying at home. And they cannot afford going to work every day. Okay, see the minimum wage they are talking, they have not paid.
Basically, I feel that if you can work from home, I don't think it's everybody that have that choice. Most especially government workers. I don't think they have the choice of working from house. But if it's possible for you, if it's something that you can accommodate, then it's okay. But then at the end of the day, everybody will still be moving around. So you can't dismiss the fact that people will still take transport.
Most of the works people are doing now is remote job. You can stay at your home and work comfortably. The most important thing is working effectively. Doing what you know how to do best. It doesn't matter where you are to do the job, whether in the office or at home. And since the hike in price, since all these fuel subsidies started, a lot of people can't even make it to their workplaces, and they are expected to be at work every day. So I don't think it's bad for them to work from home. I think it will help, since enough people are not earning enough salary to spend it or waste it on transport. So it's not a bad idea working from home. A lot of people are doing it. Westerners, almost everybody's working from home nowadays.
Actually, the rate of things, the way things are in Nigeria, probably me, I don't know what to tell those workers, like actually.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Global News and Signature TV. I'm Charles Pies. In the headlines, Umumba and Ezeagu community in Ezeagu local government area thrown into panic following discovery of ritual syndicate in the area. School in Aboimbise local government area of Imo State closed following deaths of several children from diphtheria outbreak. King Charles and Queen Camilla's visits Ottawa to strengthen Canada-UK ties, and flash flood sweeps through northwest Argentina. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A chilling discovery has rocked the quiet community of Onojo Umumba, Ndiago, in Ezeagu local government area of Enugu State, following discovery of a sockaway pit with dead bodies. The suspect, identified as Ezeani, alias Ide Play Ide Show, was apprehended after a 13-year-old girl who narrowly escaped becoming his latest victim led security operatives to his home, where the bodies of several victims, including a pregnant woman, were uncovered. The suspect, an herbalist who is believed to be the leader of the syndicate behind the acts, is said to be a familiar figure in Enugu State, known for spraying bundles of Naira notes at social events. According to the reports, the 13-year-old girl and her father were collecting firewood to process Gary when they encountered a group of men, including the suspect. The men tricked her father into handing over his cutlass, claiming they needed it to repair a motorcycle, only to turn the weapon against them. The assailants have tied her up, intending to use her in full rituals. The chairman of the local government, Chukwudi Ozueluba, led a team of security operatives to the area where several arrests have been made. President Bola Tinubu has appointed governing councils for the University of Abuja, the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka. The special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, announced the new appointments on Tuesday. For the University of Abuja, the new council members include Professor Rosemary Ogomwan, South-South, Dr. Adedeji Adefuye, Southwest, Professor Saraki Abdulkadir, Northwest, and Professor Aminu Duku, Northeast. For UNN, the appointees are Owona Odo, Southeast, and Mohammed Tahir, Northwest. The Nnamdi Azikiwe University has Dr. Umkem Okeke Ofoke Obala, both Southeast, Dame Yakowa, Northwest, and Nojib Agumbiade, Southwest, as new council members. President Bola Tinubu has formally requested the National Assembly's approval for a $21.5 billion external borrowing plan for 2025-2026, along with a $2 billion foreign currency denominated bond program. The requests, contained in 3 separate letters, were read during Tuesday's plenary by Senate President Godswill Akpabio and Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin. President Tinubu explained that these financial interventions are critical to stabilizing the economy, enhancing infrastructure, and settling long-standing liabilities. The borrowing plan includes $21.54 billion, $2.19 billion, 15 billion Japanese yen, and a $65 million grant. The funds will finance projects already approved through technical and economic evaluations. The President cited the removal of fuel subsidies, declining domestic revenues, and the need to support essential government programs as reasons for the borrowing. Senate President Godswill Akpabio conveyed the President's requests to the Red Chamber during Tuesday's plenary.
These initiatives aim to generate employment, promote skill acquisition, foster entrepreneurship, reduce poverty, and enhance food security, all of which will improve the livelihoods of the average Nigerian. The majority of these projects and programs will be implemented across all the 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory. In light of the significant infrastructure deficit in the country and the vast financial resources needed to address this gap amid declining domestic funding, it has become essential to pursue prudent external borrowing to close the financial shortfall. These funds will primarily be directed towards critical infrastructure projects, including sectors of power, railways, healthcare, amongst others. Given the urgent nature of these needs and the importance of stabilizing the economy, it is crucial to seek the consideration and approval of the distinguished Senate for the 2025 to 20.
The request was subsequently referred to the Committee on Local and Foreign Debts for further legislative scrutiny. The Senate Committee on Federal Character and Intergovernmental Affairs has postponed its planned investigative hearing with INEC after the Commission's chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, failed to appear. Committee Chairman Alwal Onyeso announced the postponement in a statement issued by his Special Advisor on Publicity, Peter O'Reilly. INEC was represented by Executive Secretary Rose Orera Anthony, but the committee deemed her representation insufficient and described Yakubu's absence as a blatant disregard for the authority and an affront. The committee also addressed the discrepancies in the records of Police Service Commission, PSC, led by retired DIG Hashimu Arugungu, who requested a 3-week extension to present a comprehensive report. We also granted the extension, but emphasized the need for full accountability and documentation, including lists of officers still in service due for retirement or promoted without due process. The Administrator of Rivers State, retired Vice Admiral Ibokete Ibas, and other key functionaries are to appear before the Joint National Assembly Ad Hoc Committee to oversee emergency rule in Rivers State to defend the state's 1.4 trillion naira budget. The leader of the Senate and chairman of the Ad Hoc Committee to oversee emergency rule in Rivers State, Opeyemi Bamidele, this Thursday's inaugural meeting of the committee at the National Assembly Complex, Abuja. Bamidele assured Nigerians that the Red Chamber was determined to ensure that the people of Rivers State are not shortchanged due to the declaration of emergency rule in the state. President Bola Tinubu had last week written the Senate and the House of Representatives seeking the consideration and approval of 1.48 trillion naira appropriation bill for Rivers State, citing the ongoing state of emergency imposed in the oil-rich state since March 2025. Meanwhile, the Senate President Godswill Akpabio has urged Nigerian youth to be good ambassadors of the country and stay away from drugs and other social vices. Akpabio gave the advice while receiving students from selected schools in Abuja at the Senate chamber on Tuesday who visited the chamber as part of activities marking this year's Children's Day celebration. He reminded children that they represent Nigeria both in character and in deeds and encouraged them to uphold good values. The Senate President reiterated the commitment of the 10th National Assembly to protecting the rights and privileges of Nigerian children through effective legislation.
We commit ourselves to creating the enabling environment that will support your growth, support your education, and support your well-being. We pledge to prioritize policies and programs that protect your rights, that will promote your welfare, and unlock the potentials within you. Already, the Senate of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is already pro-people, pro-Nigerians. And this time around, on a day like this, we dare to say pro-children of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So to our young heroes and heroines, we urge you to dream big, work hard, and never give up on your aspirations. Your generation is is the future of our nation, and we have no doubt that you will shape Nigeria into a brighter, more prosperous, and more equitable society. On this special day, we wish you joy, happiness, and love. We welcome you to sit here and dream to come here when you become an adult.
As student representatives from the visiting schools expressed appreciation to the National Assembly for the opportunity to observe plenary proceedings, but urged lawmakers to keep prioritizing the needs of children across the country.
When we are giving the wings to fly by creating the enabling, conducive and resource environment for us to envision possibilities, intellectually engaged opportunities and passionately aspiring and reaching for the skies. We, the Nigerian children, wish to thank Your Excellency most sincerely for providing the resources and veiling us the opportunity to participate in my fellow uncommon children to celebrate this year's Children's Day for First Celebration in the National Assembly complex. Observation of plenary sections in both chambers, tours of library and rows of reading and libraries in children's development and academic or fun games and plays. We, the Nigerian children, have no doubt that just as Your Excellency, as Governor, provided landmark facilities such as the e-library, ICT Center, International Stadium, all the best in Africa, so do we know that subsequent edition of this occasion will witness your uncommon transformation. On behalf of all the participating schools, I say a big thank you to Your Excellency, the uncommon.
Students were later invited to shake hands with the Senate President during plenary. In line with core value of Signature TV to give voice to the voiceless, the station on Tuesday provided a platform to Nigerian children to mark the 2025 Children's Day celebration by shining the spotlight on them. They featured on Signature TV, where they convey the feelings and aspirations of the Nigerian child for a better Nigeria. Speaking on the role of children in nation building, a grade 5 pupil, Chinecherem Chime, emphasized the need for education and unity to shape a brighter future for Nigeria.
Another thing our demand from presidents is that we should repair our refinery. That we have, well, why don't we just take it to the refinery and make it? Instead of we sell it to those abroad, we now buy it back from them. Instead of us making it, and since we have it, why don't we just process it into fuel? Instead, we sell it off and then buy it back. That maybe they might sell it to us for more costly than they got it from us to make interest. Because while the fuel price might have increased, was those who were buying it from had increased price too. So in order for us to keep on buying it from them, we have to increase price we pay to get it from the fuel stations.
A grade 4 pupil, Chukwuemeka Chibuikem, said that children can contribute through small acts of kindness, discipline, and respect for their culture.
To reduce the amount of things that is causing today, like some biscuits are more price up, and some things that people need most are price up much. So I'll tell him to demand it like down, like minus 1,000 for meat. I used to go with my mom to the market sometimes, or my dad. Because of last year, something was like, I'm not sure, but this year is a little expensive. They added another price.
Every May 27th, the Nigerian establishments organize activities to celebrate the Nigerian child. It is a day speeches are made by high government officials on the hopes and dreams of the Nigerian child. But does the child in Nigeria today have hope or dreams? Is the Nigerian state doing enough to make the child in Nigeria the real man of tomorrow, prepared and able to lead well in this time? Abuja residents have been sharing their thoughts on this issue, and this is what they have been saying.
No matter how the situation of the country is, we must celebrate our children. They are meant for celebration, and we must celebrate them. I'm even planning towards that for my own children. For their school, they are prepared to ask us to pay some money. I have 3 children, I have 2 boys, 1 girl. So we must celebrate them, and we have to. Anywhere the money is coming from, we should just try so that we make them happy that day. As for me, as parents, or as mother, we have to celebrate our children.
I doubt much if there is any need for them to celebrate such May 27. Because the situation of the country in the side of these children is not favorable at all. It's never favorable. Very hard for them to eat, very, very hard for them to go to schools, and it is very, very hard for them to live a good living. So I don't think it is as important as them celebrating this May 27. Even though the rate of insecurity dropped drastically, so if we consider the previous time or the time in the past, actually there is no need for you to ask questions like that. Insecurity, it is everywhere. You know that when there is insecurity, in fact, to eat food with peace of mind is very difficult, talk less of going to school. But now, thank God, the insecurity is reducing and we are finding peace somewhere. But still the area where the insecurity is, definitely there is no need of even talking of going to school.
Yes, definitely there's a big and huge need for them to be celebrated. Despite the fact that we have a lot of insurgencies and how will I put it, things going out of hand, out of control in the world, but we still have children who are obedient and who adhere, or let's say adhere to parental guidance, and yet they do not derail despite the insurgencies and all the happenings in Nigeria. I think they deserve to be celebrated. Yeah. So I will beseech all the Nigerian parents to please do more by bringing up these children. You understand? Show them the right path, not because of you lack money, you say just do whatsoever you please and just let them do their own wish and their choice. No, guide them in that path in which you know that yes, this path is going to proceed something and beneficial or successful in their life.
Being alive alone is worth celebrating. So I think there's a big reason why the children should be celebrated comes May 27th, 2025. There's a need for the celebration. They are not doing enough to manage the future of the leaders of tomorrow. Because in Nigeria today, there's lack of protection, different atrocity here and there, kidnappings, whatever. But as it may, there's also a need for them to be celebrated. There's a big need. But I also urge the government to put in more efforts to safeguard the children out there.
Children should be celebrated at all times. They deserve to be celebrated because they are the future of Nigeria. So why not? Parents should encourage their kids on this Children's Day. They should give them more confidence in themselves, like push them to achieve their dreams, support them. Parents should pay more attention to their children, see where they have interest and encourage them like to build it up and achieve something in the future.
There's a need for Nigerian children to celebrate, because in any situation you find yourself, you need to make yourself happy. Talking about Nigerian government doing enough, they are not doing enough. For now, they are not doing enough. We are only hoping, but in these 2 years, honestly, it's been battle. Like I have a family. I have 2 kids that go to school, and then things are not just the way we expect our president to put to order. He keeps giving us hope, and we hope, as he's giving us hope, we hope to see how things are going to get better. But it's about better. If it's about better now, we're not seeing anything yet.
It's good. They can still celebrate, for the man that we don't have future, we don't have hope for the nation now. But we cannot say they should not celebrate, because we still believe on God that they are the hope of tomorrow. They are the leaders of tomorrow. So we cannot totally rule them out, even if the economic of the nation is battling with every parent. We can still agree to celebrate our children. The government should try and know that the children are leaders of tomorrow, just as they say, by giving them education, right, good education, by giving them good education, not just all this quagmire education.
The senator representing Abia North Senatorial District in the National Assembly, Ezeagu, has dismissed claims that the growing endorsements for President Bola Tinubu, a re-election bid in 2027, are driven by fears of a strong opposition coalition. Addressing members of the Senate Press Corps at the National Assembly on Tuesday, the former Senate Chief Whip emphasized that the endorsement reflects President Tinubu's performance and bold economic reforms since taking office.
I don't think that a party like APC have anybody to fear about. We are a ruling party. We are passionate about Nigeria. We love Nigeria, and that is why most of us are building industries all over Nigeria, so Nigerian people can have jobs, even not government. So there's nothing like fear. The oppositions are there. If the opposition don't criticize us for the endorsement, who would they criticize? It's their job to criticize, but it's our job to do our job. And we are doing our job perfectly very well. And I hope that Nigerian people in the next few years will appreciate what Mr. President is doing.
Speaking on Nigeria's current economic challenges, Kalu acknowledged the hardships faced by citizens but described them as necessary sacrifices for long-term economic stability. He expressed confidence that President Tinubu's policies, though tough in the short term, are already impacting macroeconomic fundamentals and will soon yield tangible benefits for Nigerians.
There are only some few things that are not happening. The indices of Mr. President's policy might not be walking down the line. People are still suffering. Yes, I agree that. But it started trickling in on the macro level. That's on the upper level, not on the lower level. So I'm hoping that in the next 2-3 years, the policies of Mr. President will trickle down and Nigerians will appreciate what Mr. President is doing. Since 1960, I'm not a sycophant. This is first president. You know, I have tank farms. This is first president that stopped subsidy. This is first president that matched the $2. That is where we are suffering. Because Nigerians are not used to working hard. We are used to.
Governors elected under the People's Democratic Party, PDP, have vowed to resist any aim of intimidation or exclusion by the federal government. Speaking during the 99th National Executive Committee meeting of the PDP in Abuja on Tuesday, the governors accused the federal government of employing intimidation and exclusion tactics against the party and its members. Chairman of the party, the PDP Governors Forum and Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed highlighted the challenges the party has faced under President Bola Tinubu's administration, including defections, coalition talks, and shifting political dynamics. Despite these challenges, Mohammed emphasized that the PDP remains united and committed to good governance, contrasting it with what he described as a fragmentation within the ruling party. He praised the resilience of the PDP leaders, describing the INEC or the NEC meeting as a testament to democratic ideals and good governance amidst the nation's challenges. The Anglican Bishop of Oji River Diocese, Right Reverend Dr. Ikechukwu Ebuonu, has expressed concern over the growing trend of Nigerian youth returning to idol worship. Bishop Ebuonu expressed the displeasure when he granted audience to the management of Signature TV at the Bishop Court, Oji River. Correspondent Loy Benyenwa reports.
Right Reverend Ikechukwu Ebuonu assumed the mantle as Anglican Bishop of Oji River Diocese in March 2024, following the retirement of the pioneer bishop of the diocese, Most Reverend Amos Madu. Bishop Ebuonu has no doubt set for himself the task of not only administering to the spiritual needs of the people, but their physical well-being by providing them opportunities for education and acquisition of viable skills. He described what he referred to as the dangerous trend of Nigerian youths sliding to idol worship, which, if not checked, could give birth to a worse generation.
This generation is raising another generation that is worse than this one. That will raise another one that is worse, will consume each other. And the gospel of the kingdom is the only solution. Unfortunately, the government says that the church is not useful because this generation of government don't understand the partnership our people like Ezeagu and others had with the church that move Nigeria forward.
Bishop Ebuonu maintained that Christianity brought light, development, industrialization, and revolution to various parts of the world, and warned against the falsification of history, which he said is capable of misleading the youth.
But after that move of God that cut across the whole of America, and the Pentecostal move, the faith movement, the evangelical movement, America became a God nation, a godly nation. They were called God's own nation. And that brought them into the limelight. The light of God opened up. The frequency of heaven opened up for them. They said, picking signals. Because the region of wisdom is in the heavens. There is no wisdom in the lab, in this earth. No science lab has wisdom. If it's not revealed to you, you don't have it. So science is actually a byproduct of theology. Revelation of God brought about philosophy, that brought about science, which was a later development of the involvement.
He also spoke of plans by the diocese to establish a university and a teaching hospital, introduce more medical courses in the existing school of nursing at Oji River, as well as engage youth in modern agriculture to take their minds away from all vices.
We also decided to create a program, we call entrepreneurial program, which whereby young people will be trained on business in agriculture. We have enough land here. ENUGU state government has given me a tractor, which they gave us to repair and use and pay them. And we are repairing it now. When we're done with that, I want to make it 2 tractors. So we can till about 600 acres of land here and go to Abuja and take another 600 acres and plant it and harvest it. So that we can show the youths that there is money in agriculture. So they can leave Okite and come back and join us in cooperative societies, whereby we partner with funding banks or funding agencies that will fund this agriculture, and these young people will go to the farm. Our tractor will till the land. They will plant the seeds. When they harvest, the money will be paid into the account, and then some percentage will be given to us, the owners of the land and the sponsors, so they can actually have some money and see that there is more money in agriculture than cocaine.
Christianity has indeed played a significant role in development, particularly in areas like education, health care, and social welfare, with missionaries and Christian organizations establishing schools, hospitals, and community programs, and contributing to social and economic development in various parts of the world. This is exactly the task Right Reverend Dr. Ikechukwu Ebuonu has set for himself and is already being fulfilled in just about 15 months as Bishop of the Diocese. From the Bishop's Court to Oji River, Law Ibenwa, Signature TV.
Up ahead, ex-PDP chairman's son jailed for 14 years for 2.2 billion naira oil subsidy fraud. Rivers Judicial Commission of Inquiry to begin proceedings and calls for memoranda. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute.
Oil subsidy fraud. The presiding judge, Justice Moji Sholada, that sentenced them alongside an oil firm, Nasman Oil Services Limited, after the court found them guilty of an amended 57-count charge brought against them by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. In her judgment, Justice Zada said she found the evidence presented by the prosecution compelling and that the actions of the convicts not only defrauded the government but also undermined the integrity of Nigeria's oil subsidy program. The court also ordered the forfeiture of identified assets and accounts linked to the fraud apart from the jail term and further issued a warrant for the arrest of 2 other suspects, Oluwaseun Ogunbambo and Olabisi Abdul Hafiz, who were said to still be at large. The defendants were first arraigned before the court in 2012 on a 49-count charge of conspiracy to obtain money by false pretenses, obtaining money by false pretenses, forgery, and the use of false documents. The recently inaugurated Judicial Commission of Inquiry set up in Rivers State is set to commence its formal proceedings. The commission, led by Honorable Justice I.R. Minakiri, was established by the Governor of Rivers State, Similai Fabar, in response to the violent attacks that occurred on Monday, 7th of October 2024. The commission was set up to probe the tragic incidents of arson, killings, and destruction of property at several local government council headquarters in the oil-rich state. The commission urged all affected persons, civil society groups, organizations, and members of the public to submit memoranda detailing their experiences, observations, and recommendations. The submission of memoranda is an important step towards understanding the root causes of the violence, the extent of the damage, and those responsible for the attacks. The Commission is also tasked with examining the response of security agencies, recommending compensation for victims, and proposing long-term measures to prevent future incidents. The ongoing road construction in ENUGU State has brought to the fore the complex dynamics between infrastructural development and the daily lives of residents. While the project aims to improve the state's transportation network and stimulate economic growth, its immediate effects on commuters and local businesses are undeniable. Ugonne Owalo has been following the developments.
In the heart of Ababanike, a major suburb in the Enugu Capital Territory, the bulldozers are on duty, so are the tippers. They are there to achieve a common result, to revolutionize the road infrastructure and ultimately boost the economic activities in and around the corridor. This is, however, coming with immense pain and stress. One of the most pressing concerns is the sudden increase in transportation costs, with tricycle operators charging 400 naira as against the usual 250 naira for the same distance. This development has made that mode of transport unaffordable for some commuters.
But for me to load at Ezeagu and follow the lake road we have I have to charge me 500 for it. Then coming back, I will charge you 400 and drop it here. Get to a destination. Sometimes you get issues with your passengers because they will actually drop them at the normal bus stop. You drop them here without having issues with them. It's very, very difficult. They are really finding it difficult, as you can see.
The keke drivers, however, justify the increase, saying they have to navigate through congested alternative routes, increasing the operational cost and reducing their profit margins. The driver complained of a decline in the number of passengers, translating to reduced income.
You cannot carry 2 passengers there, 600 all the way to Aba. You talk of the fuel consumption, the bad road from this Tazol or Uboye. You understand? So you must be complete a number before we cannot carry you from that corner to Aba. Because the 300 is 1-2. Then that one is not even up to the money we buy fuel. It's just that we don't know what to do again.
Chiomona, a student, recounted the daily struggles she faced since the road construction began. Forced to trek long distance to access transportation, Chioma described the exhausting experience of walking to distant bus stops and how she struggles to compose herself for lectures.
And for me, like as a student, because at first the bus we normally park at its park, but now we have to trek like very far for us to get, to the bus stop for us to get bus. And before we get to school, we have been exhausted and tired.
Echoing Chioma's sentiment, Chris Anibogo expressed his frustration on how the project impacted his daily life.
It's not been easy for us, those of us living at this axis. You can imagine the distance we now have to walk down, down to where we can now begin to board vehicles to take us to where we need to go to. So it's really not been easy. It's been very tough.
They pleaded with the contractors to finish the job early.
I plead for the government to please hasten up in the road construction, because it has been hard for us students in particular, because honestly, it's so tiring for us.
We will endure for now. But then we appeal to the contractors to hasten up.
Emmanuel Moses, a furniture maker, expressed his distress, revealing that his shop has been marked for demolition by the government even when it was not supposed to be affected. Moses appealed to the government for compensation because of the imminent loss of his means of livelihood.
Actually, I have a showroom here where I drop all my stuff. So yesterday again, we had a complaint that this whole place is still going again, and they're expanding the road, and it's still a challenge for us. I think the government should compensate us.
The Ababa Road construction project, though a welcome development, brings with it pains, discomfort, and agony. But as the saying goes, there is no gain without pain. And need we say that you cannot make an omelette without breaking the egg? From the streets of Ababanike, ENUGU, Gonawa, reporting for Signature TV.
The Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Ahmed Dangiwa, has inaugurated a 12-member ministerial committee on the 753-unit housing estate recovered from Godwin Emefiele, located at Lokogoma District, Abuja. This estate was handed over to the Ministry by Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, last week, in line with the directive of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The ministerial committee has Dr. Shuai Belgore, the permanent secretary in the ministry, as chairman. The committee's terms of reference include conducting the thorough structural and integrity test of the buildings, ascertaining the number and status of the housing units, evaluating the value of existing work done through proper surveying and market valuation, and developing standardized architectural and finishing guides for consistency and quality assurance. The minister said the committee was constituted based on the vision of President and the housing reform drive of the ministry to ensure that the recovered property is quickly transformed into livable, secure, and affordable homes for the benefit of Nigerians. Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo says more than 200,000 unprocessed passport applications backlogs have been cleared since they assumed office at the Ministry of Interior. Tunji-Ojo, who revealed this while delivering a charge at a public lecture in Lagos, outlined a sweeping vision for innovation, driven governance, ethical leadership, and urgent reform in the country's correctional system. He drew on his background as an ethical hacker to illustrate how we're headed for a short break. We'll be right back after this, so stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo says more than 200,000 unprocessed passport application backlogs have been cleared since he assumed office at the Ministry of Interior. Tunji-Ojo, who revealed this while delivering a charge at a public lecture in Lagos, outlined a sweeping vision for the innovation-driven governance, ethical leadership, and urgent reform in the country's correctional system. He drew on his background as an ethical hacker to illustrate how great leadership, like in cybersecurity, must be proactive, identifying and fixing vulnerabilities before they become crises. He outlined some innovations in the system, which include the rollout of e-visa platforms, contactless passport renewals for Nigerians in the diaspora, advanced passenger information systems, and the commissioning of a Tier 4 data center to support round-the-clock immigration services, among others. The Development Bank of Nigeria has celebrated its partner financial institutions to fill their pivotal role in boosting micro, small, and medium enterprises at the 2025 Service Ambassadors Awards in Lagos. DBN revealed that it has disbursed over 1 trillion naira to support MSMEs, including 274.3 billion naira in the past year alone. Nigeria will commission 2 major lithium processing plants this year, signaling a strategic shift from raw materials exports to local value addition, funded largely by Chinese investors. The plans are expected to unlock jobs, drive technological advancement, and stimulate manufacturing growth by tapping into the country's rich mineral reserves. These and more in our business news.
The Development Bank of Nigeria, DBN, has recognized partner financial institutions, PFIs, for their contribution to the growth of micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, in Nigeria. At the bank's 2025 Service Ambassadors Award held in Lagos, the bank disbursed over 1 trillion naira in total, including 273.4 billion naira within the past year. The Managing Director, Tony Okanachi, praised PFIs for their support in building MSME capacity, emphasizing that the awards were meant to encourage deeper impact through innovation and awareness efforts. Key achievements in the period for which the awards were presented included a 151.24% increase in disbursement to women-led enterprises and a 181% rise in financing for youth-age individuals. Financial inclusion soared by over 110%. The number of partner institutions grew from 5 to over 79 in 5 years. UBA received the Platinum Service Ambassador Award for the highest impact on MSMEs, while Lapo Microfinance Bank was honored for its contribution to grassroots and women MSMEs. Other accolades included recognition for Providus Bank, FCMB, Infinity Trust Mortgage Bank, Fidelity Bank, Stanbic IBTC, Wema Bank, and Waba Microfinance Bank for various impactful initiatives. DBN aims to continue promoting expanded advisory services among partners and highlighting the stories of entrepreneurs transforming their communities. Nigeria is set to commission 2 major lithium processing plants this year. The country's mining minister announced on Sunday, marking a shift from raw mineral exports towards adding value domestically. The facilities, largely funded by Chinese investors, could help transform Nigeria's vast mineral wealth into jobs, technology, and manufacturing growth within the country. Mining Minister Dele Alake said a $600 million lithium processing plant near the Kaduna-Niger border is slated for commissioning this quarter, while a $200 million lithium refinery on the outskirts of the federal government is set to generate up to $7 million in daily revenue from fertilizer exports in the next 2 years. According to the president of Dangote Industry, about 16,000 tons of fertilizers daily, positioning itself as the country's major supplier of foreign exchange earnings. He added that the company would also begin coal exports in the coming weeks as part of its broader export expansion program. Highlighting the importance of port infrastructure to their operations, Dangote stressed the need for continued collaboration with the Nigerian Port Authority to develop Nigeria's marine and blue economy sector. He noted that Dangote Industry Limited, as the MPA's largest customer, depends heavily on the authority's support to sustain its operations. The Nigerian Aviation Handling Company plc (NACO) aims to achieve a turnover of 300 billion naira within the next 5 years as part of its growth strategy to enhance operations and shareholder value. At the recent annual general meeting, Chairman Sayinde Fadeni emphasized the company's commitment to this strategy, highlighting significant progress in operational improvement, equipment, investment, staff welfare, and technical capacity. For the financial year ended December 31st, 2024, NACO reported a profit before tax of 18.70 billion naira, a 115.4% increase from 8.68 billion naira in 2023. Revenue rose by 88.5% to 53.54 billion naira from 28.40 billion naira the previous year. NACO plans to diversify by investing in hospitality, including the construction of a hotel and expanding its commodities export business. The company is also adopting new technologies such as Oracle ERP and HCM systems to enhance efficiency and digital transformation. Additionally, staff welfare initiatives include a recent 50% salary increase, profit sharing, and performance bonuses. Stock market reports. Trading on the Nigerian Stock Exchange closed on Tuesday with Airtel Africa registering the highest gain. At the opening bell on Tuesday, Airtel shares opened at 2,157 naira per share and closed at 2,372 naira 50 kobo per share, gaining a 10% change, putting Airtel Africa at the top of the gainers table. Two other companies, Omatech Ventures and Connect, followed with gains of 9.23% and 8.63% respectively. Omatech Ventures shares opened at 65 kobo per share and closed at 71 kobo per share, while Connect opened at 3 naira 13 kobo per share and closed at 3 naira 40 kobo per share. The fourth highest gainer at the end of Tuesday's trading was NACO, opening at 4 naira 50 kobo per share and closing at 8 naira 75 kobo per share, gaining an 8.39% increase. On the losers chart on Tuesday's trading, Mark Nichols occupied the top spot, registering a negative 9.80% change, from which he opened with 2 naira 45 kobo per share and closed at 2 naira 21 kobo per share. Mark Nichols was followed on the losers table by CWG plc, which registered a negative 9.50% at the close of business. It opened the day's trading at 10 naira per share and closed at 9 naira 50 kobo per share. This is business news in Global News. I am Chimize Zadima.
Last year's runner-up, Alexander Zverev, cruised into the second round of the French Open on Tuesday in his latest bid to win an elusive Grand Slam title. Zverev sealed a comprehensive 6-3, 6-3, 6-4 victory over American learner Tien as he found his groove quickly on the Parisian clay. This hour. Many thanks for watching. I'm Charles Pius. Have a good afternoon.
help our economy. That's why we are praying that God will help us so that we can be able to touch, God will touch their mind in order to better the civil servants. Because the power of the nation is the civil servant. Because with the civil servant, our economy will be. See, this morning I went to somewhere where I normally pay 600 before. I paid 19 because of the fuel something. Because of that, we don't drive our motor again. If I don't have any serious thing that will make me to drive my motor, I don't go out again. 960.
Basically, I feel that if you can work from home, I don't think it's everybody that have that choice. Most especially government workers. I don't think they have the choice of working from house. But if it's possible for you, if it's something that you can accommodate, then it's okay. But then at the end of the day, everybody will still be moving around. So you can't dismiss the fact that people will still take transport.
Most of the works people are doing now is remote job. Enough people are not earning enough salary to spend it or waste it on transport. So it's not a bad idea working from home. A lot of people are doing it. Westerners, almost everybody's working from home nowadays.
Actually, the rate of things, the way things are in Nigeria, probably me, I don't know what to tell those workers. Like actually, I want the government actually, even though if they can, this minimum wage or any other thing, to increase their salary, because they are suffering on it. Each time we carry them, they keep on complaining, government this, government that, and so I feel pity for them actually. I just feel pity for them. So at least the government should do something on it.
It would be good if they work from their house, like they'll be staying at the home, work, because the government now, they are not giving anything to them. Like the way I'm seeing now, people work with the government now, they're even spending their own business money in order to make governments happy. Because I can see some government workers earn 70,000, but transport that the person spends in a month past 70,000. So, and I don't think that is reasonable, something that you can be doing business at your own and working for government. Still, you cannot be able to save anything for the year.
Failed. When our refineries died and government failed to produce, governments now said, okay, we will not go outside the country, produce from your land. You have refineries. You have technology, have even provided what's called modular refineries. You have not made it conducive for people to bring refinery. You take your crude oil outside.
Good afternoon, welcome to another edition and episode of E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Today is Monday, 26th of May, 2025. This month is running very fast. Wasn't it yesterday we just entered 1st of May? Anyways, that's by the way. And I'm your baby girl, Queenette Swokunta. I'll be doing this show together. Today I have a whole lot of stories, trending stories that happened during the weekend, and some top chatting stories that happened today. So let's delve into the stories of today. Popular Kannywood actress Mansoura Issa has confirmed the collapse of her second marriage, describing it as sudden and shocking, almost like a scene from a movie. Speaking on the BBC Hausa program, Mahanga Zamani, alongside fellow veteran actress Fatih Muhammad, Mansoura revealed that she had entered the marriage out of love, believing it was genuine, only to later discover that her husband had ulterior motives. She said, and I quote, "I married for love. You know what they say, love is blind, but it turns out he had a different agenda, not real love." Fatih Muhammad in the interview defended Kannywood actresses against frequent accusations of marital instability. She noted that marriages fail for many women, not just celebrities, but it becomes news when it involves public figures. She argued that many men marry actresses for lust, and once they get what they want, they leave. People assume women refuse to stay in marriage because they are used to luxury, but it's not that simple, she added. Masura's second marriage gained public attention in June 2024 when news broke that she had remarried after parting ways with her first husband, actor Sani Danja. They shared 4 children together, Iman, Khalifa, Sultan, and Sudais, and the union was once seen as a model marriage in the industry. Videos from her second wedding went viral, showing that the bride price was set at 1 million naira. However, Masura has now disclosed that the marriage has ended. She explained that she met her second husband through an uncle when she got a contract in Lagos. Since she had no representative there, she contacted the man to oversee the deal. She later found out he had ambitions of controlling the project and used romantic interests as a cover. She added that he brought a contract agreement to the wedding, asking her to sign that she approved him to manage a 4 billion naira contract on her behalf because he was now her husband. From that point, he began communicating directly with the parties involved and completely cut her off. According to her, when people confronted him in Lagos, he claimed he had forgotten he was married. He initially refused to issue a divorce, but later did so after being pressured. Despite the painful experience, Mansura said she has accepted her faith. All right, so yeah, that's the story about Mansura actually, and it's quite touching. Something she said that struck me is the fact that some people marry actresses or female celebrities for a certain reason, personal reasons, selfish reasons and the likes, and most times just for lust and not really love. And that's why you tend to see that their breakups trends. And it's the truth. When a celebrity signs the divorce paper, it goes viral, and it boils down to the women that, oh, they don't want to settle down. They feel like they feel it's some sort of, they boss their man around. In fact, the whole blame goes to the woman, you know, concluding that they can't keep a home because they are this, because they are that, because of their career and the likes. But thank God the story made it very clear. I don't even want to go back to the details because it sounds so funny. How can you be married and you forgot that you're married? I don't even blame you, because it's more like a contract marriage and all that, you know. So yeah, I think this should be some sort of information to people out there. If you're falling in love, fall in love for a particular reason, or if you're getting married, get married for a very understanding reason that, okay, you want to do forever with this person and not because of convenience, you know. And I think this whole celebrity thing should stop, because anyway, anyways, I don't blame them, because I mean, a whole lot of people get divorced every single day, but because you are a celebrity, it gets viral. But that doesn't mean other celebrity marriages do not, you know, grow. They don't spend forever till death do them part. But it's always significant and specific that, oh, this particular celebrity has gotten divorced, I knew it, is gonna do that. You know, prior to the trend about Frederick Leonard and his wife, it trended during Thursday, Friday thereabout, Saturday thereabout, you know. So it's more like all eyes were pointing at you. So when something happens, they pick a side. Actually, they pick a side, they decide who they want to pick. And the truth is, they will go back to before, like things you must have said, comments you must have made, videos you must have made, and they will bring you back. I don't know why, but that's by the way. Let's move forward. A Nollywood film set turned into a scene of chaos and bloodshed on Saturday after actor Godwin Nawike suffered a severe injury resulting in internal bleeding that required immediate hospitalization. In a series of posts, according to the actor, the incident occurred when fellow actor Zubi Michael allegedly kicked him violently in the chest, causing the internal bleeding that led to his hospitalization. He added that the kick was neither scripted nor approved by the management. A disturbing video obtained by the actor revealed the shocking altercation, capturing Zubi Michael exiting a vehicle, vaulting over a barricade, and landing a vicious kick to Nawike's chest before fleeing into a nearby building. The action was authorized and completely outside the director's planned scene. It happened without my consent, he added. Although he initially stopped short of naming his assailant, the video made it abundantly clear who was responsible. The video clearly shows Michael as the aggressor in the unscripted assault. Nawike revealed that the kick caused excruciating pain, requiring immediate and costly medical treatment that he was forced to pay for himself, as the film's production team offered no assistance. The actor emphasized the need for strict safety measures on set, warning that physical scenes should always be meticulously planned and overseen by the director to prevent accidents. Following Nawike's emotional appeal, his management team confirmed that his condition had worsened, requiring immediate hospital admission for emergency care. I can't call this carelessness. Actually, I don't know what to call it. I can't place my fingers around it. I don't know what to title it. But the whole aggression coming down from the car, in fact, from driving towards the compound, coming out of the car, jumping the barricade, and marching. Okay, they said this was done in a scene, in a play scene, in a movie or thereabout. So at what point, because according to the story, it's clearly stated that it's not part of the script. It was not written there that you should do this. So why do it? You know, if you tend to listen to other people's opinion and comment section, you will see that people were like, oh, this should be on purpose. Maybe they had a fight before coming to the movie scene and all that, and this happened. Someone said Zubi Michael has anger issues. That's why you tend to see him act aggressive scenes like this in movies and all that. But this is someone's life. Something that got me asking again is how come the guy in question is funding his medical bills? I don't understand. What happened to the Nollywood team? What happened to the chairman association of Nollywood? What happened to, you know, people in charge of Nollywood? What happened? Why is he funding it himself? I mean, it's not like he was careless and maybe he fell down. This was clearly done by somebody, clearly seen in a video. You know, why is the director not taking charge? And how come this thing happened? In fact, it's about to happen and you did not stop it. There's more to this story actually, and Zubi Michael is yet to make his statement. But of course, we'll get to know the bottom line of this, because that young man is in the hospital now, crying for, you know, to come back on his feet. And he's spending money, as the story stated. Anyways, let's move to the foreign scene. Revenge thriller. It was just an accident by Iranian director Jafar Panahi, who was barred from film making for 15 years by the government in Tehran, won the Palme d'Or top prize on Saturday. With the award, Panahi now has the rare honor of winning the top prize at all 3 major European film festivals after nabbing Berlin's Golden Bear for Taxi in 2015 and Golden Lion at Venice for The Circle in 2000. The 64-year-old director, who last attended the festival in person in 2003, addressed his prize to all Iranians, saying the most important thing was Iran and the country's freedom. The death in 2022 of a young Iranian Kurdish woman in the custody of the morality police for allegedly violating hijab rules sparked Iran's biggest domestic unrest since the 1978 revolution that brought its clerical rulers to power. Panahi, who has been imprisoned several times in Iran, plans to return to his country after the festival, he told Reuters. 22 films in total were competing for the prize at the 78th Cannes Film Festival, with entries from well-known directors Richard Linklater, Wes Anderson, and Ari Aster. Saturday's closing ceremony, which officially ends the glamour-filled festival, went off without a hitch after the Cannes area was hit by a power outage for several hours. The jury prize was split between the intergenerational family drama Sounds of Falling from German director Maska Sklinski and Sirat, after a father and son who head into the Moroccan desert by French-Spanish director Oliver Lex. Brazil's The Secret Agent was handed 2 awards, one for Best Actor for Wagner Moura, as well as Best Director for Kelba Mendonça Filho. Newcomer Nadia Meliti took home Best Actress for The Little Sister, a queer coming-of-age story about the daughter of Algerian immigrants in Paris. Belgian Dandin's brothers, who have the rare honor of already having won 2 Palme d'Or prizes, took home the award for Best Screenplay for their film Young Mothers. Iraq director Hassan Hadi won the first Cannes Prize for his country, taking home the Camera d'Or, an honor for first-time director for his film The President's Cake, a story of a 9-year-old who needs to bake a cake for Saddam Hussein or face punishment. Take a look.
C'est pourquoi nous avons choisi, pour la Palme d'Or, un simple accident de Jafar Panahi.
Let's just set aside all our differences and problems. What's most important now is our country and its freedom. Let us join forces, so no one can dare tell us what kind of clothes we can wear, what we must do, what we must not do. Cinema is a society. Nobody is entitled to tell us what we should do or refrain from doing.
I think that's what the Confestival does, to gather us, different cultural spheres in this wonderful mirror effect that is cinema, and to learn to see the world as if it's the first time, with new eyes. Voila, long live differences, long live culture, and love live the Confestival.
Ainsi s'achève le 78e Festival de Cannes.
Je décerne le Grand Prix à Sentimental Value. Je suis vraiment ému. Merci, chers collègues du jury. Merci.
Cannes holds a special place in my heart. My grandfather, Eric Löken, was here with his film in 1960 called The Hunt, La Chasse, Jakten in Norwegian. He was a resistance fighter during the Second World War in Norway during the occupation and was captured. And I think his way of trying to survive after the war was to play jazz music and to make movies. And I think it made a great deal to him to be allowed to come from a small European country in the north to share his cinema in an international context of humanism and understanding. So I want to dedicate this to my grandfather.
Best actor goes to Wagner Moura in Secret Agent.
I was very lucky to have had the opportunity of working with Wagner Moura. He's not only a great actor, he's also a great person. I love him very much, and I hope O Agente Secreto will bring him great many things.
The best actress goes
Eh bien, la lauréate est Nadja Hamdi.
I'm so overwhelmed, I can't describe my feelings. It's really incredible. I want to thank Hafsa Herzi, my director. Thank you too, Mom, I know you're watching. I hope that you're proud and happy.
Mes professeurs aussi qui m'ont soutenu. Merci maman aussi, je sais que tu es en train de me regarder. Et j'espère que tu es très fière et que tu es contente.
De la mise en scène, s'il vous plaît.
The best director goes to Kleber Mendonça.
C'est Kleber Mendonça Philo qui gagne ce prix.
I was having champagne.
J'étais en train de boire du champagne.
Mon pays, Brésil, c'est un pays plein de beauté, de poésie. Et je suis très fier d'être ici ce soir pour accepter cette prix. Je suis très heureux. I think the Cannes Film Festival is the best film show in the planet. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Le deuxième prix du jury, c'est pour Sound of Falling par Masha Chilinski.
Prenez ce film.
Le prix du jury est partagé par deux films. Sirat de Oliver Lax.
Vous vous rapprochiez.
C'est ça qui fait le festival de Cannes, en fait, c'est de nous rassembler ici.
The screenplay is a point of departure. But without these 5 young women, 5 young girls who are here, there wouldn't be a film. And thank you to the 5 of you.
Et vive le festival de Cannes.
Le prix du scénario est attribué à Jean-Pierre et Luc Dardenne.
Le scénario, c'est un point de départ, mais sans les actrices, sans ces 5 jeunes femmes, ces 5 jeunes filles qui sont là, il n'y aurait pas eu de film. Et merci à vous 5.
Le prix spécial est attribué à Résurrection de Bigan.
I like to thank my creative team, my adorable actors, my whole team, and I want to thank the Cannes Festival and its jury, and thank you to all those who gave their time, in discreet ways, each time the film encountered great difficulties. I want to dedicate this film to my children.
The President's Cake, c'est notre caméra d'or de Hassan Hadi.
Thank you so much. This award doesn't only recognize this film, but also it recognizes a story from my nation, Iraq, a story that was born in the Mesopotamian marshes and traveled all the way to here. Today, thanks to you, we are making history by receiving the first award to be ever given to an Iraqi film at Cannes Film Festival.
So the live action remake of Lilo and Stitches and the adrenaline-fueled Mission Impossible. The final reckoning raked up a combined $494.2 million in worldwide ticket sales, including $208.5 million in the US and Canada, setting the stage for a record-breaking Memorial Day weekend. Lilo and Stitch, which reimagines Disney's 2002 animated film about a mischievous blue alien who crash lands in Hawaii and is adopted by two sisters, brought in $304.2 million around the world through Sunday, including $145.5 million from domestic sales. The family-friendly movie set a domestic box office record for the first 3 days of the holiday weekend, besting 2022's Top Gun Maverick, according to ComScore, that helped propel ticket sale in the US and Canada to a record $262 million, ComScore reported. Lilo and Stitch delivered one of the strongest performances for a remake of a Disney animated movie behind the 2019 computer animated remake of The Lion King, which brought in $192 million, and the 2017 version of Beauty and the Beast with $175 million in ticket sales, according to Walt Disney Studio This.N. It breathes fresh life into a valuable franchise and accounted for $2.6 billion in consumer product sale last year, and more than a $500 million hours of viewing on the Disney Plus streaming service. Tom Cruise's reprisal of his role as the death-defying spy Ethan Hunt's in Mission Impossible range of $190 million in global ticket sales, including $63 million in the US and Canada, that tops the opening weekend performance of the series' highest grossing film, Mission Impossible Fallout, according to Chris Aronson, president of domestic theatrical distribution for Paramount Pictures. Paramount mounted a massive marketing blitz to promote the culmination of the 29-year-old film series, including a global promotion tour and a creator campaign in which Cruise took part. More than 40% of tickets buyers were aged 18 to 34, a significant number for a series that has historically appealed to older viewers. Movie ticket sales in the US and Canada are up 21% from a year ago, when the 2023 Hollywood strikes disrupted film production and truncated movie slates, according to ComScore analyst Paul Degarbedian. Still, the box office is off nearly 29% from 2019 before the global pandemic shuttered movie theater and fueled the growth of video streaming. Take a look.
Your team has been betrayed, Ethan. All your secrets compromised. Everything you are, everything you've done has come to this. You gave him an aircraft carrier? Our lives are the sum of our choices. This was your calling. Your destiny. I have no regrets. Neither should you. I need you to trust me. One last time.
Alex?
So excited. This is my first premiere, actually. I love the blue carpet. I like how they mentioned Stitch a lot, and my poster is right over there, if you can see. Yeah, but I'm really excited for this new film to come out pretty soon.
Maya, one more right here. Maya, hang on, Laura.
Maya, straight ahead, Maya, right here, Maya.
Right in front of you, Maya. Maya, right.
Down from there!
Look like an angel.
No. Control him. Hey, what are you doing? No, dogs on the table.
You sure that's a dog?
Yeah.
Rough.
Ew! We are not keeping this thing.
Ohana means family. Family means nobody gets left behind.
Or forgotten.
Stitch bad.
Sometimes family isn't perfect. That doesn't mean they aren't good. That was close. I don't think you're supposed to drink that.
Agent Cobra Bubbles. We have a blue dog to catch.
Shut up! No! Wait!
All right, here comes the last story of the day. Brazilian actor Wagner Moura wasn't in Cannes when it was announced he'd won the Best Actor award on Saturday. However, during the press conference, his director for the film, The Secret Agent, Kelba Mendon's Filho, who also won Best Director, got the Civil War actor on a video call. Listen to what he said on the video call.
Muito obrigado. Alors, il y a plein de questions, mais très...
He's not here because
Why don't
he's...
we call him now?
Right now?
Yeah.
Well, maybe I can.
Allons-y.
He's making a film in London, so
Yes, but he won the prize tonight.
yeah, he couldn't be here. But ask the next question and I'll
Yeah, ask
call
a question
him.
and we call him. On a une question juste là.
Oi, Feliz Aguiar, Mídia Ninja, Brasil. Queria pedir o espaço pro...
Wagner, eu tô na coletiva de imprensa aqui, ao vivo.
Mesdames
ok?
et messieurs, Wagner Moura.
So, would you say a few words? I think in English because we have many international journalists. He's eating.
Bon appétit.
I so wish I was there with all of you, but I'm here by myself, having a glass of wine in London alone. I couldn't be happier. This was such an important moment of my life, just to work with Kleber, to be with him. I've been trying to work with Kleber for many years, and I'm very, very happy for all for the way the film has been received, because this is a Brazilian film, and it means a lot to the Brazilian culture. And I just, it's a shame that I'm celebrating by myself. I wish I was there with all of you.
Merci beaucoup, Wagner. Thank you very much.
I love
Thank
you, man. Tu é massa, bicho.
Merci.
Pode ficar tranquilo, tá tudo em ordem aí. É pra completar?
Rapaz. É, pra completar, mas. O que é aquilo ali?
Isso foi... domingo. Um infeliz aí veio roubar uma lata de óleo com uma peixeira na mão. Aí veio que é o menino que trabalha aqui à noite. Pegou a 12 e deu 2 TB. Uma na caixa dos peitos e outra na cara e não levantou mais. Esse é um meliante. Mereceu. Pode ficar tranquilo que o senhor é cliente e é bem atendido aqui. Não tem nada a ver com isso. Viu? Sim. É isso mesmo. Vamos... Vou ter que afastar só um pouquinho pra gente acabar de apertar a bomba aqui.
Pode puxar. E tá aí desde domingo?
Tá. Peraí, viu? Eu digo tudo a história.
All right, I think I've done justice to this Cannes Award Festival that, I've been giving updates and, stories that has to do with Cannes Award. And yeah, this comes to an end. All right. That's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a short break and I would review an interview we had sometime this month. So stay with us.
It will not help our economy. That's why we are praying that God will help us so that we can be able to touch, God will touch their mind in order to better the civil servants. Because the power of the nation is the civil servant. Because with the civil servants, our economy will be. See, this morning I went to somewhere where I normally pay 600 before. I paid 19 because of the fuel something. Because of that, we don't drive our motor again. If I don't have any serious thing that will make me to drive my motor, I don't go out again. 960, some 1,000, some 1,200. We are pleading that God will touch them. And it's not good for them staying at home. And they cannot afford going to work every day. Okay, see the minimum wage they are talking, they have not paid.
Basically, I feel that if you can work from home, I don't think it's everybody that have that choice. Most especially government workers. I don't think they have the choice of working from house. But if it's possible for you, if it's something that you can accommodate, then it's okay. But then at the end of the day, everybody will still be moving around. So you can't dismiss the fact that people will still take transport.
Most of the works people are doing now is remote job. You can stay at your home and work comfortably. The most important thing is working effectively. Doing what you know how to do best. It doesn't matter where you are to do the job, whether in the office or at home. And since the hike in price, since all these fuel subsidies started, a lot of people can't even make it to their workplaces, and they are expected to be at work every day. So I don't think it's bad for them to work from home. I think it will help, since enough people are not earning enough salary to spend it or waste it on transport. So it's not a bad idea working from home. A lot of people are doing it. Westerners, almost everybody's working from home nowadays.
Actually, the rate of things, the way things are in Nigeria, probably me, I don't know what to tell those workers. Like actually, I want the government actually, even though if they can, this minimum wage or any other thing, to increase their salary, because they are suffering on it. Each time we carry them, they keep on complaining, government this, government that, and so I feel pity for them actually. I just feel pity for them. So at least the government should do something on it.
It would be good if they work from their house, like they'll be staying at the home, work, because the government now, they are not giving anything to them at all. Like the way I'm seeing now, people work with the government now, they're even spending their own business money in order to make governments happy. Because I can see some government workers earn 70,000, but transport that the person spends in a month
past 70,000. So, and I don't think that is reasonable something that you can be doing business at your own and working for government. Still, you cannot be able to save anything for the year.
Our mainstay was to export crude oil, and is still to export crude oil. But we reserve a certain proportion of those crude oil that we are drilling for local consumption. So we refined, used locally, and we're able to sell to our neighbors, Benin Republic, as far as Togo, Cameroon, and Chad, Niger, and all those places. Now, when the government now failed, when our refineries died and government failed to produce, governments now said, okay, we will now go outside the country, produce. That is the most idiotic economics I've ever seen in the entire life. Where you carry crude oil from your land. You have refineries. You have technology have even provided what we call modular refineries. You have not made it conducive for people to bring refinery. You take your crude oil outside for local consumption outside the country. You pay dollars to do that, in dollars. You now refine it paying in dollars. You now bring it back using dollars, and then you are selling in naira. Therefore, the differentials in the financial outlay was too much. So the government asked, okay, we'll subsidize. You know, that is one of the craziest things that happened to us. We subsidize because of your inability. Meanwhile, people every day, we see the Nigerian military, joint task force, going to Niger Delta, saying that burning down illegal refineries. What does that suggest? It suggests to you that the technology of refining crude oil is simple. If people can do it in the creeks in their backyard, if people can do it back of their kitchen, during the Biafra war, people were mobile refineries. We were moving it and producing fuel for their armory, for their vehicles and everything. So it's not rocket science to refine oil. So why is Nigeria not refining oil?
It will not help our economy. That's why we are praying that God will help us so that we can be able to touch, God will touch their mind in order to better the civil servants. Because the power of the nation is the civil servant. Because with the civil servants, our economy will be. See, this morning I went to somewhere where I normally pay 600 before. I paid 19 because of the fuel something. Because of that, we don't drive our motor again. If I don't have any serious thing that will make me to drive my motor, I don't go out again. 960, some 1,000, some 1,200. We are pleading that God will touch them. And it's not good for them staying at home. And they cannot afford going to work every day. Okay, see the minimum wage they are talking, they have not paid.
Basically, I feel that if you can work from home, I don't think it's everybody that have that choice. Most especially government workers. I don't think they have the choice of working from house. But if it's possible for you, if it's something that you can accommodate, then it's okay. But then at the end of the day, everybody will still be moving around. So you can't dismiss the fact that people will still take transport.
Most of the works people are doing now is remote job. You can stay at your home and work comfortably. The most important thing is working effectively. Doing what you know how to do best. It doesn't matter where you are to do the job, whether in the office or at home. And since the hike in price, since all these fuel subsidies started, a lot of people can't even make it to their workplaces, and they are expected to be at work every day. So I don't think it's bad for them to work from home. I think it will help, since enough people are not earning enough salary to spend it or waste it on transport. So it's not a bad idea working from home. A lot of people are doing it. Westerners, almost everybody's working from home nowadays.
Actually, the rate of things, the way things are in Nigeria, probably me, I don't know what to tell those workers. Like, actually, I want the government, actually, even though if they can, this minimum wage or any other thing, to increase their salary, because they are suffering on it. Each time we carry them, they keep on complaining, government this, government that, and so I feel pity for them. Actually, I just feel pity for them. So at least the government should do something on it.
It would be good if they work from their house, like they'll be staying at the home, work, because the government now, they are not giving anything to them. I tell you, like the way I'm seeing now, people work with the government and they're even spending their own business money in order to make governments happy. Because I can see some government workers earn 70,000, but transport that the person spends in a month past 70,000. So, and I don't think that is reasonable, something that you can be doing business at your own and working for government. Still, you cannot be able to save anything for the year.
Our mainstay was to export crude oil, and East still to export crude oil. But we reserve a certain proportion of those crude oil that we are drilling for local consumption. So we refined, used locally, and we're able to sell to our neighbors, Benin Republic, as far as Togo, Cameroon, and Chad, Niger, and all those places. Now, when the government now failed, when our refineries died and government failed to produce, governments now said, okay, we will now go outside the country, produce. That is the most idiotic economics I've ever seen in the entire life. Where you carry crude oil from your land, you have refineries, you have technology, have even provided what you call modular refineries. You have not made it conducive for people to bring refinery. You take your crude oil outside for local consumption outside the country. You pay dollars to do that, in dollars. You now refine it paying in dollars. You now bring it back using dollars, and then you are selling in naira. Therefore, the differentials in the financial outlay was too much. So the government asked, okay, we'll subsidize. You know, that is one of the craziest things that happened to us. We subsidize because of your inability. Meanwhile, people every day, we see the Nigerian military, joint task force, going to Niger Delta, saying that burning down illegal refineries. What does that suggest? It suggests to you that the technology of refining crude oil is simple. If people can do it in the creeks in their backyard, if people can do it back of their kitchen, during the Biafra war, people were mobile refineries. We were moving it and producing fuel for their armory, for their vehicles and everything. So it's not rocket science to refine oil. So why is Nigeria not refining oil?
It will not help our economy. That's why we are praying that God will help us so that we can be able to God will touch their mind in order to better the civil servants. Because the power of the nation is the civil servant. Because with the civil servants, our economy will be. See, this morning I went to somewhere where I normally pay 600 before. I paid one.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, US drops COVID vaccine recommendation for healthy kids and pregnant women. Brazil detects avian flu in wild species, probes possible outbreak on farm. Families in Tel Aviv mark 600 days of hostages held in Gaza. And storms uproot trees and damage vehicles in India. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was.
Why the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken this move by default.
We are international.
A
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The U.S. has stopped recommending routine COVID-19 vaccinations for pregnant women and healthy children. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announced in a social media post circumventing the CDC's traditional recommendation process. Kennedy, a National Institutes of Health director, said in a video that his shots have been removed from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's recommended immunization schedule. Changes come a week after they unveiled tighter requirements for COVID shots, effectively limiting them to older adults and those at risk of developing severe illness. Traditionally, the CDC's Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices will meet and vote on changes to the immunization schedule or recommendations and who should get vaccines before the director of the CDC made a final call. Kennedy, a long-time vaccine skeptic whose department oversees the CDC, has been remaking the U.S. health system to align with President Donald Trump's goal of dramatically shrinking the federal government. The CDC, following its panel of outside experts, previously recommended updated COVID vaccines for everyone aged 6 months and older. Insurance say they are reviewing whether changes in health insurance coverage are required as the federal government reassesses COVID-19 vaccine eligibility, while a Blue Cross Blue Shield Association spokesperson said preventative health benefits, including COVID vaccines, are essential in keeping patients healthy.
Hi, everybody. I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary, and I'm here today with NIH Director Dr. Jay Bhattacharya and FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty Makary. I couldn't be more pleased to announce that as of today, the COVID vaccine for healthy children and healthy pregnant women has been removed from the CDC recommended immunization schedule. Last year, the Biden administration urged healthy children to get yet another COVID shot despite the lack of any clinical data to support the repeat booster strategy in children.
That ends today. It's common sense and it's good science.
There's no evidence healthy kids need it today, and most countries have stopped recommending it for children.
We're now one step closer to realizing President Trump's promise to make America healthy again.
Brazil confirmed new cases of bird flu in wild animals, which officials say pose no risk to commercial operations. Authorities are also investigating a potential new case on a commercial farm. Earlier this month, Brazil, the world's largest chicken exporter, reported an outbreak on a farm in the southern city of Montenegro, prompting trade bans from multiple countries at both regional and national levels. Latest cases in wild birds were detected in Matheus Leme, a city in the southeastern state of Minas Gerais, according to data published by the Agriculture Ministry. Ferravo told the Senate hearing that the case should be treated as something natural since Brazil is rich in migratory birds which generally transmit viruses. The minister also said that authorities were investigating a potential new case on a commercial flock in the Brazilian southern state of Rio Grande do Sul, the same state where the Montenegro outbreak had happened. The case under investigation was from a commercial farm in the city of Antacoda, where Brazil identified an outbreak of Newcastle disease on a poultry farm last year. Preliminary tests had already indicated a negative result for a case under investigation on a commercial farm in the northern state of Tocantins. A U.S. judge on Tuesday issued an order temporarily barring the U.S. Transportation Department from withholding federal funding from New York as the Trump administration seeks to kill Manhattan's congestion pricing program. U.S. District Judge Louis Lehman held a hearing one day before Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has warned that the government will begin withholding federal government approvals for New York projects.
He said
doesn't want the feds to engage in any kind of punitive action to try to coerce the state of New York and the MTA to eliminate congestion pricing. That's what he ruled out today. No punitive actions by the feds to try to get us to take action before he's decided, and he wants to decide it fast. That's good news for the state. It's good news for New Yorkers who are benefiting from congestion. It's good news in the sense that he spoke out in favor of state sovereignty. And one of the things that a lot of people have been put off by is the idea that the federal government's going to step in and tell New York City how to deal with its traffic problem. That seems a little crazy. And he specifically called out state sovereignty as an important factor weighing on his decision. He did say, as you pointed out very clearly, that the MTA and the state of New York are likely right, that the effort by the federal government to stop congestion pricing is not permissible.
New York launched its first in-the-nation program in January, charging most passenger vehicles a toll of $9 during peak periods to enter Manhattan south of 60th Street in a bid to cut congestion and raise funds to improve mass transit. Britain's Princess Anne visited the Royal Liverpool University Hospital to meet and thank emergency responders after an incident on Monday evening when a car plowed into a crowd of people during a Liverpool victory parade. Princess engaged in talks with medical staff and members of a Northwest Ambulance Service team during a visit. Monday's incident took place in a packed Liverpool city centre where around 1 million people descended on a 16-kilometre parade route to watch the Liverpool team travel through the city on an open-top bus with a Premier League trophy. Police said a car hit the spectators as the event was winding down. 20 people were treated at the scene and 27 were taken to hospital, including children. British police believe the incident was isolated and not an act of terrorism, but have not said why or how a man was able to drive at crowds celebrating in the streets on Monday evening.
Following the incident yesterday, I can confirm on behalf of the National Health Service that we are aware of 50 people who were treated at hospital for ongoing treatment. Of those, 11 remain in hospital for ongoing treatment. They are all in a stable condition, and I am pleased to say that they appear to be recovering well. It is believed the driver of the Ford Galaxy car involved in this incident was able to follow an ambulance onto Water Street after the roadblock was temporarily lifted so that the ambulance crew could attend to a member of the public who was having a suspected heart attack.
We have arrested a 53-year-old man from West Derby on suspicion of attempted murder, dangerous driving offences and driving whilst unfit through drugs. He remains in custody where he is being interviewed.
Hostage families gathered on Wednesday in Tel Aviv to mark 600 days of the war in Gaza. Activists gathered at the beach to make a formation of a yellow ribbon in tribute to the remaining hostages still held in Gaza. Son of deceased hostage called on U.S. President Donald Trump to help stop the war, saying the government are the only ones that can ensure the return for both the living for rehabilitation and the fallen for burial. On March 18, Israel effectively ended a January ceasefire agreement with Hamas and renewed its military campaign in Gaza. Hamas and allied factions began firing rockets and attacks 2 days later. Hamas has said it's willing to free all remaining hostages seized by its gunmen in attacks on communities in southern Israel on October 7, 2023, and agreed to a permanent ceasefire if Israel pulls out completely from Gaza. Netanyahu said Israel would only be willing to agree to a temporary ceasefire in return for the release of hostages, vowing that war can only end once Hamas is eradicated. The China media group CMG is attending the ongoing Arab Media Summit in Dubai of the United Arab Emirates from Monday to Wednesday, where key topics on shaping the future of the media industry are being discussed. The three-day event has attracted around 8,000 participants from 26 countries, including ministers, editors-in-chief, media leaders, content creators, opinion leaders, scholars, among others, from Arab states, all gathering to explore and shape the future of media in the Arab world, from artificial intelligence, AI, and immersive storytelling to the future of newsrooms and the digital age. The summit spotlights key trends shaping the global media landscape with a focus on driving media innovation across the Middle East. According to the organizers, the summit addresses core areas such as AI, emerging technologies, film, and gaming, all of which are increasingly central to shaping the narrative of modern media. As the sole representative of Chinese media at the summit, CMG engaged in extensive exchanges with industry professionals on site and was interviewed by local media aiming to deepen media cooperation between China and Arab countries. Polish Foreign Minister Radoslaw Sikorski met his Sri Lankan counterpart Pechita Herat on Wednesday in Sri Lanka's capital Colombo for an official visit to the country. An entourage led by the Herat's deputy Arun Emachandra greeted Sikorski on arrival in the capital's airport before escorting him to a meeting with Herat. Sikorski would also meet President Anura Kumara Dissanayake and Prime Minister Arini Amarasuriya on Thursday for talks. On January 1, Poland assumed the presidency of the Council of the European Union, and Colombo is hoping the visit would help with Sri Lanka's push to retain the GSP Plus preferential trade facility given by the EU. French President Emmanuel Macron has met his Indonesian counterpart Prabowo Subianto at the presidential palace in Jakarta on Wednesday. Macron was welcomed at a ceremony that included a guard of honor and children waving the national flags of both Indonesia and France. He also signed a guest book at the presidential palace and posed with 4 photographs with Prabowo before the two sat down for discussions. Strengthening defense ties with Paris, biggest arms client in Southeast Asia, will be prominent in their talks. Indonesia is the second leg of the French president's regional trip after Vietnam, where the two countries signed deals worth about $10 billion. It's scheduled to fly to Singapore on Thursday. SpaceX Starship rocket roared into space from Texas on Tuesday, but spun out of control about halfway through its flight without achieving some of its most important testing goals, bringing fresh engineering hurdles to the CEO, Elon Musk's increasingly turbulent Mars rocket program. 400-foot tall Starship rocket system lifted off from SpaceX Starbase launch site, flying beyond the point of 2 previous explosive attempts earlier this year that sent debris streaking over Caribbean islands and forced dozens of airliners to divert course. For the latest launch, the 9th full test mission of Starship since the first attempt in April 2023, the upper stage cruise vessel was lifted to space atop a previously flown booster, a first such demonstration of a booster's reusability. But SpaceX lost contact with a 232-foot lower stage booster during its descent before it plunged into the sea, rather than making a controlled splashdown the company had planned. Starship, meanwhile, continued into suborbital space, but began to spin uncontrollably roughly 30 minutes into the mission. Errand spiraling came after SpaceX cancelled a plan to deploy 8 mock Starlink satellites into space. Ministers from European Union countries have approved the creation of a 150 billion euro, about $170.22 billion arms fund, the bloc's first large-scale defense investment program at the EU level. The fund will be channeled through the new Security Action for Europe borrowing scheme, which offers competitively priced long maturity loans for member states that choose to invest in defense production via joint procurement of priority capabilities. The European Commission's executive arm proposed the fund in March as an essential part of its Rearm Europe Plan Readiness 2030 package, which aims to use over 800 billion euros, about $906.70 billion in defense spending to bolster European security and defense cooperation. Up ahead, Exit welcomes Polish counterpart to Pentagon, praises Poland's NATO investment. Twisted wreckage shown in aftermath of disastrous explosion at chemical plant in China. Stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
French lawmakers in the National Assembly approved a bill to legalize assisted dying on Tuesday, paving the way for France to become the latest European nation to allow terminally ill people to end their lives. The bill passed with 305 lawmakers voting for and 199 against, and will go to the Senate, where it will further be debated, after which it will become law. Polls show more than 90% of French people are in favor of laws that give people with terminal diseases or interminable suffering the right to die. The vote was preceded by another on a bill related to palliative care, which passed unanimously with 561 votes. French President Emmanuel Macron, who was on a state visit to Indonesia when the votes took place, said the passage of both bills was an important step in a post on X. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth welcomed his Polish counterpart to Pentagon on Tuesday, praising Poland's 5% investment in NATO.
The relationship between the United States and Poland is rock solid. Both countries demonstrate peace through strength. President Trump also sends his regards and appreciation for all Polish leadership and the Polish people do. A model ally for the United States. They're on the eastern flank of NATO, and we're going to be encouraging 5%. We don't have to encourage Poland. You are almost there already, leading the way on investment in Europe's largest land army, modernizing that force, and the defense industrial base, which is critically important, not just obviously here in the United States, but in Europe as well.
In today's rapidly changing world, security challenges have become more serious, complex, and interconnected than ever before. That's why we fully support President Donald Trump's administration's efforts to achieve a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. We are sure, and our broad defense cooperation is the best proof that the United States of America remains the guarantor of global stability and development. I'm also certain that it was necessary to send Europe a strong message, a strong signal for burden sharing within NATO, recognizing that Europe must take greater responsibility for its own defense.
Hegseth greeted Polish Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense Władysław Kamysz with an honor cardon before sitting down for a meeting. Hegseth called Poland a model ally and said the United States doesn't need to encourage Poland to a defense spend target of 5% of gross domestic product. Comments came one day after NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte said that he assumes alliance members would agree to a broad defense spending target of 5% of gross domestic product during a summit in The Hague next month. Surveillance camera footage showed the damage caused by heavy rains on Tuesday in Vera, northwest Argentina. The mayor of Vera City, Paula Mitre, stated in an interview with Argentine media outlet last year that a collapse of a drainage system during heavy rain contributed to the flooding in the city, resulting in an accumulation of 420 mm of water in 6 hours on Tuesday. 4 soup kitchens and a donation center been established in the city to support affected residents. Number of evacuees said official amounts to 120 people. Torrential rains and severe storms battered Indian-administered Kashmir on Wednesday, uprooting trees and damaging buildings and cars. In the town of Ramban, which lies in the foothills of a Himalayan mountain range, several vehicles and buildings were damaged from large trees that fell over. Strong winds were seen battering the city of Rajouri on Tuesday, as the Indian government said the country is likely to see above average monsoon rains for the second straight year in 2025. Indian summer monsoon system, which usually arrives over the southern tip of Kerala state around the start of June, hit the coast of Kerala on Saturday, marking its earliest arrival in 16 years. Shattered glass from windows blown apart by an explosion at a chemical plant in Chinese eastern Shandong province littered the roadside for more than 1 kilometer on Wednesday, a day after a blast that killed at least 5 people. The explosion happened on Tuesday at a facility operated by Shandong Yodao Chemical in Gaomi, sending plumes of orange and black smoke into the sky. 19 people were injured and 6 more remain missing, according to the state-run Xinhua news agency. Local officials have not yet released the results of unspecified tests carried out at the site. The streets leading to the smoldering ruins were deserted except for emergency teams. Black and grey smoke was still rising from the facility, although there was no sign of a fire. That national-level authorities on Tuesday had urgent emergency workers to quickly contain. Shandong Yoda Chemical was established in August 2019 in the Gaomi Rena Chemical Park, according to the company's website. The plant develops and produces chemical components for use in pesticides and pharmaceuticals, employing more than 300 people on a site of more than 47 acres. Residents near a chemical plant in eastern China were on Wednesday taking stock of the damage to their homes after a huge and still unexplained blast at the facility killed at least 5 people, spewed up chemicals and shattered windows as far as a kilometer away. Farmer Yu Kongming said he and his wife had moved their grandchild elsewhere as a precaution, although they felt safe in their home as long as the wind kept blowing in a northerly direction. Another resident who lives approximately 500 away from the plant said she was considering moving after her home and clothing stores suffered extensive damage, though she did not have any firm plans yet. Local officials are yet to issue the results of air quality tests after a column of orange and black smoke billowed from the plant. China is being provocative with an extreme pressure campaign against Taiwan and is intentionally ignoring the island's olive branches and goodwill, top China policymakers said on Tuesday as Beijing ratchets up its tactics against Taipei. China, which views Taiwan as its own territory despite the rejection of that position by the democratic and separately governed island, has stepped up military and political pressure on it, calling President Lai Ching-te a dangerous separatist. Mainland Affairs Council Minister Qin Chu-chang said Beijing should take responsibility for stoking tensions by exerting extreme pressure, which includes almost daily military incursions near Taiwan and public influence campaigns. The defeated Republic of China government fled to Taiwan in 1949 after losing a civil war to Mao Zedong's communists, and that remains the island's formal name. No peace treaty has been signed, and neither government recognizes the other. Chinese Premier Li Qiang on Tuesday urged Southeast Asian and Gulf countries to remove trade barriers and expand opening up amid rising protectionism, and said Beijing is confident it can stabilize its economy in the face of challenges. Li was speaking at a dinner event during the latest summit in Kuala Lumpur with countries of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations and the Gulf Cooperation Council. U.S. President Donald Trump's trade war is upending the global economy with his administration and the Chinese government engaging in tit-for-tat tariff hikes before working back most of the increases for the negotiations. Trade tensions with the U.S. have fueled concerns for China's economy, which has been reliant on an export-driven recovery amidst sluggish demand and defamatory pressures at home. Li said China's economy has continued to recover and improve since the beginning of the year, and that Chinese exports have remained resilient despite external pressure. Students and faculty at Harvard University rallied on campus in a show of support for international students, urging the university to stand firm amid escalating federal pressure. Protest comes as the U.S. government moves to sever ties with the Ivy League institution. In a letter sent Tuesday, the U.S. General Service Administration directed federal agencies to review and potentially terminate or reallocate the remaining contracts with Harvard, estimated by one official at around $100 million. Government has already cancelled nearly $3 billion in federal research grants for the university and moved last week to revoke its ability to enroll international students. Those students, roughly 6,800 in total, make up about 27% of Harvard's enrollment. Harvard is suing the administration over the moves, arguing they violate due process and infringe on free speech protections under the First Amendment by targeting the university's staff, curriculum, and enrollment choices. In an interview, Harvard University President Alan Garber called the administration's actions perplexing, adding that while the campus has its own internal issues to address, as long as there has been a United States of America, Harvard has thought that its role is to serve the nation.
Let's be clear. This has nothing to do with combating anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is a real problem. It's a problem at Harvard. It's a problem in our country. But these policies will do nothing to combat this age-old hatred. We will not stand for this. Not the Harvard community and not the Jewish community.
And look, I know it may surprise you because he seems so obsessed with us, but Donald Trump doesn't actually care about Harvard. He wants to take Harvard down because universities stand for free ideas and for free speech. Free ideas and free speech get in the way of authoritarians. And so, like authoritarians before him in places like Russia, like Turkey, and like Hungary, Donald Trump is attacking universities.
Economy Minister Marcelo Ebrard said that Mexico expects a planned review of a trilateral trade pact with the U.S. and Canada to formally start at the beginning of the fourth quarter this year. The USMCA, which replaced the North American Free Trade Agreement in 2020, was negotiated during U.S. President Donald Trump's first term. It requires the three countries to hold a joint review after 6 years. Ebrard previously said he expected the review to start in the second half of the year, ahead of schedule. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney was more cautious, said he wanted to make progress on bilateral issues with the United States before talks take place on a U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. Despite the free trade deal, Trump has imposed tariffs on some imports from Canada and Mexico. Canadian officials have been holding talks with the U.S. counterparts to have the tariffs lifted and persuade Washington that Ottawa is cracking down on fentanyl, smuggling, and a matter Trump raises repeatedly. Trump has publicly pushed for the agreement to be renegotiated ahead of time and has called for the U.S. to receive better trade terms with all of its commercial partners. Still to come, Pope Leo appeals for Gaza ceasefire, laments deaths of children. Ukraine's Zelensky arrives at Berlin's chancellery for talks with Metz on ending the war. These and more after the break.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the bull by the horn.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Pope Leo appealed on Wednesday for a ceasefire in Gaza and called on Israel and Hamas militants to completely respect international humanitarian law. Pontiff said during his weekly general audience in St. Peter's Square that the intense cries are reaching heaven more and more from mothers and fathers hold tightly to the bodies of their dead children in the Gaza Strip. Leo, elected on May 8 to replace late Pope Francis, also appealed for an end to the war in Ukraine. Mourners gathered on Tuesday to mourn and reflect on the life of Sarah Milgram, 26-year-old Israeli embassy staff who was killed by a gunman outside the Capital Jewish Museum. Representatives from the Israeli embassy shared memories of Sarah and her commitment to building bridges between Arabs and Jews in hopes of ending bloodshed in the Middle East.
Sarah transformed her deep concern about the rise of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism into courageous action. And it is that very hatred that took her from us on her own homeland soil. But know this, Sarah, your life mattered. Sarah, it did matter deeply and eternally. Today, our team stands with Sarah. All our team is here with us, and with your own as well, and profound grief. We will carry your torch, Sarah. We will continue your mission. We will speak for those who cannot, and we will defend the truths that you upheld. It's not enough to simply say these things on the day that we bury you, dear Sarah. We already know that words are not enough. We must take action. We must uproot anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism from within our social circles, in our communities, in our schools, in the mainstream media, and in the corners of the internet, and even beyond.
The murders are widely condemned as an act of anti-Semitism and is likely to fuel U.S. polarization over the war in Gaza between supporters of Israel and pro-Palestinian demonstrators. A suspect in the shooting, Elias Rodriguez, is accused of opening fire on a group of people last Wednesday night as they left an event for young diplomats hosted by American Jewish Committee, an advocacy group that supports Israel and fights anti-Semitism. A UN spokesperson, Stefan Dujarric, has described the video of thousands of Palestinians storming a site where aid was being distributed as heartbreaking. Aid was being distributed by a foundation backed by the US and Israel, with desperation for food overcoming concern about biometric and other checks Israel said it would employ.
By the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, and frankly, these images are heartbreaking to say the least. As the Secretary General noted last week, we and our partners have a detailed, principled, operationally sound plan supported by member states to get aid to desperate population. We continue to stress that a meaningful scale-up of humanitarian operations is essential to stave off famine and meet the needs of all civilians wherever they are. The situation in the south of Gaza is particularly concerning, as no fuel is currently available there, and only 1/3 of the required supply was received last week. Meanwhile, northern Gaza has managed to secure sufficient fuel to sustain water, sanitation operations for 2 weeks. Our colleagues at the Office of the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, and as we all do, continue to call for the opening of all crossing points for humanitarian aid and commercial goods. We and our humanitarian partners stand ready to deliver at scale, which is something we've been repeated over and over and over again. International law must be respected and humanitarian operations must be enabled without any further delay.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation said it has distributed about 8,000 food boxes, equivalent to about 462,000 meals, after an almost 3-month-old Israeli blockade of the war devastated enclave. The head of the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees said on Wednesday that Israel's model for providing aid to Gaza was wasteful and a distraction from atrocities, criticizing a chaotic distribution by a US-backed foundation this week. On Tuesday, thousands of Palestinians rushed an aid distribution site set up in the Israeli-held southern Gaza city of Rafah, operated by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, GHF, with desperation for food overcoming wariness about biometric and other checks Israel said it would employ. Israel says its military operation targets only Hamas-led militants and accuses them of using civilians for cover, which they deny. As a trickle of aid has resumed, Israeli forces now in control of wide areas of Gaza have kept up the offensive, killing 3,901 Palestinians since a short ceasefire collapsed in mid-March, according to Gaza Health Ministry. GHF, backed by Israel and its close ally, the United States, said that it distributed about 8,000 food boxes, equivalent to 462,000 meals, since Israel eased an 11-week-old blockade of the war-shattered Palestinian enclave last week. United Nations and other international groups have boycotted the foundation, which they say undermines the principle that humanitarian aid should be distributed independently of the parties to a conflict based on need.
We have predicted that with this hub, people would be asked to walk for kilometers, which seems to have been the case, waiting long hours in the sun, waiting to be vetted and clear. And as you know, we as a United Nations have said we cannot adhere to this way of providing assistance because it falls short to abide to humanitarian principle, whether we talk about humanity, but also impartiality and independence. On the funding, very briefly, UNRWA's financial situation is desperate. We urgently require additional financial support if the agency is to maintain all its operation past June.
Iran's nuclear chief Mohammed El-Sami said on Wednesday that Iran might allow the UN atomic watchdog to send US inspectors to Iranian sites if Tehran's talks with Washington succeed. Tehran and Washington are expected to hold a 6th round of talks to solve a decades-long dispute over Iran's nuclear program, with US President Donald Trump predicting good news. The two countries have clashed over the issue of uranium enrichment in Iran, which Washington says is a possible pathway to building nuclear weapons and must be brought to zero. Tehran maintains its nuclear program is exclusively for civilian purposes and views its enrichment industry as a red line.
In the current nuclear negotiation conditions, if certain issues are raised, agreements are made, and Iran's demands are considered, we are open to reconsidering allowing American inspectors through the UN Nuclear Agency, IAEA, at that time. The IAEA agency conducts its most rigorous inspections on the Islamic Republic of Iran. In 2024, the number of inspections it carried out set a global record. Our nuclear industry's capacity is less than 3% of the world's nuclear capacity, yet the volume of inspections conducted on us accounts for 25% of all inspections the agency performs. This means we are inspected at a rate more than 12 times higher than our proportional share. I don't think anyone, or any nation like the people of Iran, has endured as much pressure as we have. We have done this for the sake of building trust, and we are also pleased about this matter because they have not been given any excuse to exploit. We are hopeful that the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA,
Denmark's Home Guard has received one of the highest numbers of applicants since the Cold War, suggesting that volunteers are concerned about the conflict in Ukraine and global insecurity. The number of Danes signing up to join the Home Guard, a volunteer branch of the military, increased from 1,194 in 2023 to 1,613 in 2024, according to the organization. The Home Guard said that it could not give the exact reason for the increase, but that their surveys of candidates showed many were concerned about global insecurity. At the Home Guard training area in Greater Copenhagen, volunteers trained at a media event practicing clearing rooms and close-quarter operations using weapons and blank rounds. Taking a break after the training, one volunteer said that the current situation in Europe and around the world had motivated her to sign up. The Home Guard is the organization that supports Denmark's military in crisis and conflict and operates on a volunteer basis.
I signed up in like 4 or 5 months ago. The motivation behind signing up was primarily the big brown bear in the east. And also I've been in the military before, so I kind of, missed the camaraderie and the tasks and the things that you get to do, which you don't do in regular life.
I signed up in March this year, so only a couple of months ago. I think the whole situation in the world that has been changing and the whole demand for people to being able to defend themselves and also their country has been something that really made a difference for me in the way I saw it. I am born and raised in a family with a lot of people in the military. I never served myself, but I've always had a desire to do so. So I guess now the time just was now.
Last year we've seen an increase in our recruitment. The number of new members in the Home Guard is up by 35%, which is actually the best number since the Cold War ended in the 80s. As part of the onboarding process, we interview the new members, and one of the things we ask them is, of course, why they want to join up and what are their motives for joining the Home Guard. And it is actually all the answers is around the political situation, the war in Ukraine. Can it happen in Denmark? What can we do actually to take our part of the responsibility to defend Danish values and to maintain the society that we have today? And that's the main motive when we ask the new members.
Stellantis named its North American chief Antonio Filosa as its new chief executive on Wednesday, as it seeks to revive the performance and shares of a multinational automaker. Filosa, an Italian national, replaces Carlos Tavares, who stepped down in December after a fall in profits and sales. He would officially be CEO from June 23, when it would also announce a new leadership team, the company said. The task are daunting, as the global car industry seeks to navigate a chaotic trade war launched by US President Donald Trump. For Filosa and Stellantis, the focus is on trying to revive profits in a major US market. The company also needs to rationalize Stellantis' portfolio of 14 brands, which analysts say could mean axing some of them. The board's choice was unanimous and was based on Filosa's proven track record of hands-on success during its more than 25 years in the automotive industry. Shares in the car maker, the world's fourth largest by sales, whose brands include Chrysler, Peugeot and Jeep, was slightly higher in the morning trade, a muted reaction for a much-anticipated appointment. The Milan-listed shares have lost more than 2/3 of their value since early last year.
And this is fundamental because we are going to be challenged, and I would say brutally challenged, by the Chinese offensive on the European market.
In a first-of-its-kind intercontinental journey, a crew has piloted the Candela C8 flying electric boat across the Strait of Gibraltar. Candela C8 completed the 24 nautical-mile trip from Sotogrande, Spain to the Spanish enclave of Ceuta in North Africa in just over an hour, matching the speed of conventional fast ferries. The vessel returned to the Spanish mainland on the same day after recharging. According to Swedish company Candela, the vessel, which is electric and designed to fly above the water on 2 hydrofoils, reduces drag and cuts energy consumption by 80% over conventional fast vessels. Company said the voyage, which uses 40 kWh of energy, cost about €8. The voyage aimed to showcase the potential of Candela's new P12 electric hydrofoilic ferry in delivering clean, cost-efficient transport along the Spanish coast across the strait. Already in use in Stockholm's public transport system, the Candela P12 can carry 30 passengers at a high speed, having the travel times while reducing operational costs.
Yeah, so we wanted to figure out how far you can go with an electric hydrofoiling boat, and would it even be possible to get intercontinental trips. And this is the first time we do this. So we're going from southern Spain, and we're going to go over to Africa, to a place called Ceuta. So very exciting. Things are running fine. Now we see the town.
We arrived here in Ceuta about 24.5 nautical miles from where we set out, and the trip took 1 hour and 5 minutes. For a comparison of the energy efficiency of the Candela C8 to a conventional boat, our camera boat that followed us over here used about 50 liters of gasoline, about €90 to fill up. The Candela C8 used 40 kilowatt hours of electricity, which might cost around €8 on the market, but which has been supplied courtesy of the port authorities here in Ceuta.
Robotics researchers at Stanford University are developing a rolling robotic arm that leverages artificial intelligence AI, including large language models, LLMs, and vision models to learn and perform personalized household tasks like sorting laundry, cleaning counters, and organizing objects. They call the robot TidyBot. For those who dislike cleaning their bedrooms or tidying the house, help could soon be rolling in to assist with household tasks. TidyBot uses an LLM similar to the technology powering ChatGPT to process vast internet data sets, enabling it to recognize and categorize objects such as clothes, toys, and food. And combining this AI with a vision model, TidyBot identifies object qualities like color and shape, allowing to sort light and dark laundry or place a teddy bear on a shelf after being given just a few user instructions. Bog and Jimmy Wu, a visiting student from Princeton University, demonstrated TidyBot at a recent event marking the 100th anniversary of Stanford School of Engineering. With just a smartphone, Wu was able to control the hand of a robot, opening and closing its grippers to move objects. Smartphone is equipped with sensors that can be used to translate the position and orientation of a controller's hand to the robot's hand. TidyBot then uses a machine learning algorithm to learn and save these tasks for future use.
Yeah, so my robot is called TidyBot, and TidyBot, just like the name says, is actually tidying up your place, hopefully. So the idea is that TidyBot comes to your home, and of course in your home, things go into particular places, right? Like you have particular preferences of where things belong in your place. And so that robot doesn't know that in advance, so you would want to show it where things go. And so imagine you're just taking the robot by the hand in a way, and they're just showing like, here, this thing goes over here, and this thing goes over here. And the white clothes, they go into this hamper. And you know, this can goes into the recycling over there.
Kokov forgot to bring her rackets to the court, but reminded the rivals of a French Open title ambitions with a commanding win, while Daniil Medvedev lost his composure on a cold and blustery Tuesday as he crashed out in the opening round to Cameron Norrie. Last year's runner-up Alexander Zverev had no such trouble as it cruised into the second round in its latest bid to win an elusive Grand Slam title after losing 3 major finals, including at this year's Australian Open. Former Roland Garros runner-up Goff provided early comic relief as a second seed grinned sheepishly and showed an empty bag to her entourage who scampered to reunite with her equipment before she tamped Olivia Gadeski 6-2, 6-2. On the men's side, third seed Zverev sealed a comprehensive 6-3, 6-3, 6-4 victory over American Leonard Chien, while 11th seed Medvedev was beaten 7-5, 6-3, 4-6, 1-6, 7-5 by Norrie. And that's the news this hour. Thank you very much for watching. I am Barikumo Ado.
Our economy. That's why we are praying that God will help us so that we can be able to touch, God will touch their mind in order to better the civil servants. Because the power of the nation is the civil servant. Because with the civil servants, our economy will be. See, this morning I went to somewhere where I normally pay 600 before. I paid 1,900 because of the fuel something. Because of that, we don't drive our motor again. If I don't have any serious thing that will make me to drive my motor, I don't go out again. 960, some 1,000, some 1,200. We are pleading that God will touch them. And it's not good for them staying at home. And they cannot afford going to work every day.
It's possible for you. If it's something that you can accommodate, then it's okay. But then at the end of the day, everybody will still be moving around. So you can't dismiss the fact that people will still take transport.
Most of the works people are doing now is remote job. You can stay at your home and work comfortably. The most important thing is working effectively. Doing what you know how to do best. It doesn't matter where you are to do the job, whether in the office or at home. And since the hike in price, since all these fuel subsidies started, a lot of people can't even make it to their workplaces, and they are expected to be at work every day. So I don't think it's bad for them to work from home. I think it will help, since enough people are not earning enough salary to spend it or waste it on transport. So it's not a bad idea working from home. A lot of people are doing it. Westerners, almost everybody's working from home nowadays.
Actually, the rate of things, the way things are in Nigeria, probably me, I don't know what to tell those workers. Like, actually, I want the government, actually, even though if they can, this minimum wage or any other thing, to increase their salary, because they are suffering on it. Each time we carry them, they keep on complaining, government this, government that, and so I feel pity for them actually. I just feel pity for them. So at least the government should do something on it.
It would be good though if they work from their house, like they'll be staying at the home, work, because the government now, they are not giving anything to them. I tell you, like the way I'm seeing now, people work with the government and they're even spending their own business money in order to make governments happy. Because I can see some government workers earn 70,000, but transport that the person spends in a month past 70,000. So, and I don't think that is reasonable, something that you can be doing business at your own and working for government. Still, you cannot be able to save anything for the year.
Our mainstay was to export crude oil, and East still to export crude oil. But we reserve a certain proportion of those crude oil that we are drilling for local consumption. So we refined, used locally, and we're able to sell to our neighbors, Benin Republic, as far as Togo, Cameroon, and Chad, Nigeria, and all those places. Now, when the government now failed, when our refineries died and government failed to produce, governments now said, okay, we will now go outside the country, produce. That is the most idiotic economics I've ever seen in the entire life.
Hello, and thank you for joining us on 360 Nigeria, a program in which we provide greater insight to important stories in government and governance, politics and policies, the constitution, legislation, and many more. My name is Josephine Bitrus. Together, you and I will be tracking issues in the polity every week. For this week, why are Nigerian politicians quick to defect from the party on whose platform they obtained the mandate of the electorate to the party in power? Pain, death, and tears as petrol tanker fire kills over 300 persons in Dikko, Niger State. How much more can you get from whom you give so little? That's the question President Bola Ahmed Tinubu must address as he tasked the universities to produce cutting-edge research results. Great expectations for grassroots development as federal government inaugurates Southeast Development Commission. The National Population Commission begins a landmark birth registration that keeps track on population growth in Nigeria. Plus, what happens when the sun sets for Nigerian entertainers? That's our lineup for this week. Stay with us for the details.
360 Nigeria, tracking issues in the polity.
Nigerian political parties, if not driven by conventional ideologies of left and right, have a set of values to which their members subscribe. This includes values of greater national integration, stronger central government, greater consideration for religion as against the value-loose federalism, closer ties to communities, less urbanization, and a more decentralized government. These values influence either the individual politician's political promises for election into positions or the party manifestos. Why is it that after elections have been won based on these values and on a political party platform, the Nigerian politician has no reservations defecting to another party? Correspondent Chimeze Nzedima examined this phenomenon for 360 Nigeria.
Political defection has become a persistent phenomenon in Nigerian politics, with roots tracking back to 1951, when members of pre-independence political parties began defecting to rival political parties to safeguard their interests. This trend has sparked intense debate, yielding both agreement and disagreement within the country's political landscape. Defection has been particularly prevalent in Nigeria's Fourth Republic, with many elected officials switching parties. Investigation revealed that several lawmakers from the Labour Party and the People's Democratic Party switched to the All Progressive Congress, with the recent being the defection of Senator Ned Nwoko, representing Delta North Senatorial District. Senator Nwoko's defection from the People's Democratic Party (PDP) to the ruling All Progressive Congress (APC) sparked a heated debate among senators on Wednesday, 5th February 2025. The controversy began when Senate President Godswill Akpabio read Senator Nwoko's defection letter during plenary.
In view of the need to maintain multi-party democracy in Nigeria, I urge the Senate to take this matter seriously by setting up an ad hoc committee. It did not suggest who should head it, so it didn't mention Senator Abaribe, to investigate the crisis within the People's Democratic Party and even go ahead to recommend a way forward in order to safeguard opposition politics in Nigeria. This ad hoc committee should examine the root causes of the PDP's political internal implosion and engage relevant stakeholders and propose reforms that will ensure the survival of a viable opposition in Nigeria after the demise of this PDP.
Senator Nwoko, who represents Delta North Senatorial District, cited internal divisions within the PDP as reason for his defection. He expressed concerns that PDP's weaknesses was pushing Nigeria towards a one-party system, which he believed would be detrimental to governance and national stability. However, PDP lawmakers vehemently opposed Senator Nwoko's defection, arguing that he should relinquish his seat since he has abandoned the party that sponsored his election. They made reference to Section 68G of the 1999 Constitution, which states that a lawmaker can only switch parties without losing their seat if there is a division within the original party. The debate became intense, with APC senators celebrating the Delta North senator and PDP lawmakers singing songs to mock his decision.
Section 68 sub G, the proviso whether or not there is division in PDP is a matter of fact. It is the constitutional right of everyone to cross carpet as long as you fulfill the constitutional provisions of Section 68 sub G. And if anyone is in doubt as to that, the courtroom is waiting.
The legitimacy of political defections in Nigeria stems from the right to freedom of association as outlined in the 1999 Constitution, specifically Section 40, subsection 6. This section guarantees every person the right to assemble freely, associate with others, and form or belong to any political party, trade union, or association that protect their interests. However, it is crucial to note that this right is not absolute for politicians. Section 68G of the Constitution stipulates that National Assembly members can only defect under exceptional circumstances. These circumstances include a division within their original political party or a merger between their former party and another. The Constitution restricts political defections in the National Assembly to limited situations, and this has been upheld by judicial decisions. Notably, the provisions governing defections only apply to National Assembly members. Why are politicians outside the National Assembly not bound by these restrictions, and why can they defect without legal repercussions?
For governors, cross-carpeting has not affected the governors, but as explicitly provided in the Constitution, it is for National Assembly members, House of Reps, and senators. But nowhere in the Constitution did this say governors who cross-carpet should not also vacate their seat. Nowhere did this say, the Constitution say that. So, and the only waiver that is given to governors in the Constitution is immunity. And immunity clause. And what is immunity clause say? Immunity clause is only saying that once you're elected into the office of a governor, you cannot face criminal or civil charge. I mean, civil litigations to avoid distractions. So you have immunity not to be sued within that period. But it didn't say if you cross-carpet from your party to another, you should not vacate the seat. So the practice that whereby is only elected members of the House of Reps and senators that are facing that vacation once you cross, I think it seems elective as a justice. It should cut across both the governors and the House of Reps or Senate members, so that that is the only way to go to justify the position of the law that votes casted are casted for the party. Because when you are going to cast a vote, you see the logo of the parties are what comes out on the ballot sheets, and not the faces of individuals. So if it is that, whether you're a governor or a president, once you leave your party that sponsored you to another party, you should lose your seat. You should vacate the seat. So if a political party sponsors you and the party and the electorate votes you into that position based on the ideologies of the party and your personal credentials, if you cross-carpet and leave that party and abandon that party for any reason, the people that gave you the mandate have an authority to recall you, especially as it affects the House of Reps and the senators. They have the right to recall you. Okay? And I think it's also robbing Peter to pay Paul. I mean, trying to abandon the people who elected you for your selfish aggrandizement, just to pursue more selfish interests, just like we're experiencing today. Many people voted under the platform of a different party are now trying to look for, I don't know, to be part of the ruling party, so to say.
As the debate continues, one thing is clear. The phenomenon of political defection in Nigeria is complex and multifaceted. Understanding its underlying causes is crucial to navigating the country's intricate political terrain. In Abuja, I am Chimizi Zadima for 360 Nigeria.
Thank you, Chimezie. How does hell feel, and what does it take to find out? Maybe it is not just being a sinner, because the sinner's hell will be after death. 360 Nigeria correspondent has the answer on how to experience hell here on earth in this report.
If you have visited Diko, a community in Gurara local government area of Niger State in Nigeria's north central region, you would appreciate the joy of Nigeria's rural agrarian communities. On Saturdays, which are the community's market days, the mingling of community folks and loud, happy greetings of buyers seeking good bargains for animals and grains can be quite infectious. The surge in human population and vehicular traffic sometimes creates a shoulder-to-shoulder frenzy as people from Abuja, the nation's capital, Ibadan, the commercial melting pot of western states, and ENUGU, the gateway to the eastern and southern states, converge on Diko for bulk purchase of food items which are relatively cheap. Saturday, January the 18th, 2025, was one such market day, but which lost its charm, happy noise, and offer of good bargain. It was a Saturday that DICO lost about 300 people, made up of community members, people coming to the community market, and even passers-by.
So that on Saturday, we did here, before the motor one park here. So from that place as he park, so the back shake. As he one enter road back, the back fall. As he fall, he start pouring fuel for our shop, for everywhere. All of us run. So as we run, for the first time, we go to the other side here. We go straight because of anything. Petrol is very dangerous. So from that place, we stay. Many people have been come from nowhere. You understand? To face the fuel. We come to blame them and beg. And it's because of our shop, our property here. So from that place, nobody here. They even, before we know what is going on, sir, police people come with banger people. So from that place, they begin to push them away, this and that. So before we know, they bring another trailer here to transfer the fuel to inside the other one. They bring 2 generators. As they are doing it, more than 3 hours. So before we just hear fire from back. They don't nearly to finish it before we hear fire from back. All of us run.
Very early in the morning, this my friend called me. Called 2 of us. So when we came, we now saw tanker fell down. People were rushing, fetching fuel. We both fetched too. But by the grace of God, due to the fact that God is merciful and who's of the way God is doing his thing, but we survived it. But when the fire started, this man that is coming, that's this house. That is where all of us run to.
What happens that on 18th, which was Saturday, around 8:45 p.m. in the morning, a.m. in the morning, we was here arranging things at the shop. Accidentally, we had the tanker. But as immediately as something fall on the ground, we was here arranging things. Immediately we turned back, see where the fuel was flowing, everything. Everybody run, leave the place. So later on, when we were running, for the meantime, people started tripping in here with different things. Some was fetching the fuel and going. So we don't know what to do. We leave the show. Like my place, I locked the place and run away. But my doctor was plucking handset here. So later, after 2 hours, they was doing everything successfully. Transfers, transmission of the load. People was parking and going. When the security men come, started chasing people away, not to go near. That was why they started struggling. Because the tanker fell by about 9 o'clock, but the fire incident came about 11:30 in the afternoon.
A tanker laden with petrol in an attempt to avoid a bad portion of the road skidded off the road, overturned and spilled its content, enough to attract poor, desperate members of the DICO community who saw the petrol from the overturned tanker as good fortune from a benevolent God who cared about their poverty. They swooped on the fallen tanker, scooping petrol, even as security officials made desperate effort to chase them away, and the owners of the fallen tanker tried to pump the petrol into another tanker. In the confusion to dodge the security officials who were trying to prevent a disaster, and the desperate push to scoop petrol, there was a clap of death. In a twinkle, the petrol from the fallen tanker became a roaring hell with tongues of fire, wide and thirsty enough to consume everything and everyone around. Government official figures put the dead at 150, but community members say over 300 and still counting died in the tanker inferno.
And they bombed many people. Many people dead. Because we can't even count how many people died. Because some turned to artists. So there is no way to find them. Many people up to tomorrow now, they still die. and they can't confirm, say, so some people don't see their children now, they know where to find them because they are already gone.
Well, I thank God for her life. She's still alive. But the fire affected her because it was the person that was here at the shop. Even other people, both the manager of the fire, they were all sitting here because nobody put mind that there would be fire. So that was what happened. Immediately the something exploded, everybody started running away.
Rafia Dauda, Nansur Dauda, Sani Dauda, Muhammadu Dauda, Bako Dauda, and Yahya Dauda, all siblings of one happy family in Diko. Bako and Yahya died in the Diko tanker fire accident. The other siblings sustained different degrees of injury.
Shi wannan abu dauke shi makaddari daga Ubangiji, Allah ne kawo. Da wannan yaran ni yara na ma hana su tafa. Yaro na ya kama hanya ya tafi. Wani ya same shi, ya rika shi da wuta, tunda wuta ta kama shi, makaranta ma za shi shi fona. Ka gani? Wani ya zo ta bayan shi ya rika shi ya fi karfin shi. Ya zo ba da bayan wani mai katako ne an shi yana zuba mishi ruwa har ya samu rayuwar shi haka. Jiya sun kira mu gidan hakimi, an bani 5,500 a kansu, an bani 30,000. Sauran abin da ni ne ke abu kayana da kai. Wanda suka rasu Ubangiji Allah sa su cika da imani, Allah sa mutuwa shahada su.
15-year-old Favor Michael was caught in the fire incident on her way to her father's shop. She is at present in a local care center receiving treatment for burns from her waist down to her feet. Favor's parents prefer traditional treatment.
Well, formally we take them to Caliber Hospital, I will say. Then later we discharge them to where they are looking local treatment opposite the hospital, but he is there presently. My first and foremost, what I want them to do is the health of my daughter first. Let her get herself fit and get herself back to normal.
The Niger State government is battling to provide both financial succor and medical treatment for the rising number of victims of the Diko tanker fire incident.
So far, he has ordered a quick action of medical teams to take over all the burnt victims, that they should be moved from the primary health care to General Hospital Suleja. And if that is not working, the federal government, he has spoken with the minister that they should refer them to the Ogolada Teaching Hospital. So, and being there, he has made some donations to the victims, those that have been burnt down, each individual that he saw there. Though some of the victims who have not been taken to the hospital, we are using the local way of medication.
And Peter Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 elections, was in Diko to commiserate with the victims, their families, the people and government of Niger State. His words were, for now, fix the roads, provide succor to the victims, rehabilitate the businesses, and address poverty.
We need to replace their business quickly because they can't live in relief all over. So they have businesses here, they need quick intervention. It shows the level of poverty. So that's why we must deal with the issue of poverty. We must pull our people out of poverty. We must also do the right things. If you look at the roads too, the road is bad. And that's why I said we should concentrate on maintaining the existing road. Look at the shoulders. Anybody, anywhere, any vehicle tries to park, look at the steep shoulder, there's none. So whenever there's a small issue, a vehicle collapse here. It just happened, and I'll show you another one will happen as long as this road remains like this.
Number one, what caused this thing was a problem of the road. because when the driver leave the shoulder, nowhere to balance himself. That was what bring down the truck. So at least government, they should assist looking to our road. So that's the major things that cause all these problems. Because this tanker now, this is the third one. Last year to this time, this is the third one that fell here in the same spot.
The Dikko tanker accident is creating a chill in Nigeria because of the number of those affected. But it will not be the first tanker accident. In fact, there have been hundreds in the past and in different parts of the country. And this raises the question, when does the loss of Nigerian lives upset the Nigerian government to the point of thinking a little more deeply? Transportation of petroleum products across Nigeria is mainly by road. Pipelines are a weaker alternative. However, when will rail and water transportation be added to reduce Nigeria's days of mourning its citizens who die painful deaths from petrol tanker accidents, ruin the happiness of many families, destroy businesses, and end the future of many?
In Abuja, I'm Wabozenjako for 360 Nigeria.
Well, the sooner our roads are fixed by the government and other modes of transporting petroleum products are made to work, the sooner the poor, neglected, ordinary Nigerians will stop experiencing petrol tanker fires which produce hell on earth. You are watching 360 Nigeria, the program that tracks major developments in the Nigerian polity. We'll take a short break and return. Please don't go away. Americans have created a relationship between remuneration and quality of manpower. They say those who pay peanuts get monkeys. It is just the same as saying that those who give little get little. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu does not think so anyway. From those being neglected, disrespected, and underpaid, he is charging them to be Nigeria's development cornerstone. Is it possible? 360 Nigeria correspondent tells us more.
Maybe the starting question should be, how can the trust and confidence in indigenous know-how by governments and the ordinary Nigerians be increased? This question should be followed by another question. Who should drive that confidence in indigenous know-how? The political leadership, the civil servant, or the private citizen? These questions arise following the task by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to Nigerian universities to lead the charge on research as an inducible condition for national development. The president, who spoke at the graduation ceremony of the Federal University, Dusima in Katsina State, said that the university should focus on demand-driven research to provoke solutions to societal and industrial problems and become the catalyst for national development. How necessary are the president's demands on Nigerian universities?
Right, it's already there. Because when you go to Nigeria, when you look at the function of a lecturer, there are three: teaching, research, and community service. And for the lecturers, the most important one is research. One, that projects you in the world. Two, that is the major criteria for getting promoted. And three, that is what you will leave behind by the time you retire or you go. Those are the three things. And for us today, for you to be a professor in Nigerian University, you must have published no less than 30 to 40 articles based on your research. And they are there. All you need to do is go to the Google Scholar and look at, just type in Emmanuel Osodeka, you see what I have published that could solve the problem of this country. And the same thing with all the sectors.
Apart from the need to undertake this research as demonstrated by the experience of many industrialized and well-governed societies, how conducive are Nigeria's universities to undertake the task of such beneficial imports?
Let's assume you are having problem with your crop yield in a particular state. You call the Faculty of Agric there, say, look at the problem we have. How can we solve it? They come with a proposal, and then you fund it. Because research is not just you just go there and do anything. So if you are aware of the need assessment fund we talk about, 1.3 trillion, that was also the origin. Because let's take a soil science lab. We went to one of the first generation, I won't mention the name, one first generation university. And when the team examined, they were using stove as Bunsen burner. Stove. I will have the picture, I will give you. I will send the report to you. They were using stove as Bunsen burner. How can that lab produce good result? Go to a engineering lab. The basic thing they have, they are not there. Go to a medical lab. How many universities have dialysis just as a machine? So that's what the origin of this need assessment. Say, look, we told the government put 1.3 trillion in Nigerian university over 6 years, and we upgrade all these facilities so that our people can do research that are modern. Now you go to a lab where you have a Bunsen burner. You are using bucket to fetch water to a lab. And you can look, we are telling government, if you think what we are saying correct, go back again. 1.3 trillion will demand for 6 years. They only release 200 billion. They don't give 1 kobo again. But this same government, this same system that cannot give 1.3 trillion to universities, that should be solving your problem, that you give 15 trillion to do a road, to do a secondary road when they're already a road. You take loan to sponsor all sorts of things. Road construction on this, but you must let put this money, just 200 billion in all for Nigerian universities, and upgrade their facilities. All the facilities are those that have been there in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. How can they do modern research? So some of the problems some of us have today, and I will tell you this, some of the problem we have is that if you use our lab to do a research, and you send to a foreign journal, it will tell you, no, this thing cannot work.
The foregoing notwithstanding, Nigeria's many research institutions have just covered research outcomes which have been left on the shelves, while equivalent outcomes from outside Nigeria are patronized. Similarly, many Nigerian scientists, engineers, medical research experts, and sundry professionals are ignored by government and industry seeking solutions to problems, in which these Nigerians are experts and are respected worldwide. Just recently, President Tinubu commended Nigerian scientists who were honored in the United States. So why is the Nigerian prophet not regarded in his own country?
You see, when they're dropping abroad, go to look for foreign. Let me give you a typical example. Nigeria pay hundreds of dollars, millions of dollars to get IPPIS. They're creating problems to everybody that has said it's a failure. We have to buy from Europe, from the World Bank, which have created the problem. But in 2022, when we were in our strike, and we said we rejected it, they were fighting us. They fought to even seize our salary. If you say this thing is not working, develop your own and give to us. We said fine. It took us 3 months to develop UTAS. And UTAS today was tested with IPPIS. UTAS came a distant first than IPPIS. But it took us 3 months. But today, instead of using it, they still threw it away and still using IPPIS. That every month for my salary, every year, federal government is paying $400 to prepare my salary until we left. To pay every worker's salary until they all left. Multiply that by the millions of Nigerian lecturers, how much we are paying more. But we put it locally. We didn't ask one come from anybody and say, it's gift for you, to this country. Which you can be very special because you can't have the same salary system for all the sectors. Military, police, civil servant, your polytechnic. You can't. And if we were ready, we would be willing to produce that for every sector because it's sector-based.
There is a saying that those who pay peanuts get monkeys. In other words, to whom much is expected, much is given. The value which Nigerian places on knowledge is reflected in the country's remuneration structure. Nigeria places reward premium on policies and politicians and places its academics, researchers, and other critical professionals as remuneration appendages. Such grading in the nation's reward structure ensures the outcome the nation is getting from its eggheads. If President Tinubu's charge is to yield the expected outcomes and the nation to benefit from such outcomes, the nation may have to address its traits in the indigenous sciences, engineers, and other specialists, make the universities conducive for research and intellectual enterprise, and match the remuneration to these experts with their expected contribution to national development. In Abuja, I am Chimizi Zadima for 360 Nigeria.
It may not be the intent of the federal government, but the establishment of regional development commissions in the country is speaking to two development concerns at the sub-national level. The first is the improvement of the economic viability of the state, the increase in their job offer to the citizens, and better internally generated revenue. The second is addressing the lopsided internal migration, which creates population recipients and population loss. These extra benefits from the establishment of regional commissions emerged last week at the inauguration of the Southeast and Northwest Development Commissions in Abuja. Correspondent Nasiru Usman reports.
Discharge my duties to the best of my ability, faithfully and in accordance with the rules and guides.
The political side of the inauguration was obvious. The Minister of Regional Development, Abubakar Momo, said creation of regional development commissions was the making of history. And as a politician, he posted President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the history maker. To the National Assembly, the minister gave a page of his praise for passing the bill creating the regional commissions.
This occasion marks a critical milestone in our collective commitment to fostering balanced, sustainable and inclusive development across all regions of our great nation. I must thank and commend President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, for his vision and foresight in creating the various regional development commissions to drive development in various regions of Nigeria, and also to thank you for his immediate assent upon the passage of the bill by the National Assembly. The National Assembly deserves to be commended also for the prompt passage of the bill after thorough deliberations.
Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, whose visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to national development has made this day possible. The establishment of the Ministry for Regional Development and regional commissions across all geopolitical zones demonstrates a strategic foresight. These initiatives are not mere administrative reforms. They are purposeful vehicles to deliver the renewed hope agenda, reigniting Nigeria's development trajectory through sustainable and inclusive policies. The Northwest and the Southeast Development Commissions, like their counterparts in other regions, are mandated to address unique developmental challenges and unlock regional potential. These commissions are designed to foster balanced growth, bridge disparities, and ensure that every Nigerian, regardless of location, enjoys the dividends of democracy.
Politics done. The minister came to the real benefit of the Southeast Northwest Regional Commissions. Nigeria's development has been urban-based, if not capital city-based. In fact, the mass of Nigeria's population seems to be removed from development, making the states and local governments economically unviable. All that is now to change.
The establishment of these commissions is a proof of the federal government's dedication to addressing regional disparities, promoting economic growth, and improving the quality of life for our citizens. The Southeast and Northwest regions are unique in their cultural heritage, economic potentials, and developmental challenges. These commissions are tasked with harnessing their broader human and natural resources in these regions to drive economic transformation and social progress. The commissions must implement programs that create sustainable employment opportunities, particularly for young people, both youth and women, men and women. Security and stability. There can be no meaningful development without security. The commissions must collaborate with state governments, security agencies, and community leaders to promote peace, stability, and social cohesion in your various regions. 4. Education and human capital development. Investing in human capital is critical for the future of our nation. The commissions must support education, vocational training, and entrepreneurship initiatives that empower the people.
To ensure that the goals are clear and expectations realizable, the minister advised on priorities.
It is crucial that the commissions align their programs and projects with the key priority areas of the President's renewal agenda, which includes reform the economy for sustained inclusive growth, strengthening national security for peace and prosperity, boost agriculture to achieve food security, unlock energy and natural resources for sustainable development, enhance infrastructure and transportation as enablers of growth, focus on education, health, and social investment as essential pillars of development.
As custodians of these commissions, your role is pivotal in actualizing the vision of the Renewed Hope agenda. I urge you all to prioritize strategic oversight, foster partnerships with state and local governments, traditional institutions, and of course, private sector players, and ensure that the Commission's activities are impactful and aligned with the aspirations of the people. Uphold the principles of transparency, accountability, and innovation. Embrace sustainable practices and modern solutions to address the unique challenges of your regions effectively.
But how well equipped are those whose charge it is to deliver on the mandate of the commissions?
As managing director of this agency, I pledge to work tirelessly to enhance these opportunities and address the challenges that we face. Our agency's mandate is clear: to promote economic growth and development, improve infrastructure, and enhance quality of life of our citizens.
So I think what you will see with the SCDC is that the people who are there are going to come up with very, very inclusive policies that will transform the lives of our people. We know what the problems are. We have unemployment issues, we have environmental issues, we have infrastructure issues, we have industrial clusters and industrial parks that have not been built since Michael Okpara's era in the 60s. So all of these are problems that we intend to leverage this platform and solve.
For Chief Emeka ENUGU, who is the chairman of the Southeast Development Commission, the new assignment is a definitive social contract for a region which has longed for federal government presence at a meaningful level. The Southeast Development Commission will strive to attend to the region's sense of abandonment, and the people can hold them to account.
On behalf of myself and my colleagues, I want to make a pledge, which is more like a social contract. A pledge that will not let Mr. President down, will not let Nigeria down, will not let the sponsor of our bill, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, down. I want to reassure you that we are going to be committed to our assignment in the commission. We are going to develop the Southeast in ways that will be comparable to what Dr. M.I. Opera did in the former Southeastern region. But I think we'll do better because the times have changed. We are going to add something that was not there in the 60s. Integrated rail line, fiber optics for communication, artificial intelligence, robotics, and everything. That is the only difference, and gas pipeline that will connect the whole of the Southeast. If it is possible, we are going to give you a ring road connecting all the states of the Southeast.
The inauguration was rounded off with a reception, which, no matter the back shaping and congratulations, was more of welcome to work in the interest of the people. The board of the new commission have 4 years to deliver. The taste of the pudding is in the eating. And in the 4 years, the people of the Southeast and Northwest will know if their expectations will be justified. In Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for 360 Nigeria.
Right now in Nigeria, if you are born in any government health facility, you are given your Nigerian National Identity Number. This is official. Already, by a creative integration of data, the National Population Commission has made it possible for 10 million Nigerian children from 0 to 5 years of age to access the service. Our correspondent brings us more details about this cheering development.
It appeared like any of those ceremonies at which wives of politicians add glamour to governance, but it really wasn't. On January 1st, 2025, Hajiya Nana Shettima, wife of the Vice President Kashim Shettima, who represented the wife of the President, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, at an event in Abuja, presented a birth certificate to Nigeria's first baby of 2025. There was something else that made that ceremony significant. That birth certificate is not just a document on the child's date of birth. It is now a code to the child's nationality. The National Population Commission is now collaborating with Nigerian health institutions to use birth certificates as source documents for issuance of national identity cards. In other words, as a child is born and birth certificate issued through electronic transfer of information on the children born anywhere in Nigeria can be captured into the database, assigned a national identity number, and can enjoy all the benefits of Nigerian national citizenship. For a more comprehensive coverage, the National Population Commission is planning over 4,000 additional registration centers in collaboration with health facilities across the country for ease of registration of children and newborns, who the Commission says it wants to make its main focus for now. But what will be the benefits of this at-birth registration and the widespread establishment of registration centers?
Birth certificate is an identity. It's a legal identity. It's that I document that identify that somebody is a Nigerian. And the good thing with this e-birth certificates is that they also carry a NIN number, national identity number of the child. So the child is already given a NIN number at the date or at the time of his registration, which this very one, the first one, has already been given also. And we have been doing this for quite some time. In the last 3 months, we have registered more than 10 million children aged 0 to 5 years. And this registration is continuous. We will now henceforth concentrate more of under 1 year registration, and we are making tremendous progress.
The National Population Commission is also promoting the registration of deaths will also entail the issuance of death certificates as a means of cleaning up the population database.
We can appropriately plan for such children. We can actually cater for their health situation in terms of planning. We can provide a lot of social infrastructure like education opportunity among other for them. So those are the opportunities that is abound therein. But we must not also do it with only mouth. It must come, because if we go to some places, you can see that there's lopsidedness in the provision of schools, the provision of social infrastructure. People that actually need it will not be getting it, and it will be extra somewhere. I think that will help to cater for such. People you do not want comes into your country, they affect your planning, they destabilize the planning. In fact, citizens are not benefiting, others are people outside actually benefit. I think that is going to help for Nigeria development as it's supposed to be.
The current move by the National Population Commission to manage population statistics will impact many aspects of national life, including national elections and issuance of voter cards, management of driver's license, banking transaction, as well as security issues.
When the drum beat of entertainment sounds in its full element, it can be infectious, whether from comedians, actors, or musicians. Entertainers spread joy across societies, across generations, and across cultures. It appears, however, that society treats this special breed as fodder, to be expended, used, and dumped, especially when the sun sets on them. Why and who is to blame? Correspondent Chimezie Nzedima follows the celebration of Ace Nollywood actor Nkem Owo, popularly known as Osofia, and tackles the question, why do some Nigerian entertainers move from the hill of fame to the gutter of begging for survival?
Between 1970 and 1972, social parties, youth gatherings in Lagos and many parts of Nigeria could not be adjudged as full of fun and entertainment if the music of Ayinde Bakare was not played. Ayinde was rising in a brand of social music called Juju, and he was the act of the moment, patronized by the high and mighty in Lagos society. He did not just die unsung, he died virtually eaten from the streets, poor, destitute, and uncelebrated.
Oh, ye beautiful brothers and sisters, ye goings of this whole world, listen to this one piece of advice. If you respect, you will be respected. And if you love, you will be loved. If you appreciate, you will be appreciated. So brothers, walk in hand.
With a reading that had a thing for the masculine, Tony Gray made a loud entry into the Nigerian music stage. He was a musical ambassador for the vibrant, young, and fashion-conscious. At his peak, he was the Aba, Onitsha, and Lagos dancehall commander. His exit was without fanfare because he became poor, very poor, and some of his fans considered him a burden, if not a nuisance. Check out the list among actors. Every Nigerian family scrabbled for access to television in the early 80s because of Nigeria's foremost sitcom, New Masquerade. The joy, laughter, and clean entertainment provided by the program on the Nigerian Television Authority was in a class, and that class was made complete by James Iroha, the Gringori of New Masquerade. Iroha suffered a tumor on his head, became blind, and died begging life to give the joy which he provided for many. You can add to the list Sam Loko Efe and Mr. Ibu, two comedians whose work were factories of joy. These were entertainers who were on the hill of fame, popularity, and admiration.
The thing is that me, for this topic, I would say there's no good news like bad news, because we have so many veterans that are doing very well and they're still doing well, like the likes of Olu Jacob, the likes of Peter Ducci, the likes of Ikimowo that you're talking about, the likes of Mofe Damajo. You understand? These are veteran actors and they're still doing well, you know, despite their age and stuff. Yes, one or two, everybody don't invest equally. Our brains are not the same. You find out that some people who in their, you know, heydays, they invest properly and they manage their wealth well, and some that did not. So it doesn't mean that it's the industry. No, people, you know, choose how to manage what they get growing up, and when they are old, they reap the fruit of their labors. For Sam Loco, he never for one day begged anybody for anything. He was up and doing. He actually died in active service. You know, he died on location. So I don't think he for one day begged for arm. And
years back, a certain group of organizations, Actors Guild, Directors Guild, Producers Guild, you know, a kind of coalition, you know, of the mother guilds came together, you know, to push this, to make sure that actors are well paid. Not just well paid, well paid. I can just do a movie in 1 year or 2 movies in 1 year and go on vacation and rest. But you see an actor doing more than 5, 7, 8, 9, 10 movies in 1 month, simply because he wants to make ends meet, meaning that the pay is not really worth it. You know, when you say actors, they die early, they do this, they do this, it is stress. You run from this location, you have not had rest, you are dashing to another location. We are done from there, in your phone, there's another script, you are traveling again to. Why will you not be sick?
The story of many entertainers in more organized societies are tales of joy after labor and reward for all their hard work. Is it a fault in the lifestyle of Nigerian entertainers who forget that there will be rainy days, or are the industry and society unfair to the entertainers?
Nollywood is not paying well yet. So most of the things that we have, it's still bits and bits. But what I'm saying is that you find out that some people have the capacity to invest, no matter how small, of whatever they are being paid. And it's, you know, gifts are different. People have different gifts. So yes, Nollywood is not paying well, but I won't tag it to mismanagement. All fingers are not equal. It's just that's why I said all fingers are not equal. Some people have the talent to invest from whatever they are getting. Some cannot or don't. And you know what is in business? Some business you will invest and it won't turn out as good as you planned it in your head. So you won't say that person it's mismanaged. No. The truth about life is even if you remove that person from entertainment industry, there are lifestyles that you take that will help you mismanage whatever you have. You understand? Sometimes it's not the industry that does it. It is you and your person and your lifestyle.
But when they are at their peak, you see money being spent here and there, including musicians, actors, and everyone. But because of management, poor management of their finances, they will end up borrowing just to sustain themselves. But my advice is for every actor, make savings. Not just actor, entertainers, make savings because of tomorrow.
Second week of February 2025 in Kamowo, the well-known Osofia of the Nigerian film industry clocked 70. The celebration reflected how much he is in the reckoning of his friends, colleagues, and fans.
Let me once again congratulate my brother and my colleague in Kemowo, who God had just added 1 more year to his life. That young man, no man, you know what road at all. Eh? I say a very big congratulations to him and many more years. He's a happy man and he must live a happy life. I will tell the upcoming actors, you know, don't just eat every money that comes to you. Very important.
The advice I have for them is 1, know yourself. That's the first one. 2, be patient with whatever you're doing. 3, be steadfast. Don't lose focus.
Osofia cannot get younger no matter how much longer he remains on the film location in the home video. As society celebrates him, how much are we adding to make sure that this is a song of joy in his mouth when the sun sets? That same responsibility should also be for all other entertainers to guarantee that the tube and stage never lack in joy they bring all of us. In Abuja, I am Chimize Zadima for 360 Nigeria.
That is the much we can bring to you this week. Don't forget that 360 Nigeria, our weekly magazine program, comes up every Wednesday at this time. Please join us. I am Josephine Bitrus. Have a very good afternoon.
Our economy. That's why we are praying that God will help us so that we can be able to touch, God will touch their mind in order to better the civil servants. Because the power of the nation is
Welcome to Southeast News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. It's a warm day in ENUGU. Let's go straight to the headlines. Bishop of Oji River Diocese, Ikechukwu Bono, decries return of youth to to idolatry. Diphtheria outbreak claims lives in Imo State. Schools shut down. These and more will certainly come your way. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Anglican Bishop of Oji River Diocese, Right Reverend Ezeagu, has expressed concern over the growing trend of Nigerian youths returning to idol worship. Bishop Ebono expressed displeasure when he granted audience to the management of Signature TV at the Bishop Court, Oji River. Correspondent Law Ibeyenwa reports.
Right Reverend Ezeagu Ebono assumed the mantle as Anglican Bishop of Oji River Diocese in March 2024. Following the retirement of the pioneer bishop of the diocese, Most Reverend Amos Madu. Bishop Ebono has no doubt set for himself the task of not only administering to the spiritual needs of the people, but their physical well-being by providing them opportunities for education and acquisition of viable skills. He described what he referred to as the dangerous trend of Nigerian youths sliding to idol worship, which, if not checked, could give birth to a worse generation.
This generation is raising another generation that is worse than this one. That will raise another one that is worse, will consume each other. And the gospel of the kingdom is the only solution. Unfortunately, the government says that the church is not useful because this generation of government don't understand the partnership our people like Ezeagu and others had with the church that move Nigeria forward.
Bishop Ebono maintained that Christianity brought light, development, industrialization, and revolution to various parts of the world, and warned against the falsification of history, which he said is capable of misleading the youth.
But after that move of God that cut across the whole of America, and the Pentecostal move, the faith movement, the evangelical movement, America became a God nation, a godly nation. They were called God's own nation. And that brought them into the limelight. The light of God opened up. The frequency of heaven opened up for them. They started picking signals. Because the region of wisdom is in the heavens. There is no wisdom in the lab, in this earth. No science lab has wisdom. If it's not revealed to you, you don't have it. So science is actually a byproduct of theology. Revelation of God brought about philosophy that brought about science, which was a later development of the involvement.
He also spoke of plans by the diocese to establish a university and a teaching hospital, introduce more medical courses in the existing school of nursing at Oji River, as well as engage youth in modern agriculture to take their minds away from all vices.
We also decided to create a program, we call entrepreneurial program, which whereby young people be trained on business in agriculture. We have enough land here. ENUGU state government has given me a tractor, which they gave us to repair and use and pay them. And we are repairing it now. When we're done with that, I want to make it 2 tractors. So we can till about 600 acres of land here and go to Abuja and take another 600 acres and plant it and harvest it. So that we can show the youths that there is money in agriculture. So they can leave Okite and come back and join us in cooperative societies, whereby we partner with funding banks or funding agencies that will fund this agriculture. And these young people will go to the farm. Our tractor will till the land. They will plant the seeds. When they harvest, the money will be paid into the account, and some percentage will be given to us, the owners of the land and the sponsors, so they can actually have some money and see that there is more money in agriculture than cocaine.
Christianity has indeed played a significant role in development, particularly in areas like education, health care, and social welfare, with missionaries and Christian organizations establishing schools, hospitals, and community programs, and contributing to social and economic development in various parts of the world. This is exactly the task Right Reverend Dr. Ikechukwu Ebuonu has set for himself and is already being fulfilled in just about 15 months as Bishop of the Diocese. From the Bishop's Court, Oji River, Law Ibenwa, Signature TV.
A chilling discovery has rocked the quiet community of Unojo Umumba, Ezeagu in Ezeagu local government area for ENUGU State, following the discovery of a soakaway pit with dead bodies. The suspect, identified as Ezeagu, also known as Ide Play Ide Show, was apprehended after a 13-year-old girl who narrowly escaped becoming his latest victim, led security operatives to his home, where the bodies of several victims, including a pregnant woman, were uncovered. The suspect and herbalist, who is believed to be the leader of the syndicate behind the act, is said to be a familiar figure in ENUGU State, known for spraying bundles of naira notes at social events. According to a report, the 13-year-old girl and her father were collecting firewood to process gari when they encountered a group of men, including the suspect. Men tricked her father into handing over his cutlass, claiming they needed it to repair a motorcycle, only to turn the weapon against them. Assailants abducted the girl, tied her up, intending to use her for rituals. The chairman of the local government, Chukwudi Ozebula, led a team of security operatives to the area, where several arrests have been made. That is a story we're tracking today. The ongoing road construction in Abakpa, ENUGU State, has brought to the fore the complex dynamics between infrastructure development and daily lives of residents. While the project aims to improve the state's transportation network and stimulate economic growth, its immediate effects on commuters and local businesses are undeniable. Ugone Owalu has been following the development.
In the heart of Ababanike, a major suburb in the ENUGU Capital Territory, the bulldozers are on duty, so are the tippers. They are there to achieve a common result, to revolutionize the road infrastructure and ultimately boost the economic activities in and around the corridor. This is, however, coming with immense pain and stress. One of the most pressing concerns is the sudden increase in transportation costs, with tricycle operators charging 400 naira as against the usual 250 naira for the same distance. This development has made that mode of transport unaffordable for some commuters.
But for me to look at Ezeagu and follow the lake road we have I have to charge me 500 for it. Then coming back, I will charge you 400 and drop it there. Get to a destination. Sometimes you get issues with your passengers because they will ask you to drop them at the normal bus stop. You drop them there. You start having issues with them. It's very, very difficult. They are really finding it difficult, as you can see.
The keke drivers, however, justify the increase, saying they have to navigate through congested alternative routes, increasing the operational cost and reducing their profit margins. The driver complained of a decline in the number of passengers, translating to reduced income.
You cannot carry 2 passengers there, 600 to all the way to Aba. You talk of the fuel consumption, the bad road from this Tazol or Ubori. You understand? So you must be complete a number before we cannot carry you from that Cascona to Aba. Because the 300 is 1-2. Then that one is not even up to the money we buy fuel. It's just that we don't know what to do again.
Chiomona, a student, recounted the daily struggles she faced since the road construction began. Forced to trek long distance to access transportation, Chioma described the exhausting experience of walking to distant bus stops and how she struggles to compose herself for lectures.
And for me, like as a student, because at first the bus we normally park at its park, but now we have to trek like very far for us to get, to the bus stop for us to get bus. And before we get to school, we have been like exhausted and tired.
Echoing Chioma's sentiment, Chris Anibogu expressed his frustration on how the project impacted his daily life.
It's not been easy for us, those of us living at this axis. You can imagine the distance we now have to walk down, down to where we can now begin to board vehicles to take us to where we need to go to. So it's really not been easy. It's been very tough.
They pleaded with the contractors to finish the job early.
I plead for the government to please hasten up in the road construction, because it has been hard for us students in particular, because honestly, it's so tiring for us.
We will endure for now. But then we appeal to the contractors to hasten up.
Emmanuel Moses, a furniture maker, expressed his distress, revealing that his shop has been marked for demolition by the government even when it was not supposed to be affected. Moses appealed to the government for compensation because of the imminent loss of his means of livelihood.
Actually, I have a showroom here where I drop all my stuff. So yesterday again, we had a complaint that this whole place is still going again, and they're expanding the road, and it's still a challenge for us. I think the government should compensate us.
The Ababa Road construction project, though a welcome development, brings with it pains, discomfort, and agony. But as the saying goes, there is no gain without pain. And need we say that you cannot make an omelette without breaking the egg? From the streets of Ababanike, ENUGU, Gonowa, reporting for Signature TV.
In line with core values of Signature TV to give voice to the voiceless, the station on Tuesday provided a platform to Nigerian children to mark the 2025 Children's Day celebration by shining the spotlight on them. They featured on Signature TV, where they conveyed the feelings and aspirations of a Nigerian child for a better Nigeria. Speaking on the role of children in nation building, a grade 5 pupil, Chinemerem Chime, emphasized the need for education and unity to shape a brighter future for Nigeria.
Another thing our demand from presidents is that we should repair our refinery. That we have, why don't we just take it to the refinery and make it, instead of we sell it to those abroad, we now buy it back from them. Instead of us making it, and since we have it, why don't we just process it into fuel? Instead we sell it off and then buy it back. That's money. Maybe they might sell it to us for more costly than they got it from us to make interest. Because while the fuel price might have increased, was those who were buying it from had increased price too. So in order for us to keep on buying it from them, we have to increase price we pay to get it from the fuel stations.
A grateful people, Chukwemeka Chukwubikem, said that children can contribute through small acts of kindness, discipline, and respect for their culture.
There's causing today, like the amount of things that there's causing today, like some biscuits are more price up, and some things that people need most are price up much. So I'll tell him to demand it like down, like minus 1,000 for meat. I used to go with my mom to the market sometimes, or my dad. Because of last year, something was like, I'm not sure, but this year is a little expensive. They added another price.
The governor of Ebonyi State, Francis Nwifuru, has assured of the resolve of his administration to protect and build a brighter future for every child in Ebonyi State. Governor Nwifuru stated this in a statement by his Chief Press Secretary, Monday Uzo, in Abakaliki on Tuesday, described children as the most precious assets of a nation and the foundation upon which tomorrow's prosperity will be built. A deadly diphtheria outbreak has hit the Mbutu community in Abombise local government area of Imo State, claiming several lives and prompting the immediate closure of schools in the area. Although the exact number of fatalities remain unconfirmed, the outbreak has sent shockwaves through the community. According to Chairman Yokumere Alaribe, the local government has sprung into action to contain the spread of the disease. This is caused by the toxin producing bacterium, Corynebacterium diphtheria, spreads through respiratory droplets, direct contact with infected individuals or contaminated objects. The local government urges parents to vaccinate their children urgently. God's Power DK spokesman for the chairman appealed for calm and cooperation with health authorities. Parents are advised to ensure their children are up to date on their vaccinations. Situation is being closely monitored and updates were provided as more information becomes available. And that's the news for now. When we return, I told you we're tracking that story of allegations of ritual killings. Stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Imagine waking up to a day you thought would be your best day, and you end up being abducted. That is a sad story of a 13-year-old girl whose name has not been revealed because of so many circumstances surrounding the abduction. But the good news is that same 13-year-old girl was the architect of revealing the dastardly act that was taking place in Umunojo, Umumba, Ezeagu, in Ezeagu local government area of Enugu State, with the suspect identified as Ezeani. Ide play, ide show. That sounds like a name many people will want to adopt, but not after the gory incident of the past days, where it was discovered that soakaways were filled with dead bodies. Well, I did say that that's a story we're tracking, and of course we are tracking it. We're not just tracking it. Ugone Owalo is just back from Ezeagu local government area, where she went to find out more about what's happening. So Ugone, you're welcome to Southeast News.
Thank you.
Where is the story at this point?
Thank you once again for having me. I'm just coming back from the local government to actually I met with the local government chairman, Dr. Vitalis Ndu, and we had a conversation about the whole thing that has happened. And right now, the community or the local government has offered a lot of help to the rescued child. First of all, they are working with a psychologist to make sure the girl does not grow up with trauma in her life, and they've given support to the girl. I was there when someone called the local government chairman to tell him that personally he's going to train the child from primary school to university level. The ritualists, the ones they are arrested, they are 3 in number. They are in the local government police station as of the time we were there, and they're actually giving the family all the support, not just the family but the local government as a whole, in terms of security, and urging them to always speak up when they see things that are not supposed to be in the community or around them.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go to. I know that currently in Enugu State, every neighborhood has a vigilante group. Every community has one. So how come they missed such? Because from what was described in the news story we carried earlier, these people were doing this in broad daylight and were getting away with it. So how did all the vigilante group miss this fact that someone in their midst was involved in ritual killings and they didn't know? How come?
You know, I'll just say it is when God wants to bring Ezani out, actually. Because yes, he has been doing it and he's been escaping from it. But at this point, I mean, in Igbo they say ikoye jugo. So I just believe it is time for him, as in God just wants to expose him through this young child that they kidnapped, actually.
Now, there is this story about the 13-year-old girl that where after she has been abducted and taken away from the dad and kept in a place, that where she was kept, it's unbelievable, it was very far away. But so how did people hear her cry for help? That's also a mystery.
You see, like I said, it is only God that knows how him and his angels amplified the voice of that little child for people to hear. And when they heard, they didn't have the fear to come, as in they had the boldness to approach and hear, follow the sound of the voice to actually know what was happening. Actually, I was speaking with the local government chairman, and he said that when people heard the voice of the young child, they were like, what are they hearing? They actually met Ezani on that 26th. Then they asked Ezani, what voice is screaming? What kind of voice is this coming from your company? He said, probably is a goat. That the goat is bleating. He said, goat. Okay, we want to see the goat. They forced themselves in the compound. And when he knew that the community, they are coming in large number, and they will overpower him, and of course, everything will escalate. He had to find a way, and he disappeared.
So the main culprit, Ezan, is currently has not been apprehended, is at large. But the others that were arrested, because I am sure right now you'll be seeing at the background videos of some of those that were arrested from the premises of Ezani. What struck me is the fact that human beings are showing a tendency that shows we've lost our humanity. From the videos you see, you'll notice that in the Sockaway pit, one of those who died was a pregnant woman and several others. How can somebody be that wicked? But it still goes back to the fact that we are no longer our brother's keeper. Because if we are brother's keepers, I wonder if such could be taking place in a community and people in that area are not aware of it. From your conversations with all the people you met today, did they talk about what type of strategies to put in place, how to turn things around, so people will really become their brother's keeper and begin to find out what is happening to Gune, what is happening to Barikumo, how do we open our eyes and take charge of our security? Before you answer that question, you notice that last year, if it was not one young man who raised an alarm about kidnappers in Oji River, close to the School of Health, it would have been such an incident whereby they would have kidnapped a whole lot of people and got away with it. But that lone voice, just like the lone voice of a 13-year-old, attracted people to turn things around. So what are they saying in terms of securing the place and the communities to ensure that such an act doesn't happen again?
Okay, during my meeting with him, the Umumba division, DPO, was actually there, and he also came to have a meeting with the local government chairman on how to strengthen the security using the police and the neighborhood, including the forest guard. If possible, recruiting more people so they can get, because I heard from the conversation we had, I understood that where the house of Ezani is located is inside the bush. So the opinion is to recruit more people so they can reach far in the bushes, and also help do community sensitization on security, and knowing how, reading body language and knowing how you will know that this person is a danger around you, and you don't have to speak, you don't have to You know, it's not when you notice it, you keep it to yourself. When you notice it, speak out. The person might not be dangerous, but for the action the person has exhibited, just speak out. Let the security take the necessary action, investigate and find out if the person is actually safe, if people are safe around the person or not. So just do your part. Let the police do theirs.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll tell you a little bit more about our findings. But the latest findings will actually come during our news at 6.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the move by the board.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
So we're still talking about the chilling discovery that rocked the quiet community of Ononjo Umumba Ezeagu in Ezeagu local government area of ENUGU state, following the discovery of dead bodies in a soakaway in a compound belonging to a suspect identified as Ezeagu. Although Ezeagu is still at large, they've arrested some people who are supposed to be his accomplices. And also, I hear that some women suspected to be his wife have also been arrested, but that number appears not to be exact.
Yes, actually. The wives were arrested. Some said 5 wives, some 3. Then why is he marrying like that? They said, if he looks at you and you are appealing in his eyes, he will pick you, keep you in the house, and you dare not run away. Anything he's doing, you must accept it like that. Now, the question is, you know, people, they're like, does it mean that these people don't know that their husband is evil? Is it that they didn't know that the grounds they walk on in the compound is buried with, or underneath it, they are human beings in there? What did they do to stop him from doing that thing? Did they actually report to the security that their husband is like this and not like that? Some say the fear of the man to them is the beginning of wisdom. So the women dare not say what they saw the husband do.
Now, that's all like a whole big cloud of assumptions, because if they are sure that that's what he does, I think probably the 1 or 2 may have escaped to talk about that, but probably they didn't know, probably they knew. I'm sure as the police continue to investigate, we'll have more information concerning that. More forest guards, more vigilante, more security. Does that really look like the answer? Or the answer should be a close-knit community where everybody's looking after the other, looking out for the other?
Well, getting more security personnel is not totally the problem, the solution to it. One, we have to talk, you know, our parents still have a lot to do in bringing up the young children. You know, you don't have to, because your child is not doing well financially, you don't have to be like, is it not your mates that are riding cars? Is it not your mates that are building houses for their parents? Is it not your mates that are doing this one and doing that one? You have not asked yourself, those people you see as your child's mates, what are they doing? What is their source of income? How did they get that money that they are lavishing like that? And again, the younger ones, you see, most of them, when you tell them to sit, learn a skill, have this innovation, just know something, study your books, know what you are studying or what you have studied, because the one you know, no one will take it away from you. When you tell them to do all these things, they think it's a waste of time, sitting at a place, learning one thing for only God knows how long. They want, you know, when they go to social media, they see people spraying money, doing this, doing that. They think that is how life is. But when you tell them what these people do to get this money, it is this kind of ritual thing. And the Ezeagu of a guy that's hid under, he said he's a native doctor. Okay, now we have seen he's not a native doctor, that he's actually a ritualist. Now we have to sensitize the children to know that this thing is ritual that they are doing. They are not native anything. So we just pray that when we train our children, they will actually understand what we are trying to say and the knowledge we are impacting in them. You know, it takes is a whole different thing to train a child. You can train a child and the child will refuse to accept the training that you are giving to the child. So we just pray to train and let the children or the child accept the training and imbibe the training in their lives.
All right, I just have to let you go. I am sure as the police continue investigating, you'll be on top of it so that we'll keep updating the public as we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ugonia Wadi for coming on to Southeast News.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we would leave you with some of those videos. That's how it's been on Southeast News today. We'll be back tomorrow. Barry Kumado was my name. Thank you for being with us.
Our economy. That's why we are praying that God will help us so that we can be able to touch, God will touch their mind in order to better the civil servants. Because the power of the nation is the civil servant. Because with the civil servants, our economy, see this morning I went to somewhere where I normally pay 600 before, I paid 19 because of the fuel something. Because of that, we don't drive our motor again. If I don't have any serious thing that will make me to drive my motor, I don't go out again. 960, some 1,000, some 1,200. We are pleading that God will touch them. And it's not good for them staying at home. And they cannot afford going to work every day. Okay, see the minimum wage they are talking, they have not paid.
Basically, I feel that if you can work from home, I don't think it's everybody that have that choice. Most especially government workers. I don't think they have the choice of working from house. But if it's possible for you, if it's something that you can accommodate, then it's okay. But then at the end of the day, everybody will still be moving around. So you can't dismiss the fact that people will still take transport.
Most of the works people are doing now is remote job. You can stay at your home and work comfortably. The most important thing is working effectively. Doing what you know how to do best. It doesn't matter where you are to do the job, whether in the office or at home. And since the hike in price, since all these fuel subsidies started, a lot of people can't even make it to their workplaces, and they are expected to be at work every day. So I don't think it's bad for them to work from home. I think it will help, since enough people are not earning enough salary to spend it or waste it on transport. So it's not a bad idea working from home. A lot of people are doing it. Westerners, almost everybody's working from home nowadays.
Actually, the rate of things, the way things are in Nigeria, probably me, I don't know what to tell those workers. Like actually, I want the government actually, even though if they can this minimum wage or any other thing to increase their salary, because they are suffering on it. Each time we carry them, they keep on complaining, government this, government that, and so I feel pity for them actually. I just feel pity for them. So at least the government should do something on it.
It would be good though if they work from their house, like they'll be staying at the home, work, because the government now they are not giving anything to them. I tell you, like the way I'm seeing now, people work with the government and they're even spending their own business money in order to make governments happy. Because I can see some government workers earn 70,000, but transport that the person spends in a month past 70,000. So, and I don't think that is reasonable, something that you can be doing business at your own and working for government. Still, you cannot be able to save anything for the year.
Our mainstay was to export crude oil and east still to export crude oil. But we reserve a certain proportion of those crude oil that we are drilling for local consumption. So we refined, used locally, and we're able to sell to our neighbors. Benin Republic, as far as Togo, Cameroon, and Chad, Niger, and all those places. Now, when the government now failed,
Welcome to another episode of Gender Perspectives on Signature TV, where we unpack the complex ways gender shapes our lives, our relationships, and our systems. Now today we are diving into an often hidden but deeply damaging issue, which is emotional abuse and the gendered realities that surround it. And so we ask, what happens when emotional abuse doesn't follow the script? When men are victims, when women are abusers, and people generally face harm that society doesn't even have words for. My name is Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and we'll continue this conversation after this time out.
We are right now with the wife of the man
in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken
International.
Is ready. Yes. Try.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV news in your pocket.
Welcome back to the program. If you're just joining us, you're watching Gender Perspectives, and we're still on the conversation of confronting gender realities of emotional abuse. Now, emotional abuse involves a consistent pattern of behavior which is aimed at controlling, manipulating, belittling, or isolating another person. And it also includes tactics such as gaslighting, verbal insults, threats, blame shifting, emotional blackmail, and chronic invalidation. And while emotional abuse leaves no physical scars, its impact can be just as, if not more, devastating than physical violence. And yet, because of cultural norms, gender stereotypes, and silence, it often goes unrecognized, especially when it doesn't fit the traditional narrative of male perpetrator or female victim. But our background report will help us understand this a bit better.
Emotional abuse, while often hidden from plain sight, is a pervasive and insidious form of violence that leaves deep psychological scars. Unlike physical abuse, which is more readily recognized and condemned, emotional abuse can be subtle, sustained, and easily dismissed, particularly when viewed through gender lenses. Emotional abuse involves a consistent pattern of behavior aimed at controlling, manipulating, belittling, or isolating another person. It includes tactics such as gaslighting, verbal insults, threats, blame shifting, emotional blackmail, and chronic invalidation. Unlike physical violence, emotional abuse often operates under the radar, leaving no visible marks but eroding the victim's sense of self, autonomy, and worth. While emotional abuse can occur in various relationships, including families, friendships, and workplaces. It is most commonly studied in the context of intimate relationships. In this context, the abuse functions as a tool for exerting dominance and power over a partner. Examples of emotional abuse include things such as humiliation and criticism, like name calling, insults, belittling accomplishments. Control and shame, such as monitoring whereabouts, digital spying, gaslighting, making unilateral decisions, accusing, blaming, and denial, like trivializing feelings, blaming the victim for the abuser's problems. Neglect and isolation, like eliminating contact with friends and family. Research and lived experience show that women are more likely to report emotional abuse, often alongside other forms of intimate partner violence. In many cases, this abuse is rooted in patriarchal ideologies that assign women subordinate roles, promote male entitlement, and normalize male control. Tactics like jealousy framed as protection or isolating a partner from friends and finances are often dismissed as normal relationship behaviors, particularly when men are the perpetrators. Additionally, women face heightened barriers in living emotionally abusive situations, including economic dependence, child custody, custody threats, and societal victim blaming. Men also experience emotional abuse, but social norms that equate masculinity with strength, stoicism, and emotional suppression create significant barriers to acknowledgement and help seeking. Many male survivors fear disbelief, ridicule, or being perceived as weak. As a result, the abuse often goes underreported or unrecognized. Male victims may face unique forms of abuse, such as humiliation, targeting their masculinity, or parental alienation during custody battles. When they do seek support, services are often ill-equipped or biased, reinforcing the invisibility of male victimhood. Cultural norms, religious beliefs, media representations, and legal frameworks all shape societal understandings of emotional abuse. In many communities, women are still expected to be nurturing, submissive, and forgiving, which can pressure them to tolerate abuse. Men, meanwhile, may internalize beliefs that seeking help is unmanly. Even within legal systems, emotional abuse is frequently under-recognized, with many jurisdictions lacking clear legal definitions or adequate protections. When it is acknowledged, responses often fail to reflect the gendered dimensions of power, control, and vulnerability. Emotional abuse is not gender-neutral, even though it affects people of all genders. It is shaped by deeply rooted societal structures that influence how it is experienced, interpreted, and addressed. Confronting its gendered realities means dismantling harmful norms, expanding our definitions of survivorship, and ensuring that no one, regardless of gender identity or expression, is left invisible or unsupported. Only by taking an intersectional and inclusive approach can we truly address the hidden epidemic of emotional abuse. Addressing the gendered realities of emotional abuse requires tailored support and resources. While general services for domestic violence victims are crucial, recognizing the specific needs and experiences of different genders is essential. For women, this includes access to safe shelters, counseling that addresses trauma and the impact of gender inequality, legal aid, and economic empowerment programs. For men who experience emotional abuse, it's vital to have resources that acknowledge their experiences without judgment and provide pathways to support and healing. Breaking down societal stigma around male victimization is also a key aspect of effective intervention.
We're deep in conversation about confronting gendered realities of emotional abuse. And as our background report highlights, emotional abuse isn't always loud or visible, and it certainly doesn't always follow the patterns we expect. Society often frames abuse through a narrow lens, usually a man as the aggressor and the woman as the victim. And while that does not reflect many real experiences, it's far from the whole picture. Emotional abuse can be subtle and gendered in complex ways. It can happen to men who are often silenced by toxic masculinity and shame. It can happen to women, especially in cultures where speaking out is discouraged or where emotional control is normalized as discipline or love. Now, to help us confront these layered truths, we are joined by Ngozi Ebo. She is the Executive Director, Global Initiative for Development, Care of Women and Youth, GID COWE, and she will shed more light on this issue and help us explore how gender influences not just who experiences emotional abuse, but how it's understood, responded to, and prevented. Welcome to the program. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. It's my pleasure. Okay, so let's start with the basics. In your view, what is emotional abuse, and why do you think it's often overlooked or misunderstood?
Yeah, your background has really done a whole lot of justice to the topic. You know, it's emotional, so you can't really hold it in your hands. You know, it's not like it's tangible. And it comes under a whole lot of guise, maybe protection for a woman, you know, being macho for a man. So most times it's swept under the carpet. I was in a meeting and some people were asking the team lead of that group, how do we deal with hurt when someone has hurt us? And he said, when you're hurt, just find a way to forgive and move on. You know, we just have nice ways of just saying, just move on, just move on. No. Are there measures? Can whoever has hurt this person be called? Can there be a dialogue? Can there be some form of pacifying of someone who feels hurt? We usually don't go into all of that. Just go ahead, just forgive, you know, it's normal, you know. So we wave it off because it's not tangible.
Yeah. So what does this emotional abuse, what does it entail? What is it that will be done and it will be termed emotional abuse?
Abuse is already something that contravenes someone's person. When you try to demean a person, it's a form of abuse. Whether it is through the words you've spoken to the person or through your actions, you know, to that person, it's a form of abuse. You are trying to bring the person a little lower than the person is, you know, as a human being. That's already an emotional abuse. How do we deal with it? That's your question?
No, like what are the things people do that will be called emotional abuse?
When you throw tantrums at people, when you demean someone's person, you know, when you tell someone, I know you are so daft, you just can't learn fast. Some people don't learn as fast as others do, and we must have to understand whether it's in a workplace or it's in a school. Okay, no one should receive that kind of blame game from the other party. When all of that is done, you are dealing with someone's emotion. Or when you try to withhold something that ought to be for someone, let's say a husband who feels, okay, my wife didn't serve me dinner, or I didn't quite enjoy the dinner she served, so for that I won't give her money for food the next day. That's emotional abuse. You're dealing with her emotions. You're trying to let her know that you have more authority and you can determine whether she eats or not, that she's dependent on you. So when these things show up, then one form of emotional abuse or the other is already in place. Or when you don't feel someone's pain, someone is saying I'm pain, that you're like, get out. Why should this make you angry? You know, it's so normal. You know, why should you be angry because of is it just this? But we absorb things at different levels. So if I feel that I am not happy with the way you treated me, I do have a right to my feelings, and you shouldn't do anything to demean it or sweep it under the carpet or tell me that I'm immature
or overreacting.
Aha.
Yeah, because
why are you overreacting? I just said this now. Is that not what I told Peter? Then you now told John, and John says, no, I am angry. Why now? John, you're not mature. You ought to be mature. So when that happens, emotional abuse has set in.
Yes, and so that means that emotional abuse is not strictly for couples or married people. It also goes into friendships and relationships generally with other people. So how do you think traditional gender roles and stereotypes, do you think it contributes to this emotional
to a very large
abuse?
extent, it does. The culture of silence.
Okay.
Whatever is happening in your home, keep quiet. In Igbo parlance, they will say "dibundidi," as in when you get married, then you now learn to be patient. So if you maybe are so pressed in your home and you want to talk to your mom, she says, "Please take care of your home. I know what I went through with your father to get to this point." So traditional gender roles has made it normal for a woman to be abused, or a woman decides to go to a police station to report. They say, "Madam, go back home. It's a family matter," and it's dismissed at that point because of gender roles. Because you believe, what's wrong with this woman? I better go and cook for your children. Your own is to cook for your children, whether you're angry, you're sad, whether you feel abused, whether you feel not heard or not listened to. Go and cook for your children and take care of your husband. So traditional gender roles have so heightened it. A woman does not break kola nut. I was an MC at an event. When you got to kola nut time, they said, "MC, please shift. Let a man come and," you know.
That I think that's more of like the traditional part of it.
If I do not have a high self-esteem as a person, you are already demeaning me. You're telling me that no matter where I go in this world, as long as I am female, me and kola nut should not have, we should be parallel lines.
But is it an abuse to your emotions though?
Yes, it is. I am in the room. I am part of the meeting. So, okay, if they were sharing drinks, would they give me? So, why would you get to kola nut and you exclude me from it?
Okay. So, you've spoken about the women, but do you think these stereotypes also, affect men too when it comes to emotional abuse?
Yeah, but not as much as it does for women, because we live in a world where most people will say it's a man's world. So whatever a man does, it's fine. He's the head of the home. He can just do anything. In fact, if you try to abuse him, he will abuse you times 10.
But don't you think that this idea, like you said, it's a man's world? So don't you think they are also boxed in their own way when it comes to expression?
Yes.
And also, how, because they also have emotions, regardless of whatever society, tries to. And because of that idea, don't you think it boxes them?
Yeah, it does.
Because they also...
Yes, it does, but not to a large extent, because they have lots and lots of options in this world to deal with a woman. Whether as a brother, or as a father, or as a husband. They have lots and lots. In fact, there are many things you would want to do now. Let's say you're looking for a house and you are a single parent, you are female. They will ask you to go and bring a man figure before they will give you the house. So the man knows that it is his world. But at times too, there are few men that go through a whole lot of emotional pain, and because of their ego, and they've been told that men don't cry. Why would you cry? Crying is for women. So he bottles up a whole lot. At times suicide. At times I've heard of cases where a man just takes his suitcase and just walks away from the home. Just leave, oh woman, live with your children while I just take my leave. So these things can lead to outcomes like you explained.
So now, seeing how the society is, and the difference with how women are handled differently and men are handled differently, can you just talk about how men and women are socialized differently when it comes to how they express emotions and how they respond to emotional harm or emotional abuse?
Yeah, how we express emotions from from birth, if it's a female child, you're already told, don't you know that you are female? So it keeps ringing a bell, don't you know that you're female? And let's say you go for youth service and you're back, somewhere at the back of your parents' brain is like, what's going on? What's next? Who is going to marry her? But for the guy, they are not thinking of who is he going to bring home. He should go and hustle and get money, okay? But for the lady, we finished training her and she's back to this house. Does she even have a relationship? So they have tried to wire us that way. So if a woman gets to 30 and she's not married, hey, all the alerts in her brain at every second will just be ringing, screaming. And so she can get into any kind of relationship just to answer that name, Mrs. That's, I think, more of the divorce cases we have is that society mounts a whole lot of pressure, especially on the woman to get married. So she just has to get married. The mom has to become mother of. The mom has to go for ENUGU, and if it's possible, outside Nigeria is better than within Nigeria.
Yeah.
So that makes the woman very vulnerable. You know, at the time she is under her parents' roof, she obeys all the instructions from the father. She gets married. She's under the husband. She has to obey all the instructions. At no point is she a human being. And that's why it's difficult when you come to the career world for women to rise. It takes a man to rise. For a woman to rise, times 10. She has to work extra hard. Because society has conditioned her that you're not meant to lead. So when men see a woman rise, she's arrogant, she's too radical, she's assertive. But those same qualities are what the normal man would have, and they'll say, wow, you're doing so great. So how come the woman has it and she talks too much, you know, arrogance and all? So that's how society keeps wiring women.
Okay. So from what you've said now, not just women, but also wires men too.
Yes, wires them to know that they are the ones in charge, no matter what. I've had cases where women work and they have to go and submit their salaries to their husbands. I've had a case where a woman was empowered with as low as 50,000 naira, and she got back home. The man had to use something to break her hand because of 50K. So for the man, I married you, I paid your bride price. So whatever accrues to you, I am the one who should enjoy it. I should be the one to now give you if I feel that you need. It's crazy.
It's really crazy. Okay, so so far, right, our focus has been on the women. And I know I mentioned something about the men, but now I want us to maybe throw a little bit more light on men, because do you think men face unique challenges specific to them, the same way women have their own unique challenges when it comes to their emotions and how they are abused emotionally? Now, do you think men also face unique challenges when it comes to emotional abuse?
So true, they do. Okay. We respond to life differently because we are not the same. Okay, we all wear our gendered lens. The man wears his own and the woman wears hers. So there is no way we would feel our pain the same way. For a man, it's more like a pain of, I haven't arrived and I'm not happy about it. My mates have all arrived and I'm yet to arrive. So it's either he tries to do something to prove to society that he's a man, you know, and when he goes through some form of emotional abuse, he could go into drinking more, or, you know, partying, wildlife, just to see if he can take away the pain, or he could just put it all inside, or maybe look for a side chick so that he will live long.
Wow.
He will look for a side chick, not because but in fairness, there are some men who keep side chicks not because they ever planned to, or some men who have second wives not because they plan to, but they just couldn't contain the attitude or the character of the woman at home. So in order to find peace elsewhere, since society empowers them, you can marry 10, you can marry 15. Not like a woman. You can't marry 2 men. But for a man, he can choose, as long as he has his money, he can choose to marry 10. So he could just say, okay, let me try this side chick first for 3 years. If it works out, then I can bring her home. So he can react in any of those ways.
Okay, so that leads to the question, in what ways do women abuse men emotionally? Because in as much as men abuse women too, women also have, you know, their own ways in which they abuse men. So what are those ways?
For some women, it's in what they say, and it's also in denial. Okay, especially when it comes to the family setting, a woman feels that you have not measured up as a man. Maybe she goes out in her office, she sees men and they drive good cars, and you, keke, you don't have. So when she wants to talk to you, she releases venom on you, and it's like, you know, you are pained. It's not what you expect, and maybe you've been working so hard, but somehow life hasn't just been that fair to you. So she could speak some words to you. She could also deny you a marriage, maybe your sexual rights. She denies you, you know, just because she feels that she made a mistake by even marrying you. And she keeps pushing it to your face that you are a mistake. And when she also does not recognize you as a head, because when we talk about these things, we're not saying that a woman wouldn't recognize who the head is in the family, okay? When she refuses to recognize that you are the head, or, you know, has her own counter instructions, and she just pushes it to your face that you just can't do anything. These are ways that women abuse men.
Let's get a bit personal now. Have you encountered anybody, male or female, you know, who has gone through some form of emotional abuse? And, you know, how, just, did you have any experience as to maybe meeting somebody or having an encounter with somebody who has gone through this kind of thing, you know, and how they were able to
we deal with a whole lot of survivors in the work that we do. And let me talk about one of the survivors. She was a seamstress in ENUGU, and you know, the Christmas period, this guy comes back to the village for Christmas and sees her and likes her, and before Easter or close to Easter, he performed all the marriage rites and took her to Lagos. She said she hadn't been to Lagos before, and she went into that marriage with everything in her. And on getting there, if she needed to step out of the compound, she needed to obtain permission. In fact, she couldn't leave her home when the man wasn't there, except for going to the market or going to pick up her son. But that for her wasn't even the issue. The issue was that each time the man would come back in the evening, I guess it's a public compound, the man would speak to her in ways she wouldn't like, beat her up if he feels there's anything she ought to have done that she hasn't done, to the point where I guess the man was into one form of cultism, to the point where her undies, her panties, she would suddenly start looking for them. Okay, and she would ask the man, and the man would just give her a dirty slap for even asking where her undies were. At some point, no money, no business, nothing. Then she tried to escape. I don't know who told, I don't know, maybe someone in the compound told the man. The man came to the park, picked her back to the house. But eventually, over time, she escaped and came back to her family house in ENUGU. And we met in ENUGU when she told this story. So she said she was done with the marriage. So the first, she got in contact with her husband's people to say, we want to return the bride price. And those ones were like playing her. And so we took her to FIDA. FIDA said, go to the court, to the customary court in your village. since you had traditional marriage, go there and return that bride price if they don't want to accept it from you. So that was what she did, and she had to start life all over again. She went back to her sewing business and began picking the pieces of her life.
Okay, wow, that's quite a story. That's a very sad one. Did it aside from the, because you mentioned I believe he also physically abused her during the course of that, but since we're talking on emotional abuse, were there any side effects or from that encounter, that experience, that because emotional abuse kind of makes someone feel like they are not enough, kind of reduces their self-esteem. So did it affect her in that area in any kind of way, or
okay,
is she struggling with some
maybe
form
I should
of...
give you the other part of the story, because she said that when she came back for 4 to 5 months, her family made her stay indoors, not to come out, because she was looking so emaciated. She needed to get her psyche back, so she stayed indoors for 4 to 5 months before she started coming out to her mom's shop. A whole lot of damage was done to her, the psychological, for typically not for the Gen Zs, but for those who were born in maybe 70s or early 80s, when they go into marriage, they actually go in with all their heart and they're not wishing to come out. So these things, they look like they truncate somebody's life, truncate all your plans. After 10 years, you're back to square zero. You feel inadequate. Your self-esteem is at the lowest ebb that it can ever be. And for her, she believes all men are just the same. These are the side effects, that it had on her.
Do you think physical abuse and emotional abuse go hand in hand?
Once you see one abuse, there are many abuses that are around. They don't exist in isolation. So once you find physical abuse, check well. Psychological, emotional, financial, whatever is there.
It's all okay. So at the end of the day, one abuse takes care of the rest.
Yes, because by the time you hit a woman, you must be saying something. Stupid idiot. You are hitting her. Oh yeah, get out of this house. All manner of things. So they all go hand in hand. In fact, for that, tomorrow I'm going to give you money for food. Let me come back to this house and not eat. So emotional, psychological. So where do you want her to get the funds? Assuming you have stopped her from working. So once you find one, look very well. The other ones are around.
Well, do you also handle cases with men?
Yes, we do.
So have you handled any case?
The issue is that most men wouldn't want to.
Okay.
But I remember visiting at the House Committee Chairman on Education at the ENUGU State House of Assembly. We're actually planning to have, a men's roundtable. He shared some experiences some men had shared with him, and and said those men wouldn't want to come public to share. So if we could maybe organize a men's roundtable and we'll talk about it, because men wouldn't just want to come out and say my wife has been dealing with me. They'll be like, hey, are you a man or you're a woman?
Wow.
So their own form of recuperation is different from that of a woman. A woman can be telling everyone, I'm dying, he has not given me food. But not for a man.
Yes.
He wants to bottle it up and
protect his ego.
Yes. It's an ego thing.
Yes, it is. Now, coming down to our legal systems, you mentioned that the lady, you handled her case, you had to tell her to go to the customary courts.
Yeah.
Now, do you...
FIDA. FIDA is a federation of lawyers. They have branches all over Nigeria, and they do pro bono cases for survivors.
Exactly. So, do you think that our legal system, they adequately recognize and respond to emotional abuse? Because most of the cases are physical. So but when it comes to this aspect of abuse, do you think our legal system actually give it the attention?
Even the physical, let's even begin from the physical. Even the physical, so far, some progress has happened, but we haven't yet reached where we want to get to, even with the physical. You know, at times, the story of Osinachi and the husband, and the fact that he's been sentenced to hanging, like we heard, and I asked myself a question: how come we haven't heard that someone who hit the wife and the wife died, you know, was sentenced to hanging? This is the first time I'm hearing it. So does it mean that all other men, they found them not guilty? I still think that our judiciary, of course, is work in progress, but there is this thing about someone who has influence in society. When someone has that kind of influence, at times it looks like justice is not really meted the way it should be. But for the guy who doesn't have anyone to speak, you are the one who is at fault. All the provisions of the law will come heavy on you. How come we're just hearing of hanging for him? We heard of a case of a commissioner in Anambra State some years back who hit his wife until his wife died. I didn't hear anything again about that case. Nobody sentenced the guy to anything. So we still need our judiciary to, you know,
a lot of work still needs to be done, because it's not enough at this point. No balance. That's a good one. And the media as well. Do you think that the media contributes to the normalization of, you know, emotional abusive behaviors? Especially when the way it portrays gender in relationships and, you know, things like that. Media, social media, you know, all forms of media. Do you think they have...
Media is not out of the society. Media is part of the society. So if a media personnel doesn't understand what gender is about and protection of rights of women, he or she will be the first to even do the abuse. For instance, when someone tells you women dress well so that you're not raped, and I ask, would you go to a stinking gutter and scoop water and drink because you're thirsty? You won't do that. So I am not holding brief for women who don't dress well, in quote, whatever that you're dressing well means. Because dressing for the beach is not the same as dressing for church. So I won't appear all dressed up for the beach, you know. So we all need to be schooled on all of these things. No, there is no reason that is justified for abuse. Not one. Not one. Because if a woman is not properly dressed, what's your problem? Go your way. Did she drag you or something? You can as well ignore. Do you know how many things you ignore when you're driving, for instance? Okay, so you would have, maybe you see where people are fighting, you stop. You now go and join because you saw people fighting. So just ignore and go your way. For that thing that you feel that is indecent is relative. It may just be that the weather for that woman is so hot and she decides to wear something that just have, you know, just one slip and you're like, hi, she's even showing all her hands. Just pass and go. So if the media is not trained to understand all of this, they would keep re-stigmatizing a survivor. You were raped because you were walking on a lonely path. You were raped because your cleavage was showing. You were raped because you know you're beautiful and you now made up. See what So the media needs to be schooled to understand issues around you know, gender and abuse. No one has the right to abuse any person. And when a case of abuse has been established, it's no more between the two persons. It's between the government and the abuser. It's no more Chike raped Mary. It's now, the matter is now between Chike and the government, because it's a criminal offense, as criminal as armed robbery.
Yes, that is true. Now, in our day-to-day encounters and in our relationships with people, both whether in the family or, as married people, there are certain words, there are certain phrases that people use every day. It seems normal to them, but it affects other people. So are there, some of those language people use in everyday life that might unintentionally, be a form of emotional abuse?
There are so many. There are so many. When a man looks at, marrying a career woman or a woman who is not a sit-at-home mom, if a man is not secure and if a man hasn't decided to let that woman fly, he will so hunt her. And he has enough reasons, backed by society to really hunt her. So you hear something like, and you call yourself the mother of this child, and you don't even know that your child does not have this, and you call yourself this, and you're coming back. Or if a woman now decides to join politics, oh my God. So your own is just to be following men about, and you say you're holding meetings at midnight. But if that woman is a nurse, she can go for her night duty. If she were to be in the media industry, she can go for her night shift. But if she goes into politics and goes for night meetings, there are many things. In fact, you could even tell her that from that meeting, just locate your father's house and just be going. So these things, you could say a whole lot. Or like I talked about a woman to a man, when you think he's not measuring up. As in, that story they told of an empowerment for widows. And a woman whose husband is still alive joined the line for widows. Last house. Yeah, I mean, he had given the hondo. When you hear such things, when some women actually say a whole lot to their husbands, because maybe the idea they had when they were getting married is that this man would solve all my problems times 1 million, and now you are in one hundredth of your problems he hasn't solved. So you see him as a failure. So you just treat him like one dog that you just got in the house to protect the house. Well, this is your food. Yeah, we don't have food. No,
yeah.
Such things.
Okay, finally, before we go, what do you have to say to people who are survivors of emotional abuse and also people who emotionally abuse others?
Okay, for survivors, it's not the end of the world. You have gone through a season and determined not to inflict your pain on anyone. Most times what happens is that most people now inflict that same pain that they went through on another person. Or, you just want to make things difficult for others because it was made difficult for you. First, you have to understand that it's not because you are not worthy that all that happened to you happened. It wasn't because you were not a good wife, for instance, if it happened in a marriage relationship. So you need to understand all of that, first of all, so you don't begin to blame yourself for the rest of your life. And so, okay, see now, all these other ones, their marriages are working.
economy. That's why we are praying that God will help us so that we can be able to touch, God will touch their mind in order to better the civil servants. Because the power of the nation is the civil servant. Because with the civil servants, our economy will be. See, this morning I went to somewhere where I normally pay 600 before. I paid 19 because of the fuel something. Because of that, we don't drive our motor again. If I don't have any serious thing that would make.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Enugu State Government launches manhunt for Ezeagu ritualist, demolishes suspect's hideout. Senate passes Rivers 2025 budget for second reading. Germany and Ukraine to jointly produce missiles without range limitation, MEGS announces. And PSG fans hope for historic first Champions League win. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Following the recent abduction of a 13-year-old girl in Umojo Ezeagu Umumba of Ezeagu local government area, the Enugu State Government has launched a manhunt for the ringleader of a ritual syndicate. Suspect, identified as Onyeka Obu, popularly known as Ide Play Ide Show, is at large after a 13-year-old girl who narrowly escaped becoming his latest victim, led security operatives to his home, where the bodies of several victims, including a pregnant woman, were uncovered. Speaking to Signature TV, the chairman of Ezeagu local government area of Enugu State, Vitalis Ndu, condemned the incident, describing it as barbaric.
From the area where the sound or the noise came from, they started searching very well the structure and then try even to open some weak soccerways within that place and discover the child on the ground, already covered, but alive. Partitioned soccerway. In one of the partitions, a decomposing corpse, suspected to be a female. In another partition, a decomposing corpse, suspected to be a male. And the other one is where they kept the child. They brought him out. Out of anger before they left, they tried to pour out water in a GP tank. This is the highest mystery. And discovered a man inside the GP tank who now accepted that he kidnapped the child with the other one they met in the compound.
Including the suspect. The man tricked her father into handing over his cutlass, claiming they needed it to repair a motorcycle, only to turn the weapon against them. Silence abducted the girl, tied her up, intending to use her for rituals. The village head, Chibata Okeke, emphasized the importance of staying focused on productive endeavors, cautioning youth against the dangers of criminal activities.
My advice goes to the parents. Don't leave it for the teacher or for your whoever. Teach your children what they will be in future. what they will do, the road they will follow, how to respect people, how to follow this world. This world is vanity upon vanity. But if you go and get money from him, see your children, see your mates, why are you here disturbing me? The child can go out and do whatever he wants to do and come back, even use his mother or her mother. So on the issue of the children, on the side of the children, I would say give advice. My advice is this: money is good, but money is not everything.
Ugone Wado, our reporter, has been to Ezeagu local government area, and she did look around to find out some of the reasons why we have such insecurity, and for a man to be in a community and be abducting people and killing them. Why was that security breach? Ugone Wado, why did we have such a security breach?
Thank you for having me. Good evening, everyone. You know, the reason why we have security breach that made this to happen in Ezeagu community is, I think, the neighbors, they are not doing enough, actually. When they say be your brother's keeper, you're supposed to see something, then report something to the security, to the authorities. Then you tell them that this is what I'm noticing around me. This is what I'm noticing. But when you see and you just keep quiet, I mean, they actually want to know when to act.
Okay, now, you were there, and from what you heard, is there hope for that community? Because I'm imagining the trauma they will be passing through.
Yes, there is hope. Big hope for the community. Sensitization, actually. Talking to the residents, the indigenes of the community about security issues, and letting them know that you are supposed to say something. When you see something, you say something. Now, this is a rural area. Some of them, majority of them, don't know what to do at what time. So with this thing that came up, definitely they'll be properly sensitized and know what to do and do them properly.
Now, I was just also imagining a situation where the main actor is missing while some other people have been arrested, and now we have a manhunt for him. I'm still imagining how he escaped, because from the reports we got, it showed that when the villagers heard the cry of a 13-year-old that was abducted and traced the person to his premises, he was there. So I'm still imagining how he escaped from them.
It still baffles us, including me, that went to get some of the information, because from the story, the chairman said that when the villagers came to the compound, he noticed that they were about to overpower him, and he left. Does it mean that definitely all of them can identify the owner of the compound? So they would have just held him hostage before trying to look for the goat, in quote, that he said was bleating in his compound. So I think it was negligence on their own part.
Well, we'll keep you updated on this story because it's not over until it's over. We're expecting that the police would also conclude their investigation. But most of all, that a major culprit is apprehended. Signature TV will keep you updated. Thank you very much, Ugoni Awado, for coming on to the Global News at 6.
Thank you for having me.
We'll move to our next story, where the federal government has announced a monthly stipend of 45,000 naira for students who enroll in technical colleges across the country in order to revitalize technical and vocational education and training. Executive Secretary of the National Board for Technical Education, NBTE, Professor Idris Bagaje, will disclose this in Abuja, said the initiative forms part of a broader strategy to reposition the technical and vocational education in the country and make it a more attractive alternative to traditional university education. Bagaje explained that a new policy will fast-track the development of the sector and expand enrollment at the sub-tertiary level. He said that apart from a monthly stipend, the government would also cover teaching fees, pay industrial-based supervisors where students undertake industrial attachments, and finance the cost of skills certification. Bagaje is optimistic that a new initiative will reverse the trend and restore technical and vocational education and training, for which 120 billion naira has been allocated to its former prominence. The Senate Committee on Federal Character and Intergovernmental Affairs has postponed its planned investigative hearing with INEC. The Commission's chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, failed to appear. Committee Chairman Orwell Onyeso announced the postponement in a statement issued by Special Advisor on Publicity, Peter Oriri. INEC was represented by Executive Secretary Rose Oriana Anthony, but the committee deemed her representation insufficient and described Yakubu's absence as a blatant disregard for the authority and an affront. The committee also addressed discrepancies in the records of a Police Service Commission, PSC, led by retired DIG Ashimu Argungu, who requested a 3-week extension to present a comprehensive report. Onyeso granted extension but emphasized the need for full accountability and documentation, including lists of officers still in service, due for retirement, or promoted without due process. The Nigerian Senate Wednesday passed the River State 2025 budget of 1.4 trillion naira for second reading after it was read by the Senate leader Michael Okpeyemi. Okpeyemi said the Senate has since assumed the powers of legislating for River State, having been under the state of emergency. In his contribution, Solomon Olamilekum said there was a need for the budget to be legislated immediately so that the people of Rivers could feel the presence of government. In the absence of any opposition, the bill was passed through a voice vote, referred to the ad hoc committee overseeing River State. The administrator of River State, retired Vice Admiral Ibok Ite Bas, and other key functionaries are to appear before the Joint National Assembly ad hoc committee to oversee emergency rule in River State to defend the state's 1.48 trillion naira 2025 budget. The leader of the Senate and committee of the ad hoc committee overseeing emergency rule in River State, Okpeyemi Bamidele, disclosed this at an inaugural meeting of a committee at the National Assembly Complex, Abuja. Bamidele assured Nigerians that the Red Chamber was determined to ensure that the people of River State are not shortchanged due to the declaration of emergency rule in the state. President Bola Tinubu had last week written the Senate and the House of Representatives seeking the consideration and approval of 1.48 trillion naira appropriation bill for River State, citing the ongoing state of emergency imposed on the oil-rich state since March 2025. Governors elected under the People's Democratic Party (PDP) are vowed to resist any form of intimidation or exclusion by the federal government. Speaking during the 99th National Executive Committee (NEC) meeting of a PDP in Abuja on Tuesday, the governors accused the federal government of employing intimidation and exclusion tactics against the party and its members. Chairman of the PDP Governors Forum and Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed highlighted the challenges the party has faced under President Bola Tinubu's administration, including defections, coalition talks, and shifting political dynamics. Despite these challenges, Mohammed emphasized that the PDP remains united and committed to good governance, contrasting it with what he described as a fragmentation within the ruling party. He praised the resilience of the PDP leaders, describing the NEC meeting as a testament to democratic ideals and good governance amid the nation's challenges. A federal high court in Kaduna has awarded 900 million naira in damages against the immediate past governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, and 5 others over the unlawful detention of some Adara community elders in a Kajuru local government area of the state in 2019. Presiding Judge Justice Awa Buhari delivered a judgment in favor of one of the plaintiffs, Aweni Dio Masamari, and 8 others, Adara elders, who were unlawfully detained over the murder of their traditional ruler, Raphael Maiwada Galadima. El-Rufai, who was sued in his personal capacity, was found guilty of ordering the arrest and detention of the elders. The judge also dismissed preliminary objections raised by the respondents, who argued that the Federal High Court lacked jurisdiction to handle the case, and that the case was based on tort rather than fundamental human rights violations. In her reaction, the lead counsel for the plaintiffs, Gloria Balasin, described the judgment as a landmark victory against abuse of executive power and a watershed and a fight against executive lawlessness and human rights violations. The 8 elders were arrested during a town hall meeting convened by the former governor in 2019 following the abduction and killing of a traditional ruler by his abductors. Elders, including a former commissioner and a retired police officer, were detained for several months before being released on the advice of the Attorney General of Kaduna State, who found no legal justification for their continued detention. A Lagos State Special Offences Court sitting in Ikeja has convicted and sentenced Muhammad Nasir Ali, son of former People's Democratic Party National Chairman Ahmadu Ali, and a Sierra Leonean Christian Taylor to 14 years imprisonment each over a 2.2 billion naira oil subsidy fraud. Presiding Judge Justice Mojisola Dada sentenced them alongside an oil firm, Nasman Oil Services Limited, after the court found them guilty of an Amendment 57-count charge brought against them by the Economic Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. In her judgment, Justice Dada said she found the evidence presented by the prosecution compelling, and that the actions of the convicts not only defrauded the government but also undermined the integrity of Nigeria's oil subsidy program. The court also ordered the forfeiture of identified assets and accounts linked to the fraud, apart from a jail term, for the issued a warrant for the arrest of 2 other suspects, Oluwaseun Ogubambo and Alabisi Abdul Hafiz, were said to be at large. The defendants were first arraigned before the court in 2012 on a 49-count charge of conspiracy to obtain money by false pretenses, obtaining money by false pretenses, forgery, and the use of false documents. Up ahead, Anambra State First Lady sets up powered banks in 300 schools. Schools short as diphtheria outbreak claims lives in Imo community. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Nonye Soludo, wife of the Anambra State Governor, has launched a part bank in 300 schools in the state as part of an identified campaign to support women and girls facing menstrual hygiene challenges. In a statement commemorating the 2025 World Menstrual Hygiene Day, Soludo revealed that our initiative, which began in 2024, has now been fully established in schools to support girls during menstrual cycles and related emergencies. She emphasized that the initiative aims to ensure that menstruation does not disrupt the academic focus and confidence of schoolgirls. The goal, she said, is to ensure that every menstrual emergency in schools is met with immediate, accessible solutions so that no girl has to suffer in silence. Official data estimates that over 37 million women and girls in Nigeria are unable to afford sanitary pads, for too many to rely on unhygienic alternatives. Findings from the World Health Organization, WHO, and UNICEF indicate that inadequate water, sanitation, and hygiene infrastructure remain major barriers to safe and dignified menstrual management. The Anglican Bishop of Oji River Diocese, Right Reverend Ezeagu, has expressed concern over the growing trend of Nigerian youth returning to idol worship. Bishop Egbono expressed displeasure when he granted audience to the management of Signature TV at the Bishop Court, Oji River. Correspondent Law Ibenyama reports.
Right Reverend Ezeagu assumed the mantle as Anglican Bishop of Oji River Diocese in March 2024, following the retirement of the pioneer Bishop of the Diocese, Most Reverend Amos Madu. Bishop Egbono has no doubt set for himself the task of not only administering to the spiritual needs of the people, but their physical well-being by providing them opportunities for education and acquisition of viable skills. He described what he referred to as the dangerous trend of Nigerian youths sliding to idol worship, which, if not checked, could give birth to a worse generation.
This generation is raising another generation that is worse than this one, that will raise another one that is worse, will consume each other. And the gospel of the kingdom is the only solution. Unfortunately, the government says that the church is not useful because this generation of government don't understand the partnership our people like Ezeagu and others had with the church that move Nigeria forward.
Bishop Egbono maintained that Christianity brought light, development, industrialization, and revolution to various parts of the world and warned against the falsification of history, which he said is capable of misleading the youth.
But after that move of God that cut across the whole of America, and the Pentecostal move, the faith movement, the evangelical movement, America became a God nation, a godly nation. They were called God's own nation. And that brought them into the limelight. The light of God opened up. The frequency of heaven opened up for them. They said, picking signals. Because the region of wisdom is in the heavens. There is no wisdom in the lab, in this earth. No science lab has wisdom. If it's not revealed to you, you don't have it. So science is actually a byproduct of theology. Revelation of God brought about philosophy that brought about science, which was a later development of the evolvement.
He also spoke of plans by the diocese to establish a university and a teaching hospital, introduce more medical courses in the existing school of nursing at Oji River, as well as engage youth in modern agriculture to take their minds away from all vices.
We also decided to create a program, we call entrepreneurial program, which whereby young people be trained on business in agriculture. We have enough land here. ENUGU state government has given me a tractor, which they gave us to repair and use and pay them. And we are repairing it now. When we're done with that, I want to make it 2 tractors. So we can till about 600 acres of land here and go to Abuja and take another 600 acres and plant it and harvest it. So that we can show the youths that there is money in agriculture. So they can leave Okite and come back and join us in cooperative societies, whereby we partner with funding banks or funding agencies that will fund this agriculture. And these young people will go to the farm. Our tractor will take the land. They will plant the seeds. When they harvest, the money will be paid into the account, and some percentage will be given to us, the owners of the land and the sponsors, so they can actually have some money and see that There is more money in agriculture than cocaine.
Christianity has indeed played a significant role in development, particularly in areas like education, health care, and social welfare, with missionaries and Christian organizations establishing schools, hospitals, and community programs, and contributing to social and economic development in various parts of the world. This is exactly the task Right Reverend Dr. Ikechukwu has set for himself and is already being fulfilled in just about 15 months as Bishop of the Diocese. From the Bishop's Court of River, Law Ibenwa, Signature TV.
In line with core values of Signature TV to give voice to the voiceless, the station on Tuesday provided a platform to Nigerian children to mark the 2025 Children's Day celebration by shining the spotlight on them. They featured on Signature TV where they conveyed the feelings and aspirations of a Nigerian child for a better Nigerian. Speaking on the role of children in nation building, a grade 5 pupil, Cherem Chime, emphasized the need for education and unity to shape a brighter future for Nigeria.
Another thing I'll demand from President is that we should repair our refinery. That we have, well, why don't we just take it to the refinery and make it? Instead of we sell it to those abroad, then we now buy it back from them. Instead of us making it, and since we have it, why don't we just process it into fuel? Instead we sell it off back. That money, maybe they might sell it to us for more costly than they got it from us to make interest. Because while the fuel price might have increased, it was those who were buying it from had increased price too. So we have, in order for us to keep on buying it from them, we have to increase price we pay to get it from the fuel stations.
A grateful people, Chukwuemeka Chibuikem, said that children can contribute through small acts of kindness, discipline, and respect for their culture.
To reduce the amount of things that is causing today, like some biscuits are more price up, and some things that people need most are price up much. So I'll tell him to demand it like down, like minus 1,000 for meat. I used to go with my mom to the market sometimes, or my dad. Because of last year, something was like, I'm not sure, but this year is a little expensive. They added another price.
The ongoing road construction in Abapa, ENUGU State, has brought to the fore the complex dynamics between infrastructure development and the daily lives of residents. While the project aims to improve the state's transportation network and stimulate economic growth, its immediate effects on commuters and local businesses are undeniable. Ugoni Owalu has been following the development.
In the heart of Abapanike, a major suburb in the ENUGU Capital Territory, the bulldozers are on duty, so are the tippers. They are there to achieve a common result, to revolutionalize the road infrastructure and ultimately boost the economic activities in and around the corridor. This is, however, coming with immense pain and stress. One of the most pressing concerns is the sudden increase in transportation costs, with tricycle operators charging 400 naira as against the usual 250 naira for the same distance. This development has made that mode of transport unaffordable for some commuters.
But for me to load at Ezeagu and follow the lake road we have to do at I have to charge me 500 for it. Then coming back, I will charge you 400 and drop you here. Get to your destination. Sometimes you get issues with your passengers because they will actually drop them at the normal bus stop. You drop them here, you start having issues with them. It's very, very difficult. They are really finding it difficult, as you can see.
The keke drivers, however, justify the increase, saying they have to navigate through congested alternative routes, increasing the operational cost and reducing their profit margins. The driver complained of a decline in the number of passengers, translating to reduced income.
You cannot carry 2 passengers there, 600 all the way to Aba. You talk of the fuel consumption, the bad road from this Tazol or Uboye. Understand? So you must be complete a number before we cannot carry you from that Cascona to Aba. Because the 300 is 1 2. Then that one is not even up to the money we buy fuel. It's just that we don't know what to do again.
Chiomona, a student, recounted the daily struggles she faced since the road construction began. Forced to trek long distance to access transportation, Chioma described the exhausting experience of walking to distant bus stops and how she struggles to compose herself for lectures.
And for me, like as a student, because at first the bus we normally park at its park, but now we have to trek like very far for us to get, to the bus stop for us to get bus. And before we get to school, we have been exhausted and tired.
Echoing Chioma's sentiment, Chris Anibogo expressed his frustration on how the project impacted his daily life.
It's not been easy for us, those of us living at this axis. You can imagine the distance we now have to walk down, down to where we can now begin to board vehicles to take us to where we need to go to. So it's really not been easy. It's been very tough.
They pleaded with the contractors to finish the job early.
I plead for the government to please hasten on the road construction, because it has been hard for us students in particular, because honestly, it's so tiring for us.
We will endure for now. But then we appeal to the contractors to hasten up.
Emmanuel Moses, a furniture maker, expressed his distress, revealing that his shop has been marked for demolition by the government even when it was not supposed to be affected. Moses appealed to the government for compensation because of the imminent loss of his means of livelihood.
Actually, I have a showroom here where I drop all my stuff. So yesterday again, we had a complaint that this whole place is still going again, and they're expanding the road, and it's still a challenge for us. I think the government should compensate us.
The Ababa Road construction project, though a welcome development, brings with it pains, discomfort, and agony. But as the saying goes, there is no gain without pain. And need we say that you cannot make an omelette without breaking the egg? From the streets of Ababanike, ENUGU, reporting for Signature TV.
The chairman of the House of Representatives Committee on Finance, James Faleke, said the amendment of the Ministry of Finance Incorporated Murphy Act has become necessary to reposition the agency and enable it to effectively discharge its responsibilities. Faleke made this known at a public hearing on the bill to repeal and reenact the Murphy Act, held jointly by the House Committees on Finance and Public Assets. Faleke explained that Murphy, established in 1959 to manage federal government investments in properties, has failed to meet its mandate due to structural deficiencies and operational inefficiencies.
This public hearing is therefore to elicit inputs from the Murphy and its entity and other stakeholders, as well as the general public, with a view to enhancing the performance of Murphy and to ensure adequate revenue generation for the government for sustainable national economic development. Consequently, the House Committee of Finance considered this public hearing a veritable legislative platform to galvanize public opinion on the way forward in the discharge of its legislative assignments to ensure effective passage of the bill.
In his submission, Chairman of the Murphy Board and former Minister of Finance, Dr. Samshuddin Usman, raised concerns about the poor performance of government-owned assets, many of which were set up with loans but are now unaccounted for or not generating any returns. The Managing Director of Murphy, Armstrong Takang, said the agency has significantly grown the asset base under its management from trillion naira in early 2023 to over 18 trillion naira through structural reforms, transparency initiatives, and better financial oversight.
The evidence available to us, based on the work we have done so far, is that we have large number of assets that are sprinkled not only within Nigeria, but outside Nigeria. However, it becomes extremely difficult to account for those in a way that is verifiable for accountability and transparency without having a structure and having a legal framework that backs our work. So that's one limitation that we have at the moment. So far, we've been able to do the assets register that stands at over 38 trillion naira from just 20 of our corporate entities, and that work is continuing. Our belief is that we need to also account for the non-corporate assets. What are those non-corporate assets? If we look at a lot of our infrastructure assets, even our ports, are a significant part of the infrastructure of federal government. Those ones are not being accounted for because they are not under a structure that allows us to do the accounting properly and report on that.
President Bola Tinubu has appointed governing councils for the University of Abuja, the University of Nigeria Nsukka, and Ezeagu University, Oka. Special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo ENUGU, announced the new appointments on Tuesday. For the University of Abuja, the new council members include Professor Rosemary Egonwa South-South, Dr. Adedeji Adefuye Southwest, Professor Saki Abdul Kadir Northwest, Professor Aminu Doku Northeast. For UNN, the appointees are Bona Odo Southeast and Mohammed Tahir Northwest. Ezeagu University has Dr. Mokeke Ofoke Ubala, both Southeast, Dame Yakoa Northwest, and Najib Agumbiade Southwest as new council members. A diphtheria outbreak in the Butu community, Abo Mbise local government area of Imo State, has led to the deaths of several children, prompting an immediate closure of schools in the area. Chairman of Abo Mbise local government area, Yeokumere Alaribe, confirmed the development in a statement, said the local government has taken swift action to curb further spread of the disease. Alaribe urged parents to take urgent steps to vaccinate their children in a period of a temporary closure of schools to keep their children indoors. Appeal to the public to remain calm and cooperate with health authorities. Diphtheria is a highly infectious disease caused by the toxin-producing bacterium, primarily affects the nose and throat, but can also impact the skin. It spreads through respiratory droplets from coughing or sneezing or via direct contact with infected individuals or contaminated objects. Nigeria has recorded 25,812 confirmed cases of diphtheria out of 42,642 suspected cases across 36 states, Federal Capital Territory, and 350 local government areas, with confirmed cases spread across 184 council areas in 26 states. The Development Bank of Nigeria celebrates its partner financial institutions for their pivotal role in boosting micro, small, and medium enterprises. Nigeria has commissioned 2 major lithium processing plants this year, signaling a strategic shift from raw minerals exports to local value addition. Details of these and more in our business news.
The Development Bank of Nigeria, DBN, has recognized partner financial institutions, PFIs, for their contribution to the growth of micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, in Nigeria. At the bank's 2025 Service Ambassadors Award held in Lagos, the bank disbursed over 1 trillion naira in total, including 273.4 billion naira within the past year. The Managing Director, Tony Okpanachi, praised PFIs for their support in building MSME capacity, emphasizing that the awards were meant to encourage deeper impact through innovation and awareness efforts. Key achievements in the period for which the awards were presented included a 151.24% increase in disbursement to women-led enterprises and a 181% rise in financing for youth-age individuals. Financial inclusion soared by over 110%. The number of partner institutions grew from 5 to over 79 in 5 years. UBA received the Platinum Service Ambassador Award for the highest impact on MSMEs, while Lapo Microfinance Bank was honored for its contribution to grassroots and women MSMEs. Other accolades included recognition for Providus Bank, FCMB, Infinity Trust Mortgage Bank, Fidelity Bank, Stanbic IBTC, Wema Bank, and Boaba Microfinance Bank for various impactful initiatives. DBN aims to continue promoting expanded advisory services among partners and highlighting the stories of entrepreneurs transforming their communities. Nigeria is set to commission 2 major lithium processing plants this year. The country's mining minister announced on Sunday, marking a shift from raw mineral exports towards adding value domestically. The facilities, largely funded by Chinese investors, could help transform Nigeria's vast mineral wealth into jobs, technology, and manufacturing growth within the country. Mining Minister Dele Alake said a $600 million lithium processing plant near the Kaduna-Niger border is slated for commissioning this quarter, while a $200 million lithium refinery on the outskirts of Abuja is nearing completion. He also said 2 additional processing plants are expected in Nasarawa State, which borders the capital Abuja, before the 3rd quarter of 2025. The federal government is set to generate up to $7 million in daily revenue from fertilizer exports in the next 2 years, according to the president of Dangote Industries Limited, Aliko Dangote. Dangote disclosed this during a courtesy visit to the Nigeria Ports Authority (NPA) headquarters in Marina, Lagos on Monday. He revealed that the company plans to export about 16,000 tons of fertilizers daily, positioning itself as the country's major supplier of foreign exchange earnings. He added that the company would also begin coal exports in the coming weeks as part of its broader export expansion program. Highlighting the importance of port infrastructure to their operations, Dangote stressed the need for continued collaboration with the Nigerian Port Authority to develop Nigeria's marine and blue economy sector. He noted that Dangote Industries Limited, as the NPA's largest customer, depends heavily on the authority's support to sustain its operations. The Nigerian Aviation Handling Company PLC (NACO) aims to achieve a turnover of 300 billion naira within the next 5 years as part of its growth strategy to enhance operations and shareholder value. At the recent annual general meeting, Chairman Sayinde Fadeni emphasized the company's commitment to this strategy, highlighting significant progress in operational improvement, equipment, investment, staff welfare, and technical capacity. For the financial year ending December 31, 2024, NACO reported a profit before tax of 18.70 billion naira, a 115.4% increase from 8.68 billion naira in 2023. Revenue rose by 88.5% to 53.54 billion naira from 28.40 billion naira the previous year. NACO plans to diversify by investing in hospitality, including the construction of a hotel and expanding its commodities export business. The company is also adopting new technologies such as Oracle ERP and HCM systems to enhance efficiency and digital transformation. Additionally, staff welfare initiatives include a recent 50% salary increase, profit sharing, and performance bonuses. Stock market reports. Trading on the Nigerian Stock Exchange closed on Tuesday with Airtel Africa registering the highest gain. At the opening bell on Tuesday, Airtel shares opened at 2,157 naira per share and closed at 2,372 naira 50 kobo per share, gaining a 10% change, putting Airtel Africa at the top of the gainers table. 2 other companies, Omatech Ventures and Connect, followed with gains of 9.23% and 8.63% respectively. Omatech Ventures shares opened at 65 kobo per share and closed at 71 kobo per share, while Connect opened at 3 naira 13 kobo per share and closed at 3 naira 40 kobo per share. The 4th highest gainer at the end of Tuesday's trading was NACO, opening at 4 naira 50 kobo per share and closing at 8 naira 75 kobo per share, gaining an 8.39% increase. On the losers chart on Tuesday's trading, Mark Nichols occupied the top spot, registering a negative 9.80% change, from which he opened with 2 naira 45 kobo per share and closed at 2 naira 21 kobo per share. Mark Nichols was followed on the losers table by CWG PLC, which registered a negative 9.50.
German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said during Zelensky's visit to Berlin on Wednesday that Germany and Ukraine will develop the joint production of long-range missiles without range limitation. Merz said in a joint news conference that this will enable Ukraine to defend itself fully, including against military targets outside its own territory. Asked by a Ukrainian reporter what progress there was on sending German-made terrorist cruise missiles to Ukraine, Merz said Germany wanted to enable far-reaching weapons. We also want to facilitate joint production, and they will not discuss the details publicly. Merz visited Ukraine with other European leaders within days of becoming Chancellor, and on Monday endorsed Ukraine's right to launch long-range missile strikes into Russian territory, in contrast with Scholz's cautious rhetoric on the issue. European Trade Commissioner Maros Sefcovic said the UAE's trade minister said Wednesday, said the UAE was keen to conclude a bilateral deal with the EU in a very short period, 3 to 6 months from now. He was speaking in Dubai besides the EU Trade Commissioner Maros Sefcovic as the EU and UAE officially launched talks.
The official launch of our negotiations for bilateral free trade agreement marks a major milestone elevating our already strong partnership to an even higher level, one focused on delivering on ambitious, commercially meaningful agreement. That is why I'm pleased we have agreed on the clear roadmap, demonstrating our commitment to progress at full speed, with substantive work set to begin as early as next week.
We're not seeing this as a hurdle. We're seeing it's a flow which is going to be starting from here and moving to the GCC. But at the same time, I know that my colleague, His Excellency Maros, is in discussion with the GCC, but usually the blocks are much slower than the bilateral, and that's why we're starting here, so we can move quickly, and this could be feeding into the bigger picture of the GCC. So we start as well discussing and planning for big investments from the UAE side in the EU, and that's going to be part of the negotiation and the discussion.
The UAE, an inflation oil-rich Middle East state, has long advocated deeper EU involvement in the Gulf region, with the GCC the EU's sixth biggest export market. Since 2021, the UAE has initiated a raft of bilateral trade investment and cooperation deals called Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreements to reduce its dependence on fossil fuels and bolster long-term growth prospects. The EU and GCC started trade talks 35 years ago, but talks were formally suspended in 2008. Iran's nuclear chief Mohammad El-Sami said on Wednesday that Iran might allow the UN atomic watchdog to send US inspectors to Iranian sites if Tehran's talks with Washington succeed. Tehran and Washington are expected to hold a sixth round of talks to solve a decades-long dispute over Iran's nuclear program, with US President Donald Trump predicting good news. The two countries have clashed over the issue of uranium enrichment in Iran, which Washington says is a possible pathway to building nuclear weapons and must be brought to zero. Tehran maintains its nuclear program is exclusively for civilian purposes and views its enrichment industry as a red line.
In the current nuclear negotiation conditions, if certain issues are raised, agreements are made, and Iran's demands are considered, we are open to reconsidering allowing American inspectors through the UN Nuclear Agency, IAEA, at that time. The IAEA agency conducts its most rigorous inspections on the Islamic Republic of Iran. In 2024, the number of inspections it carried out set a global record. Our nuclear industry's capacity is less than 3% of the world's nuclear capacity, yet the volume of inspections conducted on us accounts for 25% of all inspections the agency performs. This means we are inspected at a rate more than 12 times higher than our proportional share. I don't think anyone, or any nation like the people of Iran, has endured as much pressure as we have. We have done this for the sake of building trust, and we are also pleased about this matter because they have not been given any excuse to exploit. We are hopeful that the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA,
Pope Leo appealed on Wednesday for a ceasefire in Gaza, called on Israel and Hamas militants to completely respect international humanitarian law. The pontiff said during his weekly general audience in St. Peter's Square that intense cries are reaching heaven more and more from mothers and fathers who hold tightly to the bodies of their dead children in the Gaza Strip. Leo, elected on May 8 to replace the late Pope Francis, also appealed for an end to the war in Ukraine. The head of the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees has said on Wednesday that Israel's model for providing aid to Gaza was wasteful and a distraction from atrocities, criticizing a chaotic distribution by a US-backed foundation this week. On Tuesday, thousands of Palestinians rushed an aid distribution site set up in Israel-held southern Gaza city of Rafah, operated by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation GHF, with desperation for food, overcoming wariness about biometric and other checks Israel said it would employ. Israel says its military operations target only Hamas-led militants and accuses them of using civilians for cover, which they deny. As a trickle of aid has resumed, Israeli forces, now in control of wide areas of Gaza, have kept up the offensive, killing 3,901 Palestinians since a short ceasefire collapsed in mid-March, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. GHF, backed by Israel and its close ally, the United States, has said it has distributed about 8,000 food boxes, equivalent to 462,000 meals, since Israel eased an 11-week-old blockade of the war-shattered Palestinian enclave last week. United Nations and other international aid groups have boycotted the foundation, which they say undermines the principle that humanitarian aid should be distributed independently of the parties to a conflict based on need. And that's the news this hour. Thank you very much for watching. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
that's why we are praying that God will help us so that we can be able to touch, God will touch their mind in order to better the civil servants. Because the power of the nation is the civil servant. Because with the civil servants, our economy will be. See, this morning I went to somewhere where I normally pay 600 before. I paid 19 because of the fuel something. Because of that, we don't drive our motor again. If I don't have any serious thing that will make me to drive my motor, I don't go out again. 960, some 1,000, some 1,200. We are pleading that God will touch them. And it's not good for them staying at home. And they cannot afford going to work every day. Okay, see the minimum wage they are talking, they have not paid.
Basically, I feel that if you can work from home, I don't think it's everybody that have that choice. Most especially government workers. I don't think they have the choice of working from house. But if it's possible for you, if it's something that you can accommodate, then it's okay. But then at the end of the day, everybody will still be moving around. So you can't dismiss the fact that people will still take transport.
Most of the works people are making price since all these fuel subsidies started. A lot of people can't even make it to their workplaces and they are expected to be at work every day. So I don't think it's bad for them to work from home. I think it will help. Since enough people are not earning enough salary to spend it or waste it on transport. So it's not a bad idea working from home. A lot of people are doing it. The Westerners, almost everybody's working from home nowadays.
Actually, the rate of things, the way things are in Nigeria, probably me, I don't know what to tell those workers. Like actually, I want the government actually, even though if they can this minimum wage or any other thing to increase their salary because they are suffering on it. Each time we carry them, they keep on complaining. Government this, government that, and so I feel pity for them actually. I just feel pity for them. So at least the government should do something on it.
It would be good if they work from their house, like they'll be staying at the home, work because the government now they are not giving anything to them. I tell you, like the way I'm seeing now, people work with the government and they're even spending their own business money in order to make governments happy. Because I can see some government workers earn 70,000, but transport that the person spends in a month past 70,000. So, and I don't think that is reasonable something that you can be doing business at your own and working for government. Still, you cannot be able to save anything for the year.
Our mainstay was to export crude oil and east still to export crude oil. But we reserve a certain proportion of those crude oil that we are drilling for local consumption. So we refined, used locally, and we're able to sell to our neighbors. Benin Republic, as far as Togo, Cameroon, and Chad, Nigeria, and all those places. Now, when the government now failed, when our refineries died and government failed to produce, governments now said, okay, we will now go outside the country, produce. That is the most idiotic economics I've ever seen in the entire life. Where you carry crude oil from your land. You have refineries. You have technology have even provided what we call modular refineries. You have not made it conducive for people to bring refinery. You take your crude oil outside for local consumption outside the country. You pay dollars to do that, in dollars. You now refine it paying in dollars. You now bring it back using dollars. And then you are selling in naira. Therefore, the differentials in the financial outlay was too much. So the government asked, okay, we'll subsidize. You know, that is one of the craziest things that happened to us. We subsidize because of their inability. Meanwhile, people every day, we see the Nigerian military, joint task force, going to Niger Delta, saying that burning down illegal refineries. What does that suggest? It suggests to you that the technology of refining crude oil is simple. If people can do it in the creeks in their backyard, if people can do it back of their kitchen, during the Biafra war, people were there were mobile refineries were moving it and producing fuel for their armory, for their vehicles and everything. So it's not rocket science to refine oil. So why is Nigeria not refining oil?
Good evening and welcome to Signature Evening on Signature TV. My name is Queensley Rowland. In the highlights, we are going to talk about challenges with youth and entrepreneurship, where we'll have our guests take us through some of the challenges that youth face when they venture into businesses. And also in politicals, we'll have discussion around the issues with opposition parties in Nigeria. We know that the party at the center, the opposition parties, the Labour Party, the PDP, and so many other parties. We're going to look at some of the internal issues that they have and how prepared are they towards the 2027 elections. Afterwards, we're going to have in the news our evening show retrospect and our regulars, fashionista, and chat box. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles. And just before I call for the break, there has been these developments in Enugu State, Ezeagu, precisely about a ritual case where some man abducted a teenage girl, and somehow she managed to escape this ritual process just before it commenced, and the police has been all over the place. You know, they've been looking for this man, and it keeps me wondering how these things have been going on, and people are yet to discover people that are involved in ritual killing and the likes of it. So let's all be careful out there, and whenever you see something, say something. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll bring you political. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
From the area where the sound or the noise came from, they started searching the structure and then trying to open some weak soccerways within that place and discover the child on the ground, already covered, but alive. Partitioned soccerway. In one of the partitions, a decomposing corpse, suspected to be a female. In another partition, a decomposing corpse, suspected to be a male. And the other one is where they kept the child. They brought him out. Out of anger before they left, they tried to pour out water in the GP tank. This is the highest mystery. And discovered a man inside the GP tank who now accepted that he kidnapped the child with the other one they met in the compound.
My advice goes to the parents. Don't leave it for your teacher or for your whoever. Teach your children what they will be in future, what they will do, the road they will follow, how to respect people, how to follow this world. This world is vanity upon vanity. But if you go and get money from him, see your children, see your mates, why are you here disturbing me? The child can go out and do whatever he wants to do and come back, even use his mother or her mother. So on the issue of the children, on the side of the children, I would say give advice. My advice is this. Money is good, but money is not everything.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Starting a business as a young entrepreneur is exciting, but comes with its fair share of challenges. From limited funding to lack of experience, young business owners often face obstacles that can slow down their growth. However, with the right mindset and strategies, these challenges can be overcome. And now we are going to look at how these challenges can be overcome. Our subject for discussion today is challenges with youth and entrepreneurship. And we have Daniel Strux, who is a business developer expert, to give us insights on some of the challenges faced in this field. Good evening, Daniel. Dennis, and welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. A good, gorgeous evening to you.
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. We're glad to have you.
Name, right?
We're glad to have you, Dennis. Just as the topic says, challenges with youth and entrepreneurship, we realize that in this current time and day, people are looking for various sources of income. Not everybody relies on one particular source of income, and that actually gives us the room to dive into business. You know, entrepreneurship is a very broad market out there, and people are really interested in venturing into it and discovering their path. What would you say are some of the challenges that the youths face when they come face to face with the entrepreneurial world?
Well, thank you very much. Yes, not just only in Nigeria, even all over the world, there's this quest and call for entrepreneurship. People now realize that the ability to go for your dreams, to bring your dream to reality, and then the ability to translate your vision to reality and cost others to pay for it is one key that makes you distinct. Nevertheless, we have some class of young people who are working working the company, working under people, but that does not divorce the fact that entrepreneurship is key for sustainable development. And looking at the Nigerian context and Nigerian society, one will agree that entrepreneurship is the way forward. Becoming the boss of yourself, having something to do, pursuing your dreams, bringing it to reality, and in turn, bringing finance or cash into your pocket. Now, just like your question, what are the challenges faced? The challenges that youth are facing, and challenges with youth and entrepreneurship. One of the things is limited access to funds. You know, without funds, most persons want to have a good idea, but how to translate this idea to reality will require funds. So one of the challenges that is being faced by young entrepreneurs is access to funding. The government has said that there are quite some strategies in place and some loans to be accessed. But the fact is, are those loans accessible? Before you access those loans, the protocol, the connection is not easily accessed. And reaching out to the Bank of Industry and the African Development Bank, most times it goes that the protocols are just too much that most people, especially those in the young people in the rural area, might not be able to get those access to this fund. So access to funding is one of the crucial challenge that young entrepreneurs face. Because for you to start up something, you need funds, you need start up capital. And if there are no capital to start up, it becomes a problem. The idea just remains on the head and cannot materialize. So I will point the fact that limited access to funds, though there are some that can get access to funds, but the funds are limited. Many young entrepreneurs have faced the challenge of accessing funds, which has made their hands tied and made them stuck in achieving or bringing their businesses to life. Another thing is access to network and mentorship, because what you don't know is bigger than you. If you know better, you will do better. If you know more, you will do more. So when there is no the access to network and leadership and mentorship is not open. Most young entrepreneurs face this challenge of trying, starting, failing because there is no one to mentor them. Nevertheless, when you get to most most outstanding entrepreneurs, likes of the Tune Lumelu, the $10, the Adele case and stuff like that. Most of them go Dangotes, and some of them are busy. And there are also some other entrepreneurs doing well in their own affairs. Most of them are busy, really, really busy, and getting access to some of these outstanding persons, not just only the big guys out there, also some of those ones in the state, in local government, but find that the small are busy. If we can have a kind of a class, a mentorship network, just like the Tony Elumelu is doing, the Tony Elumelu Foundation. If we can have more of such that can mentor these young ones that are going into different categories of business, those in the NGO, those in the business world, those that have become doing something for themselves and trying to bring out or flesh out something that they can use to not only make impact in the society and the lives, but also contribute something to their pocket. If you can have those that will mentor them, that will guide them, that will lead them, that they can, when they have questions, they can fall back to, and those questions are answered. People that are willing to encourage them to look at what they do and say, no, this is not right, this is right, and stuff like that. I think it will go a long way. So one of the challenges that young entrepreneurs face is limited access to network and mentorship, because you need a network of great minds, network of those that are going ahead and those that are with you in that in the field of endeavor or in the field of business. You need a network of them to push ahead. So when the storm comes, you're not just only by yourself. You have people that can encourage you, stand by you, and also push you forward. So I could say those are part of the challenges that young entrepreneurs face.
Okay, Dennis, you've highlighted the major challenges faced. But one challenge that I was expecting that you'd mention is the challenge that comes with even starting. There's this fear that just hovers around you about, will I fail? What if I fail if I start? How do I start? The market is saturated. What difference am I making? Don't you see that as a challenge as well?
Oh, yes, beautiful. Like I said, I just need two major points so that we can interact. So it will not be one-sided conversation. Okay. Yes, it is very, very crucial. Yes, the fear of failure, the phobia of failure. Many young people have been held with this chain, held bound by the chain of failure. But the beautiful thing is that it is better, good intentions are worthless until action is taken. No matter how someone has the intention, I want to do this, and he's scared, he or she's just scared instead because I might fail. The market is saturated, there are products everywhere. What make me think that my own will break even? What make others think that my product will become successful? And this fear that has caged a lot of persons. Yes, it's a big challenge. But the fact is that good intentions are worthless until the action is taken. It is better to fail in the venture and then venture again. Because if you fail in the venture, you know that certain things are not right here. There's certain things I need to change. Certain things I need to re-strategize and then shoot the shot again. But when one doesn't launch out, when one doesn't do anything, you won't know if the idea will work. You understand? So what if it works? We need to be optimistic, not pessimistic. What if that idea works? What if that product works? There are products that came in line and they test on it, strategized about some persons who did something, produced it, and it didn't work out at first, but they went back, strategized, and when they brought it again, it became a success. So you just have to do it, test run it. If it works, fine. If it doesn't work, you learn and go back to strategize. So the fear of failure and the fear of saturated market and rejection and a challenge that has held a lot of young entrepreneurs bound. But I believe strongly that anything that is doing, that's what doing is what trying. So if you've done and executed a project, or you've done the product, or you have a given product, a given service, try it, bring out. There was a man I hosted my platform. This man, he went to Lagos, stayed under the bridge, for about 3 years, doing his product, doing his brand, And then he was like, okay, he's going to be training the top bankers, training professionals, customer service, how to dress, and the likes. And he started his company. And then he was going to some companies started from his church members, companies and businesses, medium and small scale businesses. He reached out to them to do a training for the staff free of charge. I think that's the starting point. He just short of what he asked. So he went to the bank and approached them and wrote to them. And the branch manager said, okay, fine, let's just give it a try.
Dennis, hello Dennis, can you hear me? Dennis, can I have your attention? Dennis, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, it was cracky at some point, so I needed to get your attention. You can continue.
Okay. All right. So I was talking about the young man who was actors, professionals service and also customer service and fashion staff in the So he started with some of the people in his church, and so he will give his training to just and some of them were like, wow, this is amazing. And she wrote a proposal to one of the banks in Lagos. And the branch manager invited him to give a talk. So he came with a full kit to train them. The group executive director, the CEO, walked in and he saw the quality of the delivery and asked the manager if it was free. The guy said yes. And then they decided to send him to some of the training. What am I trying to say? The fear of failure will keep one in a cocoon. We keep one and bound and stuck.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Signature Evening. Of course, we're having a conversation around challenges with youth and entrepreneurship, and we have reconnected back with Dennis Chooks, who is a business development expert. Dennis, can you hear me better now? Hello, Dennis.
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay, you made your point concerning. Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. You made your point concerning the fear of starting up in the entrepreneurship world. Now let's look at how much people glorify entrepreneurship on social media. We always hear the phrase "school na scam," something like that. We always hear it, and it seems like it's encouraging people to drop education and venture into business. You hear people say, instead of using that money that you're spending as school fees, why not use it to start up a business that would grow into something bigger in the future? And it's like glorifying entrepreneurship on social media and setting up young people for unrealistic expectations. They always feel it's an easy thing to do. All you have to do is wake up, buy and sell, and it's easy peasy. What do you think about that?
Thank you so much for that question. Important question. Hope you can hear me.
I can hear you, Dennis. Go ahead.
All right. The fact is that a lot of persons balance due to this cliche, this words or this phrase, school na scam, just get to business, do business. But the fact is that most of them that end, it is not as easy as they think. Because for you to be an entrepreneur is just different from a casual businessman. Entrepreneur is a man that thinks, that plans, that's not just having just a business. So entrepreneurship is broader, it's a broader sense of business, of going to business. So it is the ability to think. An entrepreneur knows that he needs education.
Dennis, can you adjust to where you have the best
part of the education system?
Dennis, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, the network is really crappy. It's you keep breaking at every point you say a word. Can you adjust a bit to where you have the best network access in your house or wherever you are? Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I said that talking about the thing that school now scam, no need for education, just go into business and off you go. Most times, what the media iceberg, because entrepreneurship is hard work. It's taking risk. At times the risk might not be to your favor. At times the risk might be to your favor, at times not to your favor. Although life is a risk in itself. But it's what the media brings to us as entrepreneurship. As if you just create and once it goes and off you become so wealthy and you have to strategize. Can you hear me?
Okay, Dennis, I can hear you. But it just gets bad as time goes on. I think we'll go on a short break and we'll reconnect with you again. Just stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos? People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
locally or international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
In the heart of Ababanike, a major suburb in the ENUGU Capital Territory, the bulldozers are on duty, so are the tippers. They are there to achieve a common result, to revolutionize the road infrastructure and ultimately boost the economic activities in and around the corridor. This is, however, coming with immense pain and stress. One of the most pressing concerns is the sudden increase in transportation costs with tricycle operators charging 400 naira as against the usual 250 naira for the same distance. This development has made that mode of transport unaffordable for some commuters.
But for me to load at Ezeagu and follow the lake road we have to Master, I have to charge you 500 for it. Then coming back, I will charge you 400 and drop you there. Get to your destination. Sometimes you get issues with your passengers because they will actually drop them at the normal bus stop. You drop them there, you start having issues with them. It's very, very difficult. They are really finding it difficult, as you can see.
The keke drivers, however, justify the increase, saying they have to navigate through congested alternative routes, increasing the operational cost and reducing their profit margins. The driver complained of a decline in the number of passengers, translating to reduced income.
You cannot carry 2 passengers there, 600 all the way to Aba. You talk of the fuel consumption, the bad road from this Tazol or Uboye. Understand? So you must be complete a number before we cannot carry you from that Cascona to Aba. Because the 300 is 1-2. Then that one is not even up to the money we buy fuel. It's just that we don't know what to do again.
Chomona, a student, recounted the daily struggles she faced since the road construction began. Forced to trek long distance to access transportation, Chioma described the exhausting experience of walking to distant bus stops and how she struggles to compose herself for lectures.
And for me, like as a student, because at first the bus we normally park at its park, but now we have to trek like very far for us to get, to the bus stop for us to get bus. And before we get to school, we have been exhausted and tired.
Echoing Chioma's sentiment, Chris Anibogo expressed his frustration on how the project impacted his daily life.
It's not been easy for us, those of us living at this axis. You can imagine the distance we now have to walk down, down to where we can now begin to board vehicles to take us to where we need to go to. So it's really not been easy. It's been very tough.
They pleaded with the contractors to finish the job early.
I plead for the government to please hasten up in the road construction, because it has been hard for us students in particular, because honestly, it's so tiring for us.
We will endure for now. But then we appeal to the contractors to hasten up.
Emmanuel Moses, a furniture maker, expressed his distress, revealing that his shop has been marked for demolition by the government even when it was not supposed to be affected. Moses appealed to the government for compensation because of the imminent loss of his means of livelihood.
Actually, I have a showroom here where I drop all my stuff. So yesterday again, we had a complaint that this whole place is still going again, and they're expanding the road, and it's still a challenge for us. I think the government should compensate us.
The Ababa Road construction project, though a welcome development, brings with it pains, discomfort, and agony. But as the saying goes, there is no gain without pain. And need we say that you cannot make an omelette without breaking the egg?
From the streets of Ababanike, ENUGU, Gonowa, reporting for Signature TV.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. It was so sad to announced that our network has been so bad and it's going to really affect the future interviews that we are supposed to have. But not to worry at all. We are going to have some of our interesting interviews that are mostly in high demand too. We'll have to replay it and, you know, catch up on certain things that we talked about before in case you missed out the previous week and the week before and every other week. So stay glued to your screen and enjoy the exclusive interviews that we had before now on Signature Evening. And don't forget to always give us your comments on what you think about every single thing that we've talked about here and how best you want to express yourself. Stay with us.
The Enugu State Government has signed a landmark Memorandum of Understanding (MOU) with Lion Business Park Limited to establish a world-class industrial and commercial hub within the Enugu Industrial Park Free Trade Zone, a strategic step aimed at boosting the state's GDP from $4.4 billion to $30 billion. Governor Peter Mbah, speaking at a brief event on Tuesday at the Government House in Enugu, announced that the project would leverage the incentives of operating within a free trade zone to attract foreign direct investments. He added that the initiative would promote human capital development, stimulate innovation and technological advancement, and create employment opportunities, contributing to shared economic prosperity for Enugu State, the Southeast region, and Nigeria as a whole. And standing by right here in the studio to have a conversation on the subject matter, highlighting the benefits of Enugu State Industrial Park, is Enugu State's Honorable Commissioner for Lands and Urban Development, Barrister Chimobi Patrick Okori. Legal, nice to have you.
Thank you very much, Ngozi.
Good evening, sir.
Hi,
and I don't know if congratulations is in order that Enugu State has signed a deal to make happen Enugu State Industrial Park. And if that be the case, what is it all about? We know about amusement parks and the lots. Why industrial? What's that about to start with?
Thank you so much, Ngozi, and good evening, viewers. The concept of the industrial park, is the icing on the cake, if you like, in the journey set forth by His Excellency, Dr. Peter Mbah, the Governor of Enugu State, to move the economy of Enugu State from the baseline of $4.4 billion US, which he met it, to a $30 billion economy. Of course, the twin to that is to make Enugu the destination of choice for investments and for living. So that will then explain why the industrial park. The industrial park is an all-in-one shop that is designed with the world-class benefits of a free trade zone, of an international customs area. And of course, it would interest you to know that it also has provision for residences. What it means is that as a free trade zone, like we know it globally, it means that businesses there are immune from taxes and other duties. They are duty free. So that already gives investors the advantage. Typically, like when you are at international airports and you say you're shopping at duty-free areas, it means you're not going to pay duty on those goods. Then again, when we talk of the fact that it's an international custom area, it means that it is actually a destination for shipment. So for our investors, for potential investors within the Southeast and beyond, it means that you can actually ship your container, for instance, from Asia, from Europe, from America, from wherever, and your destination would be Lion Business Park. And nobody's going to open it until it lands there. It's going to be opened there. So technically, it's like a dry port. What it means is that that is a custom area. So you're not going to have to open your container, for instance, at any other distant place and then begin to ship your goods. It means that's where you ship your goods. And then the other advantage, of course, is what His Excellency Dr. Peter Ndwisimba already, I don't know, I'm sure you followed his conversation at the Commonwealth Summit in the UK, 2-3 weeks ago, where he adumbrated the need to actualize the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. So that again tells you that we are keen into this as an invitation to the world to behold Enugu. And Enugu is set for investment. This park sits on 2,000 hectares of tableland.
And I'm going to utilize this opportunity to ask you, where would it be located in Enugu?
It is located. It is not would be located.
Okay.
It's in existence already, as a matter of fact. It is at a location that is just about 15, 20, 30 minutes drive from the international airport.
Okay.
Yes.
So I have to believe that it is within the metropolis.
Yes.
Okay, because I was going to wonder how the hectares of land you just mentioned, where we can have that without displacing people.
Like I said, it's already in existence. It's a built up. It's already, the infrastructure is already there. Even though His Excellency, the governor, has already committed to even more robust infrastructure build out within the area. I have visited that personally, and I invite interested investors to visit. Some of the infrastructure is already ongoing. Some investors are already building out. There's already subscription going on there.
That's interesting.
Absolutely. So it is just after 9 Mile, which is in itself a business hub. So it is strategically located at a place that His Excellency, the governor, has already declared as the industrial hub of the state. So it's an industrial corridor that we have that is also probably about 30 minutes to Onitsha.
Okay.
That way, it's probably about, like I said, 20 minutes to the international airport. And it's probably about, 3 hours to the Onitsha seaport. So it's a vantage location that we believe also enhances, its attractiveness to investors. In addition to all these other issues I've mentioned about the free trade, about the international customs destination, and of course, our commitment to ease of doing business in Enugu State.
Okay, you had mentioned that there's a space for living, if I'm correct, where people could actually stay. What other infrastructural development has been put in place to support these particular operations concerning the park?
In addition to the ones mentioned already, His Excellency has directed that we immediately begin to scope roads,
leading to the
roads,
place.
Yes, and the internal roads as well. He has also instructed that we begin to enhance the power supply in the location so that it can be optimized. There is power there are infrastructure, but we need to do more. You know that His Excellency is committed to excellence. So when he says all roads should be paved, he means all roads.
Should be paved.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm wondering why the partnership with Lion Business Park? Why the choice of that particular enterprise to organization with Enugu State? Is there a particular reason the Enugu State is partnering with them?
Yes, because it keys into the agenda of the state government. It keys into the vision of His Excellency, the governor. So when he's already talking of making Enugu the destination of choice, and he identifies potentials in this kind of park, business park. It's actually 1 in 1,000, if I may say. I think for now it is about the only free trade zone in the southeastern Nigeria. So it is something that a responsible government like we have currently in Enugu would easily be happy to partner with and enhance for the benefit of the Enugu and beyond.
All right, let's look at the scale gap. Right now, we are looking into the the benefits of this park, and we're taking them one after the other. I know that you mentioned some, but we'll also look at some that you did not mention. Will this in some way address the skill gap? I mean, if some things require special skills and they are to, to be here in the industrial park, which is located in Enugu State, will that address the skill gap among the workforce, Nigerian workforce?
Precisely, yeah, because if you look at the way it is structured, it's an international destination. So what it means is that it's nothing less than best practice. Now, recall that once you declare an area of a free trade area, free of duties, what it means is that naturally you are attracting the best. And a typical investor would rather not pay more. Yes. So it already tells him that you can come here and you're free of duties. It also means that for the buyers, for the customers, they are also sure that they may just get it, a naira or two less than the typical market price. But when you knock off duty, the ultimate benefit is to the consumers. Now, that also goes into the skill area that you mentioned. Because what it means is that they are better able to actually engage the best hands. Because it is recognized as an international location, it means that you are able to easily work out issues of expatriate quotas and, international staff. It means that your best hands are able to be there. It means that these international brands and international organizations are able to come in there and build offices, build factories, build malls, and operate there. So it also means that the typical brands, in the various areas, be it brands in terms of fabrics, be it designers, be it brands in terms of technology, ICT tools and equipment, are able to come in there and set up businesses.
Now, with what you're saying is going to address local employment, it's going to facilitate economic growth. I think that's the intention. But are there specific sectors that this will address? For instance, we understand the textile stuff going on in Abia State, and even the shoemaking. This particular hub, is it going to be jack of all trades?
Like I said, it is really a one-stop shop. So
for virtually everything.
Absolutely. When you want to visualize 2,000 hectares of land, it's really like
that was why I screamed and was wondering where it would have been located.
Okay, we have that amount of that kind of space for the Enugu State Industrial Park. The economic impact of it, not economic, but environmental impact, where you have so many processes going on there, productions and the rest of it. And how do you now control the environmental impact it has to the people living around there, basically?
Thank you. Yeah, so firstly, I'm happy to report that we're working in close synergy with our Ministry of Environment. As a matter of fact, we have both visited the location for unannounced visits and assessment of the location. And this is what we intend to continue, because those are the clear directions and the instructions of His Excellency, the Governor. We are not compromising on environmental standards. We make sure that for every activity, the EIA, the impact assessment, is conducted from start to finish, be it a production process, be it your waste management, be it the gas flaring, be it effluent. We make sure that all of that happens. Thankfully, the way His Excellency has also instructed that the relationship be structured, the host communities have been carried along, even from the point of acquisition of this land. That is probably why you see that everybody was there at the signing of the MOU. The three critical host communities that support this park were there. I saw the...
Okay, probably whose property cut across...
that expanse of land. So they are involved. And of course, part of the assurance they have is that there will be no adverse environmental impact to the land or to the environment over there. It's a process that we intend to continue monitoring. So it's not that we have done it and then we leave it. No, there is still going to be continued collaboration with the state's Ministry of the Environment, the lands, of course, and trade and investments. So we are committed to the instructions and directives of His Excellency in this regard.
Okay. Honorable Commissioner, I know you are answering for everyone who is involved, all the ministries who is involved, but for clarity, I know you also mentioned the Ministry of Environment. In fact, you were extensive with much the ministry is going to do. And you also did not tell us anything about the commissioner, that's the ministry rather, of commerce, who I would want to, which ministry I would believe is handling the economic part of it, the trade. And apart from those two, and you who will have to make sure that there is a location, okay, I think that's where you come in. I don't know if there are other ministries involved in the business park, in the industrial park.
You know, the structure and the organization of governance by His Excellency is actually interwoven. Nobody operates in silos. So I mentioned trade and investment because they are definitely involved. Nobody can actually start and finish any process in silo. So you find out that, for instance, in doing the infrastructure, it's going to probably involve the Ministry of Works. Yeah. In doing the environmental impact, it's going to involve the Ministry of Environment, and then trade and investment. And then, who knows? By the time we get to a point and we think that there should be probably a school there, then of course education will come.
There's going to be a residential area.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
All right. Quincy.
This is a very big park. How is it going to impact the development of small business scales?
Okay, thanks, Quincy. The structure makes room for big, medium, and small. So you find out that there will also be malls, there will also be shop outlets. Yes, so everybody plays at his level.
And the big fish won't get to swallow the
absolutely not.
fish.
Absolutely not. So everybody, if an investor thinks all he wants is a shop to sell finished products, well and good, he takes in a shop. The other beauty of it is that the business plan is structured to make sure that a potential investor just makes an initial deposit and is at liberty to now build and start business, while the rest of the payment is structured over years. So you find out that capital is not tied up. Whether a shop, whether a mall, whether a hotel, whether a warehouse, whatever approach to business an investor has, there is soft landing, there is support, there is state support, of course. And we're happy to partner with the Lion Business Park because we have also seen serious commitment by the private partner. So we are very sure that it's going to be a win-win for everybody.
Okay. The governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Mba, is always thinking smart. We know about the smart schools, the smart type 2 healthcare centers, and at some point, smart city was mentioned. So is this going to also leverage on technology? Are we expecting a smart industrial park as well?
Definitely.
Definitely. How smart?
It can't be world class today if it's not smart. The world is already gone far in technology that you can't have your typical trade, in the local version we had it. In fact, I would have added to the basket, smart farming, which we're also doing. even in the lands administration, we have introduced a lot of technology in the GIS technology and all of that. So that is definitely coming into the business park. So you're going to find out that in terms of security, for instance, what His Excellency has done is going to also reflect in what happens at the business park. Recall that we have the Command and Control Center, which is able to view ENUGU real time. So it means investors are safe. It means you can drop, your pin in front of your shop and you're sure to be there. Because I could in this context say that Dr. Peter Mba is watching, because if you have looked at the Command and Control Center, you find out that it's really possible to see every square meter in ENUGU right in there. So there will be definitely the benefits of smart technology in these shops. We're going to also go green in terms of power supply, which also impacts on the environmental question. So by the time we go green, find out that things like solar are going to be more attractive for power generation and power supply there.
We know that this is about building the economy of Enugu State from 4.4 to about 30 billion. And now, we have an exportation problem in Nigeria now, with the tariffs and the rest of it. How is this industrial park going to benefit, export-oriented manufacturing?
Yeah, it's an ongoing conversation, which was what I referenced when I mentioned His Excellency's remarks about the AFTA, like we call it, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Recall that this was an agreement signed by essentially all the African states, declaring the biggest free trade area in the world as at today. And His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba called on the world to support the actualization of the terms and the spirit and the letters of that agreement. What it means, in essence, therefore, is that the market is there. By the time you are able to collapse customs issues, immigration issues, just within Africa, you will find out that we can trade here. The market is in Africa. So yes, we can still even take it beyond Africa, but there is a huge, huge market in Africa that if we're able to trade within ourselves, if we're able to, take our goods to the rest of the Western Africa, to Central, to North Africa, South Africa, you find out that you may not even be able to meet the demands of your customers.
So what's the expected timeline for the completion and full operation of the industrial park?
The industrial park is, I would say, ready for business. So what we're doing now is calling on investors to take advantage, because we expect that in the next 12 months, you might be a secondary buyer.
Oh.
Yes. In the next 12 months, you might be looking at buying from, an existing buyer. So it is something that we are saying, hurry up. Or you might end up just being a tenant, on a spot that you would have probably been the owner. So we are happy and proud to tell the ENUGU that, and even the entire world, that the Lion Business Park is ready for business. I'm happy to take, investors and potential investors on a guided tour of the facilities at any time.
Now, still on that, I would like to find out what the criteria will be. What are the requirements? Who should go for it? Who should actually think in that direction? And how can they go about it?
The operations of the park are, of course, driven by the Lion Business Park, which is already an incorporated entity. The state is a partner who, of course, is there to provide the support, the assurance, and of course the infrastructure for the business to run. So in that context, everybody can be seen as an investor. So for whatever business, be it service, be it production, be it manufacturing, and like I just added, be it residentials, we encourage such operators, such investors to come in. Recall that means even as a developer, you can take up the residential area and decide to build based on the plan. It of course means you could build to sell or build to lease or build to rent. So there is really room for every player.
In terms of security, what are the laid out plans for it? People are going to be living in this park, and you know how rough, in quotes, areas like this can get. What are the laid down plans for security?
I think the days of rough areas are gone as far as ENUGU is concerned today. Recall that on assumption of office, one of the first actions His Excellency the Governor Dr. Mba took was declaring an end to the so-called Monday sit at home at the time. And today is Monday. We hardly remember. Flashback 2 years before now, we wouldn't have been here today. So that has also reflected in our security architecture generally. So what it means today is that there's 100% assurance that the state is safe. We have, like I said, we have also deployed technology to ensure that there is 24-hour monitoring of the facility. The ground troops are there, the DRS team are there to monitor what happens there. And that tells you that, I'm sure you know that even the DRS team are working with vehicles and equipment that are AI enabled, that are able to actually, mirror what is happening at the command and control center. So security is guaranteed in this location.
Okay.
You're the commissioner for land, and land is one important piece of this whole issue. You think there will be further need for expansion of the park? I know you have mind-blowing hectares of land there, but do you foresee expansion?
The drive, the instruction and the mandate of His Excellency are clear that we anticipate expansion or spill, soon. And what His Excellency has done is to also create an industrial corridor, a 20,000 hectares industrial corridor that runs on the highway all the way through Ezeagu, Udi into Oji River. So for any spill in the future, there is already an industrial corridor, which is of course the highway taking you to Onitsha, to Asaba, to the mid. So that also creates those arteries, those linkages that would enhance the business of investors. So there is the expectation of a spill, expansion. And there is of course already preparation for that.
All right, before we let you go, Honorable Commissioner, can you let us in on some of the latest development in urban development in ENUGU State? That is also part of your assignment.
Thank you very much, Ngozi. I guess that's actually the primary assignment. And of course, I'm happy to report that today in ENUGU, His Excellency, the Governor, has declared about 9 of the 17 local governments as urban areas.
You mind naming them?
Wow. Okay. So I will take it from even the capital territory like we know it. Of course, that's ENUGU South, ENUGU North, and ENUGU East local governments. Then His Excellency has declared Udi, Nkano West, Nkano East, Nsukka as full urban areas, as well as Oji River local government.
And you see that as achievable? Turning these other areas other than the metropolis, yes. East, ENUGU South, East, and North.
Yes.
Turning the rest to look like ENUGU metropolis.
Absolutely, it's not just achievable. We're already pushing with the basics, the infrastructure build out is already going on in these locations. I mean, like today, I have had to visit some locations, you know, at Udi, at Nkano East, and then last week I was at Oji River at the Economic Summit, and you find out that there is so much excitement at this declaration, and you find out that both the ENUGU and investors coming out from outside ENUGU are excited at the implications. Because what we see now is that His Excellency is better able to drive development in these locations. What he doesn't want is where parts of ENUGU are springing up as slums, because that's the danger when you allow a place to develop without plan. But having declared them urban, it gives us the responsibility to plan these locations and to guide their development. If we anticipate that there should be a dual carriage, for instance, cutting from one end of that, let's say Oji River through Udi, through Nkano West, we plan it. We don't wait for that time when you have to now go and start maybe taking out houses already built up and all that. If there are locations that are going to be designated for industrial purposes, like what we have just done at Ezeagu with the industrial park, we'll do it. We'll plan it. If we need to do acquisitions, you know, do compensations to those that their lands are affected, we take care of all that. We don't wait until it looks almost like a tall order. When you see a built-up area, that could be quite difficult. So in his typical visionary approach to leadership, His Excellency has taken this bold step, which, as a matter of fact, is consistent with the Land Use Act, because the law gives him that responsibility to periodically assess the entire state and determine and designate areas as urban. That is just one. And I'm also excited to speak about our approach to the geographic information systems, which again tries to put our entire lands ecosystem in a digital and digitalized form. It means we are gradually downgrading the paperworks and taking our processes to the digital platform. It gives more assurance to your investors. It also makes it easier in terms of the mapping and the planning of these locations.
Certainly there are challenges. There's no noble act that does not face hiccups.
Yes, there are challenges, but I would say that the chunk, maybe 99% of these challenges were also identified at planning. If you also look at the statement of purpose, which His Excellency presented to the ENUGU as his manifesto, it identified potential challenges. So His Excellency took time to actually plan. This is where we're heading. These are potential challenges, and these are our most likely, initiatives to also avert these challenges. So sometimes it may require having backups for your plans. Sometimes it may require having buffers. Sometimes it may require having strategic engagement with stakeholders. Of course, we know how land, for instance, can be quite topical and contentious. So His Excellency would always instruct us, engage. It's not enough to have the best of plans or ideas. If it is not sold and bought, the people may not even be excited. Like with the Lion Business Park, you find out that because under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba, we were able to engage sufficiently. The communities were excited. And
there are no litigations?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Everybody is happy to key into the process. All interests are protected, and the business park is running.
All right. I think on that note, we conclude this conversation. We appreciate your very resourceful contribution to the discourse this evening. Thank you very much, Barrister Chima Okori.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Queensley.
Highlighting the benefits of ENUGU State Industrial Park was the subject matter, where we looked at the many benefits of having an industrial park, a free trade zone, with all of the other benefits mentioned. We'll be going on a break. When we return, we'll be having a second discussion segment on the signature evening. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day in your pocket. Every second, every minute.
Welcome off East's worst economic crisis in probably a generation. And full diversification is especially notable for exports. The international demand for Nigeria's main export, crude oil, has historically been sufficient to drive growth in Nigeria. The other side of the coin is, of course, that a very large dependence on crude oil exports makes Nigeria extremely vulnerable to downward changes in international prices, which is beyond control. It's no longer news that we are faced with what are worst, probably, economic dwindling downturn in decades.
Yeah. Father of the home or hold the father responsible. So basically, Nigeria is where it is today because we have irresponsible politicians who are often incompetent and again have no clues as to how to move the economy forward, right? I have said it a million times that running a nation is not rocket science. It's really not that difficult to get the economy moving. And so if they're not really able to move the economy, it tells me that there is a high level incompetence going on, really, because like I said, it doesn't take so much. It doesn't take rocket science to get this economy moving. There are a few things that you have to tweak, and then you'll see, you place the economy on, how do you call it, autopilot. It begins to fly on its own. For example, every state in Nigeria receives, their FAC allocations on a monthly basis, right? And these run in the billions of naira. So are you trying to tell me that on a state-to-state basis that you're not able to use your FAC, activate it in such a way that you begin to generate income for the state and create employment for the people? If you're telling me that you're struggling and you don't know how to do that, it speaks to the incompetence that I'm talking about. I'm not told to open up these sectors and actually create economic growth for the economy, where we're able to create employment and actually grow our GDP, you know. But our politicians are not able to do that, and so that's why I keep saying they're just incompetent. Well, it's either they're incompetent or they're just too wicked to care about the citizens of the country, really. Because trust me, what you simply need to do is open up some of these sectors, especially in the mining sector, right? A place like Abakaliki has all sorts of solid minerals, you know. Abakaliki has, for example, iron, lead ore. That a container, a truckload of lead ore could be selling in the international market for $45,000 or more, right? And so why should a state like that be poor? The same thing goes to Enugu. Enugu has a lot of natural resources that you can activate, bring in people, open up beads, you know, for export,
Now, it is basically the leaders and nothing else. So
not just that it's the leaders. I said primarily I would like to dwell on the leaders because they are the ones that are not getting it right. They are the policymakers, right? And so there's nobody else to blame but the leaders, because they are the ones making the policies that actually govern the economy, right? There are a lot of other problems that we have that you can actually bring down to to the private sector. We in the private sector, there are certain things that we're not getting right as well. People believe in somebody opens a restaurant and is doing very well, then everybody wants to start a restaurant business. Okay, Mr. A owns a boutique and he's doing very well. He has a Jeep sitting in front of the boutique that everybody wants it. We have to be more creative, you know, in the way we do our business. And there are a lot of things that we can do. Now, about 12 months ago or more, a couple of companies, more than 12 months actually, a couple of international companies, you know, stood up and left Nigeria. What the media would tell you is that, oh, this company's left. And they would paint the picture like these companies failed or they went out of business. It's not really the case. What it is that Nigeria became very difficult, you know, to do business in. And so what did they do? They decided to close their operations here and export it to national income, to judge how well an economy is doing, and their citizens as well, right? So you find out that Nigeria's gross national income is somewhere down there at the bottom of the totem pole. So that means that income has become very stagnant for so many years. So the Nigerian worker isn't earning enough. Inflation is off the roof. Food inflation is almost at 40%, right? So working families, practically, the middle class has been eradicated in Nigeria. And so the middle class, what we used to call the middle class families, and the middle class families anymore, they are poor. A lot of them can't buy a loaf of bread. So there's something I call the luxury list. A lot of items that we used to purchase in the Nigerian market have gone into the luxury list. Gas is one of them. Many Nigerian families can't afford to buy a 12.5 cylinder of cooking gas. Many Nigerian families can't afford to, you know, pay 1,500 naira for a loaf of bread, right? Even charcoal. When gas got so expensive, people moved to charcoal. Many Nigerian families that you used to call middle class can't afford to sustain charcoal for a month, right? So many of them are looking for alternatives, and it's become totally difficult, right? So what I'm trying to say in essence is that the politician has killed this economy, but you in the private sector can do what some of these international companies did: export your business. Because the gross national income in Nigeria is very bad, the Nigerian customer is the most unfortunate customer to have for any business right now. So you can't depend on them to spend, because if they're not spending, businesses are not growing. If businesses are not growing, they're not paying taxes. If they're not paying taxes, government is not generating IGR, right? So what you can do in the private sector is to take your business in this dying economy, relocate it to a booming economy somewhere, and generate forex.
And that's for Nigerians, right?
For Nigerians in general.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of what you just said. That's in no way going to help the economy, generally speaking.
How is it not going to help? Let me tell you how.
If you move out,
save the business.
Are you talking about export?
No, save the business and then you save the country. Save the businessman, then you save the country. You're Nigerian to begin with. You can't mortgage your country with any other country. You will always be Nigerian. So that means you will always remit money. Okay, remittances from overseas is at 24.4 billion or thereabout. That means money being sent by Nigerians that live overseas. It's a major contributor to the Nigerian economy.
Oh, really?
It's not a joke. So we can do the Chinese model, which means the Chinese are supporting their businessmen to go overseas and set up businesses and repatriate their profits to their country.
So there's actually a solution.
It's a model that works. It's a very feasible model. Yes.
We'll get on to that at the point where we'll be looking at the way forward. But for now, let's look at some of the indices. Now, each government that comes on board, each administration comes up with one policy, economic policy or the other. We have seen SAP, the likes in the past, up until the Hope Agenda and all of those.
We had Vision 2020.
We had Vision 2020. I didn't know I was going to be here by 2020.
Food for all in the year 2020, you know.
What actually went wrong? We had policies and the intent was to make the economy work. And I'm not sure there was a success.
You know how it is with me. Irresponsible leadership. That is what it is. Now, these leaders were forecasting the future, but we're not actually implementing practical steps to achieve that great future, right? Leaders like the general, the former leader, military leader of Gowon, right, said in 1977 during the Festac celebrations that Nigeria's problem is not a lack of money, but how to spend the money.
Was he still there as the head of state?
Yes, he was the one that organized Festac 77. I think it was him. I think he was the one. So he said at that time that Nigeria's problem is not money, but how to spend it. So you see that kind of mindset, a mindset of spendamania. Right, you remember the early 80s of we talked about. You use the term spendamania a lot, right? Which refers to politicians spending and spending and spending, right? So the idea was, okay, we're making a lot of income, just spend it. You forget that you're supposed to actually save money for the future. Many serious-minded countries actually save their excesses. When they make excess profit, they put them in how do you call this account? In the foreign reserves, right, for future generations to come. Some of these serious-minded countries actually take their foreign reserves or their excesses and put it in an account where they're able to lend it to countries that are actually looking to borrow these monies and pay a high interest on these loans. So that means that even though that money is an excess that you don't need right now, but you can put it to work and ensure that it continues to generate income for generations to come. But no, that's not the thing for the Nigerian politician. They want to spend it. Once there's free money somewhere, whether it's made from Nigerian resources or borrowed, they want to buy cars. They want to buy a 162 million naira car. What do you need that for? Right? You want to buy a yacht. You want to buy things that are not needful. And you're not thinking about generations to come. It's sad that what my generation is suffering today is the bad decisions of the generations of my father and the generation before theirs, right? And so if we do not say today, the buck stops right here, my children are going to suffer what I'm suffering today because of the irresponsibility of the generation before me and my generation. So it is time that my generation says it has to stop here. If we want to build a great future for our children, this rascality and irresponsibility of politicians has to stop right now and right here, because there are things that we can do with all the money. How can Nigeria have the second best crude oil in the world, and then you have Nigerians living at less than $2 a day? That is immoral. That is criminal. That is wrong. Bonny Light is the second best crude oil in the world, in high demand. We've had a lot of high seasons. During the first Gulf War, we had our high season. During the second Gulf War, we had another high season. In recent years, we've had a number of high seasons where crude oil was sold for over $100 a barrel. What happened to those excesses? What happened to those excesses? It's simply the irresponsibility and rascality of our politicians.
So how would you say the dependence of Nigerian oil be a huge contributor to the economic challenges we're facing now?
It is. You have to diversify your economy, right? Nigeria has the privilege, or Nigeria should have the ability to diversify, because we have things to diversify to, right? We're not your regular Malawi or some of these small nations that have nothing. Nigeria has a lot. I can give you over 115 natural resources that we can diversify to right now. I talked about tin ore, we have iron ore, we have cobalt, we have titanium, we have, just name it. We have some of the most volatile, financially volatile financially powerful raw materials, right? Every phone you use today requires an earth mineral, to produce, to power it, right? There are a few countries that have those. Nigeria is one of them. Congo DRC is another one, right? And you ask yourself, why is Congo DRC fighting a war the last 30 years? I know why. A lot of people don't know why. And you ask yourself, okay, why is Boko Haram existent in Nigeria? Why all the killings? You don't know why. Nigerians are not even asking the right questions, right? And I'm going to tell you simply that the reason this is happening is because the West is not looking forward to an Africa that is independent, an Africa that is successful, an Africa that is industrialized. It is not in the best interest of the UK, America, and a lot of France and a lot of these Western countries to have a Nigeria that is actually fully industrialized, that is able to provide jobs for its people, provide income for its people, and actually rank as one of the most successful economies in the world. The reason is the day Nigeria gets it right, Africa gets it right. When Africa gets it right, what you're going to have is an Africa that does not depend on foreign aid, but an Africa that decides to take its raw materials and turn them into finished products and determine what prices this product will sell in the international market. And when that happens, the West will be in trouble.
So what role exactly can diversification play in stabilizing the economy now?
A lot. When you diversify, you move away from just oil. Let's say we move into agriculture. What happened during Goodluck Jonathan's regime, I think around 2012? Nigeria had a negative growth in a particular year because between 2007 and 2012, there was a shaking in the crude oil market, right? There was a credit crunch in 2007 that we didn't really get over until about 2012. So many economies globally were suffering. Nigeria happened to suffer as well. But by 2012, we had started to recover, but not fully. Around 2012, Nigeria was one of the fastest growing economies in the world. But we had a negative growth, I believe it was in 2012. But because Goodluck Jonathan's regime decided to diversify into agriculture, we had great productivity in 2012. So the losses we had in crude oil sales, we made up for in agriculture. And so it was a profitable year for us as well because we were able to diversify into agriculture. Food, you can't go wrong with food. Everybody has to eat. So if you want to become a millionaire in Nigeria today, farm yam. It's that simple. You can become a multi-millionaire in 1 year just farming yam. So yam is a global multi-billion-dollar industry. We can, not just yam, I mean a whole lot of other products we have. So you can diversify into agriculture and make, trillions of dollars just farming. But you can do one that is even better. Don't just farm it, process it as well. So that means you take from the farmer, because there are three sectors of agriculture. You have production, which has to do with livestock and crop production and all of that. Then you have a middle ground, which is the processing. We've had the discussion a number of times in the past. You have the processing, and then you have the business, side of agriculture, right? So you can create trillions of dollars and create a lot of jobs between this value chain, this value chain. You take from the farmers, bring it to the middle sector, which is processing. They process it into beverages, all kinds of products, finished products, right? Now, determine at what rate it's going to sell locally and in the international market, and then move it to export. So when we move it to export, that is when we generate forex. A country that does this model can never go wrong. But our politicians don't care about agriculture. They don't care about this model that is functional because they want something that gives them quick money that they can steal, really fast. So implement this model. Any day, anytime, you'll create millions of jobs.
That's for sustainable economic growth.
Yes, one of the ways. So I'm just telling you one of the ways you can diversify the economy. Do an agricultural, this value chain of agriculture, activate it. And you'll make millions of money, and create jobs for your people. The other thing is open up all of these natural resources we have. Call for an international bid, right? Remember, when Obasanjo came in, we didn't have GSM. We didn't have GSM technology.
When he came in as
president, the second time he became a democratically elected president, right? We didn't have GSM. So he took the bull by the horn and did something that no other leader had done prior to him, right? So he called for a bid. And so a number of companies came and, threw in their bid for the GSM license. Some European countries thought, oh, Nigeria, oh, no, we don't need it. We don't need the license from Nigeria. It's never going to work. And then MTN came in. Right? MTN paid heavily for that GSM license, but they made so much money from that. But then it had a multiplier effect on the Nigerian economy, right? It created a lot of jobs directly and indirectly. People were selling recharge cards by the street and feeding their families. People were selling phones. People were importing phones and feeding their families. MTN was making a lot of money. MTN made so much money that in a particular year, they were able to move out $5 million or $5 trillion from the Nigerian economy in a particular year, right? And that was because a leader decided to diversify, from the regular systems of telecommunications that we had to a new technology that had great potential. So do the same with, with our natural resources. Call for bids from all around the world. The Japanese can come and bid, Americans can come and bid, to come and explore the different resources that we have, natural resources, earth minerals that we have, right? When they come in, they pay you heavily for the licenses. But what happens is that whatever it is that they mine, they're able to sell, and they're still able to pay taxes. So for you, it's a win-win, right? So diversifying the economy is not rocket science. It's not difficult. It is doable, and it's something that we must do as a matter of urgency if we must save this economy.
Now, when you were saying, letting us in on some of the reasons why we're still struggling economically, and you said it's basically the kind of leadership we have.
Yeah.
I want to believe that corruption is one. It's not just about their ineptitude, but that we had corrupt persons in the leadership position. But I am thinking again that there is an external front to all of this.
Beautiful.
So can we go that?
Beautiful. I'm glad you brought. I was going to talk about that and I forgot, but it's good that you brought it up. Now, I was saying that. It's not in the interest of the West to have an Africa that works, right? The reason is this. The West does not have as much natural resources as we do in Africa. Africa is the last frontier. Africa has, just name it, all the right natural resources that any region needs to prosper, right? Look at, for example, Burkina Faso. 4 years ago, Burkina Faso had a stooge of the West as a leader, right? And this leader had been in power for almost 30 years or more. Burkina Faso had a very incorruptible military president many years ago, more than 30 years ago, Thomas Sankara, right? Thomas Sankara was a young military soldier that came in and took over power and kicked out, the leaders of Burkina Faso at the time. The name was Upper Volta. The name of this country was Upper Volta. Follow my lead. I'm trying to tell you a story here. Okay. So Upper Volta was the name, and he didn't like it, so he came in and changed the name from Upper Volta, I believe it was Upper Volta, to Burkina Faso, or people that cannot be corrupted, right? So this young man started doing great things in Burkina Faso, investing in agriculture, cut down on government spending, decided to drive just one little car. Right. At first, he said that all ministries, 2 ministries to 1 car, but eventually found out it wasn't feasible. So he decided to give every minister a car, right? But not a very flamboyant car. So he started doing great things in Burkina Faso. He kicked out the imperialist France from Burkina Faso. And then France decided to get at him, just like they're trying to do to Traoré right now. Traoré in 2 years has had 20 attempts on his life, because he's doing all the right things, and France doesn't want him there. So the West is colluding to eliminate him, just like they did Thomas Sankara. So who did they use to kill Thomas Sankara? His best friend. The same person he went into the army with at the same time. The same person he ate on his mother's table with every day was the one that France used to kill him. And this man became the leader of Burkina Faso for almost 35 years until they kicked him out recently. I believe I'm not wrong. Right? So what happened? Ibrahim Traoré took over. Now I'll give you one example of the things that he's doing right. Before he became the leader, Burkina Faso is blessed with some of the best quality uranium. France was buying Burkina Faso's uranium at 80 cents a kilo. But the international going rate is 200 euros a kilo. So imagine how France is able to power its country at almost no cost, exploiting a little African country that is actually struggling. And so they were buying a kilo of uranium for 80 cents when international going rate is 200 euros. So what did Thomas Sankara Traoré do? He kicked him out and decided to start selling at the going rate of 200 euros. And so in 1 year, Burkina Faso became one of the fastest growing economies in the world. And today he's able to build industries for his people. Today he's, breaking records, becoming the biggest producer of onions and a whole lot of other stuff he's doing with all that money generated from these natural resources. So if Nigeria were serious, we can bank on our natural resources without corruption, with fair play, with equity, with sincerity. If our leaders truly wanted to make Nigeria one of the greatest countries in the world, what Ibrahim Traore is doing today is what our leaders need to be doing. Invest in our natural resources, bank on our natural resources, bring in people who can, explore them. Like Dangote is doing. Dangote has set up a model that is functional, and he has proven that this is doable. But what are they doing? They're trying to stifle him to make sure that he doesn't succeed. So we need to encourage more Dangotes, whether they're locals or they're foreigners, to come into Nigeria, invest, in industries, invest in agriculture, invest in mineral exploration, so that we can generate a lot of income that actually grows the Nigerian economy. I don't know if that answered your question.
You did, yes. Okay, let's look at the Naira itself, the value of the Naira now. And how can Nigeria tackle inflation and as well stabilize the Naira?
It's quite simple. It's really quite simple. That's why I said it's either these politicians are illiterate, or they're just too wicked to actually want to do the right things. It's really simple. To stabilize the economy, you need to export. Why is the economy in shambles? Let me tell you the simple reason our economy is in a bad place. We're a consumerist nation. We're consuming more than we're exporting. And so because we're consuming a lot, and there's this craze of, I make this analogy all the time, and I'm going to do it in this studio as well. Look at everybody in this studio right now. All of you are contributing to the problems of Nigeria's economy because you want to wear Western.
Yes.
You want to wear Western.
Absolutely.
So you see that if you look at yourself, I'm not trying to be mean, but trying to make a very solid point here. If you look at yourself from head to toe, you find out that there's a white man living in Asia or in Europe who will make money from you till the day he dies without necessarily coming to Africa. But as long as your taste is Western, as long as your fashion taste, your food choices are Western, there's a white man somewhere sitting down who will continue to make money from Africa until the day he dies, and his generation after him. So our taste for fashion is feeding a lot of white economies, right? All we simply need to do is change our taste. Decide that instead of mayonnaise, that I'm going to use something local, to eat my food. Decide that instead of wearing a suit, I'm going to wear a made in Nigerian, jumper, whatever you call it. Decide that instead of wearing a Gucci from France or from the West, and I'm going to wear made in Aba. If we do that, if we consume local, if we consume made in Nigeria, what it does for us is that it keeps our money within the economy, circulating within the economy, making more people rich, right? If we can simply do that, the death of the Naira will go away and the Naira will begin to grow, right? There is a high demand for the US dollar. There is a high demand for the euro. Why is there that high demand? Because we all want to eat foreign, we want to wear foreign. And so as long as we continue to want to consume foreign goods, we will go to our the main market. We will take our monies made in Nigeria and we will give these monies to traders who I call agents of the West, indirect agents of the West. They themselves don't even know that they are agents of destruction. Because what they do is that they're collation centers for China, Cambodia, France, UK. They're collation centers. They just collect your Naira and give you foreign-made goods. They take that Naira to the black market, to their bookie on the street, and give him that Naira, and he collects thousands of dollars in exchange. And he takes all that money and he ships it overseas to go acquire those commodities that you're asking him to sell you. And so that is how we drain our economy, and the Naira will never recover. But if we decide that enough is enough from today, all of us collectively as Nigerians, that we will prefer made in Nigerian commodities, made in Nigerian food, made in Nigerian fashion, if we will do that single act, trust me, in 1 year, the Naira will grow so much that it becomes one of the best currencies in the world. How do I know that? Russia. A couple of years, 2 years ago, the West colluded against Russia. And they said, okay, don't buy crude oil from Russia. Don't buy gas from Russia. What did Russia do? Russia said, oh, you guys want to play games with me. And Russia said, okay, for those of you who cannot do without Russian gas, no more dollars. We don't collect dollars no more. We don't collect euros no more. If you want to deal with, and that is almost all of Europe, they couldn't do without Russia's gas. So they still had to go and buy from Russia. So Russia says, we're not collecting euros, we're not collecting dollars anymore. Buy in Russian ruble. Before this, Russian ruble was one of the worst performing currencies in the world. But when Russia decided that one single policy made that all the trade that we're going to do between Russia and every other country in the world has to be done with the local Russian currency, the ruble. So what that did was all of these countries started scrambling for the ruble. Where can we get ruble to go buy gas from Russia? So that currency came into demand. And that demand alone gave it its value. And it became one of the best performing currencies in the world. So Nigeria can simply do the same. That every country that wants to do business with Nigeria from now going forward, bring us Naira. We don't need euros, we don't need dollars, we don't need your yuan, bring us Naira. What it will simply do is that these businesses in these other countries that want to buy our Bonny Light or a different crude oil will have to approach our central bank. The banks in their countries will have to approach our central bank to sell them the Naira in large quantities, right? So Naira will all of a sudden get into demand. That demand on its own gives it its first line of protection and value. And so they will buy the Naira in their countries and bring it here to come deal with us. Just that demand alone will make the value of the Naira go up. And of course, when we industrialize, when every governor decides that I'm going to take my FAC and every month I'm going to open two major industries from my FAC, it's a simple model that works. I'm going to open up, for example, in Enugu State, we all eat beverages, we all take beverages, all the chocolate beverages, all the butter, all the mayonnaise, just name it. All of the breakfast things that we know that people consume this. That's why some of these distributors are wealthy. These Igbo distributors, they are wealthy because people are consuming. So, but the problem is, on a national scale, we are taking our money and shipping it overseas. But on a local scale, we are shipping the income of Enugu State citizens to Lagos. Because you have a conglomeration of industries in Lagos, right? All of the best industries are in Lagos. All of the biggest industries are in Lagos. So they're manufacturing heavy. But they're using the Igbo trader as a distribution chain to distribute this all over Nigeria. And that is why Lagos will continue to be the greatest state, the most successful in Nigeria. Because every other state ships their money to Lagos. So the governor Peter Mbeki can decide that we won't do that anymore. Now, Enugu people, you people like tea where I'm going to give you a tea factory. I'm going to use the FAC money to give you 1 or 2 tea factories in Enugu, top-notch tea factories, right? Okay, you guys like to eat cornflakes, right? I'm going to give you an industry that manufactures cornflakes in Enugu. Every month, do at least 2 major industries that manufacture the things that Enugu people love to consume. What that will do for us is that we will stop shipping our money to Lagos. We'll start buying from manufacturers in Enugu. So the money stays in Enugu and develops Enugu. You're going to say, what are they going to do with the excesses? Now, there is a 350 million market between West Africa and Central Africa that you can serve from Enugu. Pay attention. There is Malabo. The plastics that are used in Malabo the last 40, 50 years comes from Aba. Malabo, Equatorial Guinea. All the buckets, the basins, the dustpans, the sweepers that they use in Malabo come from Aba. The last 50 years, I'm telling you. Go to Cameroon. All the major distributors of the FMCGs, fast consumable moving goods, however you call that, are Nigerians, Igbos. So those markets are an extension of the Nigerian economy if we play our cards right. So what you're going to do is set up these industries. In 1 to 2 years, you will have enough industries manufacturing these goods that Enugu people consume. But other people from the southeast and south are going to discover, it becomes more economically feasible for us to go to Enugu and buy than to go all the way to Lagos. They'll start coming to Enugu to go and buy top-notch products. And so Enugu will become a hub, a trade hub, right? So what are we going to do? Citizens of Enugu will cash right into that by exporting to Malabo, exporting to Cameroon, exporting to all of these markets around us right here. So these are simple models that we can actually implement, and you'll see the national and local economies actually boom.
Okay, I was going to ask you if there's a correlation between economic situation and security situation. But in the light of this whole situation, do you think that sorting out our security issues, because we're also experiencing security crisis in Nigeria. Do you think that sorting it out will also help kick the economic situation of Nigeria?
Absolutely. You need foreign direct investment, what we call in economics FDI. If I was a foreign investor, I wouldn't go to a place where I know that my life will be at jeopardy.
And that your investment may sink.
That's right. So if I wanted to go to a place to go and invest, the number of indices that I have to look at, I have to look at this gross national income that I talked about. I have to look at the GDP. I have to look at the HDI, Human Development Index. I have to look at security. I have to look at ease of doing business. So there are a number of indices foreign investors look at, right? If you're ranking low on any of these indices, you become less attractive for foreign investors. But security is absolutely very important. Some investors will look away from the HDI and a whole lot of other stuff like power, you know, and come anyways, because of course they know that some of these, the absence of some of these indices will actually give them more profit and less competition. So they may come anyway. But when they know that if they come and invest here, that there's a high chance they're going to be kidnapped and killed, they wouldn't come at all, right? So it's absolutely important for FDA that you're safe, your country is safe, your region is safe, that you have good police network, and that you're actually doing proper policing. It's absolutely very important. It's also very important for local citizens to know that I can travel from here to, in the last 2, 3, 4 years, I haven't gone anywhere. I haven't gone anywhere by road. If I can't afford to fly, forget about that trip. I have a very important meeting in Abuja. I haven't gone yet because the cost of flights are so expensive. But that important meeting is not as important as my life. And so I'm not going anywhere. And so the business that I could have done in Abuja, that would have given me some money that I would need to spend in ENUGU to help grow the ENUGU economy, is sitting still in Abuja because I can't get there, right? So security is totally very important to economic growth. It is tantamount, it is paramount. You can't play with it, right? But then the other thing is, well, I'm going to tell you something that's controversial, and I'm going to say it anyways.
Go ahead.
Bill Gates is not far-fetched from the insecurity that you find around the world. Bill Gates is not far-fetched from the headsmen and Boko Haram. France is not removed from the insecurity that you see. Now
are you saying that he's benefiting directly?
Yes. Bill Gates is decimating the agricultural sector all over the world, not just in Africa. In India, in Europe, you know, they are paying farmers in Europe to take their harvest and let it sit in the field and rot. And then they will pay them the full value. But they don't want them to take those goods to the market or plug them into the normal supply chain and actually distribute them all over Europe. They want your tomatoes to rot. They want your potatoes to rot because they have vested interest. They're looking to control the world, and whoever feeds you controls you. Now, the other thing is that he's also looking to destroy the livestock industry, because Bill Gates has invested in a technology where they actually produce meat in a lab. Lab-produced meat. Bill Gates is one of the major investors in that technology. So it's not in his best interest for you to continue to farm cattle. If you continue to farm cattle, he won't be able to recoup his investment, right? And so he's telling you that the cattle around the world are contributing to the depletion of the ozone layer. That's dumb. You can't tell us that. You can't tell us that cow poop is producing methane, and methane is the methane produced by these animals are destroying the ozone layer and causing global warming. That's crazy. And some people at WHO are colluding with him to do this. Ask yourself, why has Trump pulled away from WHO? Why has Kenya decided they're pulling away from WHO? Right? So it is by design that Boko Haram is in the north destroying lives. And yet there are Westerners living in the north making a lot of money mining our natural resources. In Zamfara, mining is going on, and yet Boko Haram, they say it's not safe. In Borno, mining is going on, and yet it's not safe. Behind the enemy lines, there are people constantly mining our solid minerals. And so somebody is sponsoring these terrorists to make sure that there is insecurity in these areas where they have solid minerals that are very financially, viable. Now, why are they destroying farms as well? It's the same thing. They want to make sure that world food production is decimated so that they can achieve their purpose. I know what I'm saying. It's controversial.
It's quite
a lot
controversial.
of people don't know what I'm saying.
And I hope you own up to.
But of course,
large accusation.
Of course, it's what's happening. We know it's what's happening.
Okay.
You know, so basically that is what's going on. But we need leaders who can stand up to this, Western imperialists. You know, leaders like Thomas Sankara is what we're looking forward to, who can stand up to these imperialists. Somebody like Magufuli of Tanzania was one of those people, and he was eliminated, right? And so they don't want leaders who stand up for their people. They'll find ways to actually eliminate them. But these are some of the problems that we're facing locally. So finally, I want to say this before I finish on this subject. Ask yourself why Congo DRC has been in a war the last 40 years. Ask yourself why. Ask yourself why Congo DRC, the war in Congo DRC will never end. Ask yourself why Ebola, that has a patent that is registered under the US government, has ravaged Congo DRC the last 15 to 20 years. And nobody wants to help them. Ask yourself why. Because as long as Congo DRC is unstable, flights will continue to leave every night, shipping out natural resources, mining Congo DRC. That is the problem of Africa. Indirect rule. Africa is not free. Nigeria is not free. Not a single country in Africa today is free from the colonizers' wicked paws.
All right, Tony, back to foreign direct investment. Apart from what you just mentioned, the security issue, which is driving them out in droves.
Yes.
Are there other things that are making it impossible or difficult for investors to think Nigeria?
I talked about the ease of doing business. Nigeria is ranking very low on the ease of doing business. Fortunately, I've traveled around the world, lived outside as well. I can walk into a government office in Portugal right now and register my business in less than 24 hours and get all the papers. They call it Impresa no hora. What it means is a company in 1 hour. Impresa no hora is I speak Portuguese. Impresa no hora means you walk in and within 1 hour you're able to register your business and walk out with all the business documents. That's amazing. That's a country that is serious about business. But in Nigeria, you can't get your CAC papers in 1 week. A country as little as Portugal, as Cape Verde, another Portuguese country, former colony of Portugal, you will get your business documents, you get your business registered in 24 hours. Their own is Impresa no dia, right? That is a business in a day. So you can walk in, start the process and finish it, and within 24 hours, you have all your business documents. That says we are serious about business. Nigeria is not serious about business. And so it's affecting productivity, right? We have had this converse between the both of us, and the importance of the internet to businesses. Now that all of a sudden the price of the internet went up, it has thrown more Nigerians in the tech field into deeper poverty. Because many Nigerians who used to, manage to buy internet and do their work online are not able to actually sustain that. Because you spend 5,000 naira to buy data. In less than 24 hours, you run out of data. It's not sustainable. How much are you making, right? So things like this actually affects our productivity as a nation, and we have to really look into it. So apart from that, the other thing is the HDI that I talked about, the Human Development Index, which is a composite measure of education, life expectancy, and one other thing like that. Now, Nigeria, there are about 200 countries or so on the Human Development Index, and Nigeria is somewhere around 150 or 180 something, I can't remember, but we're somewhere down there at the bottom of the totem pole, the Human Development Index. Yeah, it considers life expectancy, it considers education, and sorry, I've forgotten one other thing. But the problem is this: Nigeria churns out millions of students every year from our different tertiary institutions. But the problem is that these students have mere certificates and not skills that make them professionals in their chosen fields, right? I've said this a million times, and I'm going to say it again. The generation of our fathers went to school, got good education, and that education changed their lives. Because when my father went to school, you got out of school, you had a car waiting for you, you had a flat waiting for you at least.
A job too.
A job waiting. Yeah, that job is what gives access to the car and the flat waiting, right? And so they perceived that education was able to change their lives, and so they said to their children, take your education seriously. Education is everything. And so that generation said to the next generation and the next generation that education is the only way to make it. And so every single one of us started chasing education. But unfortunately, not everybody has the brain for education. And so what was birth?
For formal education.
Sex for Marx was birth.
Money.
Certain lecturers was also birth. Now, other people started joining powerful cult groups that had powerful connections in the universities to ensure that you come out with a high CGPA. CGPA is what it's called, right? And so, what did we start producing? Students who went to school that came out with certificates but had zero skills. And so that means on the Human Development Index, Nigeria will continue to rank low. But countries as small countries in Africa like Botswana, like Cape Verde, like even Swaziland, like Malawi, some of these countries are way up there on the Human Development Index. And so you find out that certain companies come in here offering jobs, bearing jobs, but they can't find Nigerians who can do those jobs. Do you understand what I'm saying? There are companies, people say there are jobs, there are no jobs, but there are certain sectors that have jobs available, but we just don't have professionals.
We have unemployable persons.
Absolutely.
Now that you have mentioned it, I don't know if you agree that Nigeria has significant youth population.
Absolutely.
Okay, so do you think that if we also begin to look the way of the youth in terms of getting them employable
yes.
To start with, and create more job opportunities and harness the potential of these young persons, that can also have a major effect on
absolutely. Now, what I'm recommending, I've said this at different meetings and different events, where important people who can, change this policy were available, but they just don't care, right? Our educational system is faulty. The reason it's faulty is that there's a discrimination, high-level discrimination going on in our educational system. You're saying that people who have BScs are better than people who have HNDs,
dichotomy.
So you see that there's a discrimination. There's a chip on the guy from a university graduate.
Right from the NYSC.
That's right. And so they treat the people with the HNDs like they're second-class citizens. And that is taken into the boardroom as well, where employment decisions are made. So you're saying, a different cadre of our, societal or professional life, that people who have HNDs are not good enough, right? Now, the people who have HNDs are discriminating people from the technical schools. And the people from the technical schools are discriminating against the artisans and the mechanics. But the truth is, none of these university graduates are able to do their assignments. A lot of times they go to the mechanics on the street to help them do their assignments when they were in school. Because these guys are practical professionals who have no degrees, but have seen every problem.
Experience from the field.
Seen and solved every kind of problem in their field. But what you've acquired is theories. Theories for those of you who actually studies. Millions of them don't study, right? And so what you find is that is affecting our productivity. But what I recommend is that not everybody needs to go to the university. The university degree is important if it comes with a skill, if it acquires a skill, right? But there are trainings you can get in 6 months, and you'll get job offers from Facebook, Google, some of these top-notch tech companies. 6 months trainings
away from your university.
That's right.
Studies.
And so that means that you don't necessarily have to go to university to have a good life. All you need to do is acquire some of these things. You can actually acquire, there's some tech schools that I won't mention because I won't give them free publicity here. But there are some tech schools even in ENUGU here. One is at Ezeagu Avenue, the other one is at Chim Avenue. You can go there and get some of these tech skills and be certified from them. And you can get international jobs just acquiring these tech skills. Ask me what kind of skills. You have cybersecurity. You have data analysis, a lot of tech skills that you can acquire right now. Now that you're going to live such a good life, making so much money, working for people remotely. You can live in Nigeria and work for people all over the world and earn in foreign currencies with these skills.
And Nigeria's economy will also profit.
Absolutely.
But I wish we have all the time in the world to do this. But before we let you go, I'd like really to ask you this. You mentioned Festac in passing, and that was the largest Pan-African festival at that time. And it wasn't just oil that we benefited from at the time. That also contributed to the economy. And so I'm asking, if we keep having such events, by the way, to set the record straight, Obasanjo was the president.
Oh, was he? Oh, it wasn't
go
on. Okay, sorry.
Wasn't go on at the time. So, do you think that such event that connects the world, happening right here in Nigeria, economic event and stuff, can also help boost our economy? If you can do that in less than 1 minute.
Yes, it will. But if I lived overseas and you held that in Nigeria, I wouldn't come.
Oh. All right.
Because it's not safe.
If we had, okay.
It's not safe. You
have just said
right?
that.
So fix the country, make the country safe, and then events like that can actually draw money, into Nigeria.
All right, we are ending it here. Thank you very much for coming around. Of course, if you would permit us, we'll do this again.
Absolutely.
Tony Odugwe is the Director Export Chamber of International Trade and Investment, amongst all other things as it regards the economy. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Chan.
Thank you so much.
We will return in a bit to have the third discussion segment. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the meat market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The government has renewed her commitment to promoting indigenous technology that would assist indigenous manufacturers produce quality products. The Deputy Director, Engineering at the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI, Engineer Joseph Oladimeji Alasolui, disclosed this in Ado-Ekiti, the Ekiti State capital, during the agency's strategic focus group on Made in Nigeria products with the theme Made in Nigeria Goods. Alasolui, who explained that part of NASENI mandates is to promote local technology, said federal government is making efforts to make Nigeria be more of producing nation than a consuming nation. We are having Chukwuma Ifremu Kenwase AO, the Executive Director, Lead Network Africa, on standby on Zoom to have a conversation on challenges of manufacturing in Nigeria. CEO, you're welcome to Signature Business.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. And greetings from Abuja, Nigeria.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Chukwemeka from. Just to start the basis of our conversation, what are the key factors responsible for the high cost of manufacturing in Nigeria?
Well, it's an interplay of factors, ranging in the fact that so depending on the sector that is involved, if it is in places where the materials can be sourced locally and you are competing on the same level ground with those that are in search of raw materials, thus you want to compete with big firms, that are abroad or outsourced in Nigeria, then as a local competitor, without having all of the funding, you're really going to like struggle because the local people in charge of the raw materials is going to prefer whoever we give them more money. Secondly is the epileptic power supply in Nigeria calls for concern because this is one aspect that the Manufacturers Association, MAN, has kept on drumming, because energy drives businesses, energy drives manufacturing, means that a lot has to be spent in terms of energy. No thanks also to the recent hike in electricity tariff, right? So that is also like a challenge. Another aspect when you talk about manufacturing is the very fact that sometimes access to funds and capital, it's a challenge, being that over time it's not really flexible enough. So guess what? The financial institutions more like drive finance investment into financial sectors than the real economy, right? So where people are just interested in where can I put in my money and then it's going to yield. If we put in real sectors where the money is actually utilized, where employment is created, it might not be able to give you that value. And by the virtue of that, you now see banks making more decisions to put in their money where it will generate more rather than where it's going to make more impact economically. And I think it's one aspect we'll be missing, inability to incentivize manufacturers and ensure that they're able to do the much they can in terms of driving the economy.
You mentioned, I don't know if you're still on with us. Okay, you are. There's something you mentioned about assessing the raw materials. Are you saying that all manufacturing going on in Nigeria source their raw materials here, or are we also faced with sourcing raw materials from elsewhere before we can manufacture some products here?
I would say that largely, right, because to raw agricultural products, like you want to refine to the next level, right? For other aspects, maybe that has to do with maybe things like coupling, right, or assembling of vehicles. Maybe yes, largely you could import all of those parts, beyond the shores of the country. But I can also tell you that in many things, we start from the scratch. Like for instance, anybody that is building understands that using wires made in Nigeria is far more estimable, right, than the one coming from China. So when you go to building shops to buy wire, Nigerian one is, sold higher and stuff like that. So, but the challenge even is that because government has not been able to incentivize manufacturing as it ought to, right? What you even have is like some people closing shops. We are no more manufacturing, like shut down. And so what we those into production of raw materials do, just to move it beyond the shores of the country, right? Into where they have need for it. And then at the end of the day, as a nation, we could now largely depend on every other product but the ones made in Nigeria, right? And that also reminds me that part of the challenges that some of these guys face, aside from that, I referenced that particularly in wire, Nigerian wire for housing, it's more esteemed than some other ones. But when you talk about like many other products, Nigerians tend to esteem that which is exotic, that which is foreign. And when we don't buy Nigeria, right, then certainly that's not going to be like a sort of incentive to local manufacturers, right? They are not going to have all of the money they need to actually survive, all of the harsh business realities. Because guess what? You start a business with a certain capital, right? As a matter of fact, any business that the model is only to strive and not to thrive cannot really survive business harsh realities, because first is that inflation is constant. There will always be inflation, right? It's one of the things that keep money, to still retain its value. Relatively, things are not expected to go down. They will just keep going up. In some cases, maybe as price control, you could have maybe fuel come up a bit and then, but on the average, when you check, things amount to bought for 10 years ago is certainly not, what is going to be as people. You also now talk about multiple taxation, right? Harsh business environment, some policies of government that makes it tough for businesses to actually survive, let alone thriving. And that means that many people would actually not be able to survive. They won't have any business, to nurture, if they don't actually apply some extreme measures to keep themselves in business.
Still on this, we've all been encouraged, and almost all the time, to shop Nigeria, to patronize Nigerian goods. But we still have majority of business people still importing from the Western world. This competition and the taste, majorly of Nigerians buying foreign, does it not affect the manufacturers as well?
It does, but in terms of a preference for that which is produced beyond the shores of the country, a lot of factors come into play. First and foremost is, you remember those days where like you want to buy a kilo of turkey or chicken from the ones that from Nigeria, right? Maybe you want to buy like a full chick that when you weigh, it will be slightly less than 1 kilogram, right? And then you are paying maybe about 7,000. But just to go to a mix shop, those ones brought in from Cotonou, the 1 kilo, you are getting it 3,200, right? Now, it's cheaper. Why is it cheaper? The reason why it is cheaper is, first and foremost, most of those chickens were smuggled in, so there was no tariff regulation. Tariff is one of the policies the government could use to a kind of give their citizens a detest, right? When it's like a sort of taxation, you impose tax on things that are imported from out of the country, so that people can begin to look at the internal alternatives. But unfortunately, when these things are smuggled, right, and then you now also now talk about, the very fact that for some of it, right, they use some genetic engineering, to grow chickens that maybe ordinarily you feed well for 3 months, and then in 3 weeks somebody is breeding a chick, which may not even be healthy. But guess what? Because many people will look at the price. At the end of the day, you end up, disenfranchising the local producers and manufacturers. So high cost of production here in Nigeria would mean that if you're a business person, you're not in business, just to pay tax to the government. You are in business to thrive. And guess what? If someone that is bringing, some of those things, or if myself as a business person discover that importing those things, right, and selling would be far cheaper for me than producing it myself. It just makes business sense, right? It only makes business sense that I do what will make me stay in business. Except maybe I just want to build Nigeria, you know, just out of patriotism. But the patriotism of one man sometimes may not be enough, because to continue that patriotism, you need it to be serviced, right? You know, by consistency in doing something that puts food on your table. So I think that basically the harsh business environment, you know, impacts the costs, you know, because before you fix your price, you want to check, okay, all of the taxes we pay for the government, you know, all of the energy, the money you spent in powering your business, right? All of these, all of that, all of these, you know, including bribery that has to be paid, or bribes that has to be paid to regulators in some instances. When you now factor in all of that, you now begin to ask yourself, how much then is the profit? And so by the time you add all of that and that impacts on your final product, then how are you going to compete with someone who have a more favorable business environment and is not bedeviled with all of the factors that impacts on your costs?
Mr. Chukuma, you just talked about taxation now, and now it brings me to the question of what ways does multiple taxation affect the profitability of manufacturers in Nigeria?
Yeah, so this is one of the things, you know, that has been a front burner issue. You know, taxes is good. Yeah, businesses should pay taxes, but multiple taxation is bad. It's criminal, it's illegal. And what is multiple taxation? So when we talk about multiple taxation, we're not talking about utility bills, right? I mean, service bills people should pay, or maybe whether it's electricity, that's utility bill. Maybe to have your refuse removed, that is utility bill. But like a business, right? Maybe like you run a certain business that is in the, maybe let's say you own a hospital, right? You pay to the Ministry of Health, and then business premises will come, Board of Internal Revenues will, on one business to one government. And then it is obvious that they don't want, they're after your business, right? Because there should be like, that Board of Internal Revenue is just like government's own internal auditor that should be able to look at the books of the different ministries, departments, and agencies. But when somebody tells you, okay, under the rationale and say, Ministry of Health, right? Okay, you're also a business, right? And then maybe someone also will come, even Ministry of Transport, and say, we know you own vehicles here. And other people will come, different ministries will just find a way, you know, to get things from you. Then at the end of the day, you might be left with no business. And it's frustrating, it's distressing, it's discouraging. And apart from impacting on the morale of those that are creating jobs, you know, both in the state and the nation, it also impacts on their businesses, because, you know, the costs, you know, that should be diverted to production, to expansion, will now be diverted, you know, to servicing, to paying more to government, which regrettably, sometimes some of those monies could end into private pockets. And when people gain extra, they don't use it for production, they don't use it for job creation. They use it for merriment, right? Maybe just go somewhere and then at the pain, you know, of a business person trying to make ends meet, he's squandering the money because he doesn't know all of the pains, you know, that the business owner has to go, you know, to actually make ends meet, which oftentimes ends actually meeting in Nigeria, it's usually like a very tough one, right? I tell people that with the current predicament we are faced in the nation, even destiny helpers need help, right? You know, so that's the reality we find ourselves in.
That last statement, the destiny helper needs help as well. But there is something that we will need to talk about that is important to every business person, and that includes the manufacturer. and it is sourcing funds. What are the challenges of sourcing finance for the manufacturer in Nigeria?
Okay, so the major challenge is that the government, lacks at the moment a harmonized policy, right? Implementable. Yeah, we know that government created a platform, the NAFEX, which is where manufacturers could get like Forex at a subsidized rate, right? To be able to boost production. But at the end of the day, those that get these monies and these subsidies are not manufacturers largely, right? And this impact on business is typical of Nigeria, that whenever there is an incentive coming, whoever knows who will put the names of his people. I mean, I tell you, a World Bank decide and say, okay, let's empower 2,000 farmers. If you come into that hall and see 2,000 people, you including see those that they have not had anything to do with farming, come in there and then they say, farmers, maybe they accept the cheers. If you say great farmers, they will say feed the nation. Meanwhile, the person has never gone into any farm of any sort. And the real farmers are crying that they don't have access to financing. Now, financing comes, they just gather the political hallelujah boys to shout, great farmers, feed the nation. These are the kind of things we'll see. And until we begin to have like some level of strength and structure towards ensuring that the right people get the right incentives, then certainly, we're impeded with some challenges.
All right. Another issue to look at right now is the same thing we've been trying to talk about, the employability of most Nigerians, especially young people. In these days and time, do we still face the challenges of lacking skilled persons to help out in manufacturing sector? I've seen that some multinationals, especially those ones involved in either construction or manufacturing, employ the services of expatriates. That could be, as a result of not having skilled persons. Do we also have encouragement on trainings and retraining of those who work in the manufacturing sector?
So you just identified the issue. The skill gaps are quite glaring. Yeah, because of course, for you to have the expected outcomes, we have to bridge the gap between the industry and the institution. The institutions are foundational to industry outcomes. But unfortunately, people go to school and at the end of the day, you are wondering, are they just here just to learn theory? Would there really be an opportunity for them to apply what they have learned? I met a 300 level student who is from a prestigious, like one of the prestigious universities in Nigeria. And I asked, what's the computer studies like? He's a 300 level student studying computer sciences. And he told me they are learning computer without computer, right? It was really embarrassing. And some basic things that has to do with tech knowledge, digital compliance, I decided to engage him. We're all strange to him. And I got very much passionate because the guy is a very serious student, right? Focused. But unfortunately, he's not getting all of the competencies. So that now means that if tomorrow he gets employed, it will now behoove on the organization that employ him to start babysitting process, right? You train and retrain and stuff like that. And of course, capacity building, even when you get the right skill set, is indispensable. Not to talk about when you're starting with those that the institution has failed, right? So I think it has really come to a point where we can have a rethink and ask ourselves, why do we just want to be doing something just for the fun of it? I mean, if we produce engineers, right, who cannot engineer anything, then we have a problem, right? If engineer not the engineer, then there's a wahala somewhere. That means that technically you are producing the person to be unemployed and to add to the teeming population of Nigerians that don't have job. Interestingly, the National Bureau of Statistics tells us that even the unemployment rate in Nigeria now is far less than the biggest economy in Europe, which is Germany. By the virtue of the formula that was introduced by this recent administration. If you have a work you do at least 1 hour in a week, you are employed, right? So 4 hours in a month, you are gainfully employed, according to Nigerians' definition of employment. And that's like a kind of what I call government magic, right? It shouldn't be so.
Mr. Chukuma, just to get an insight, we've been talking about challenges of manufacturing in Nigeria, and the essence of manufacturing is to enhance exportation. So what measures can be taken to reduce dependency on imported materials, imported raw materials?
Simple. Government should invest more, right, into energy. The ones that are stable, because one of the major things that made businesses to pack up and stop production is epileptic power supply. Government need to do a lot in that regard. Second will be access to funding, right? Yes, we already have the Bank of Industry, but ask me whether the Bank of Industry is living up to its mandate. The answer would be in the negative, right? Because we don't see that bank actually get into the grassroots to incentivize production at that level, right? And don't be surprised that it's still politicians using it for politics industry rather than real capital industry. So a lot can be done in that area, incentivize production, stabilize electricity, right? Create an enabling business environment, and of course, tariff, like Trump. They should be able to tariff like those importations and making the prices come so high so that if you want to, next time you want to wear a Turkish shirt, right? You can look at the Nigeria alternative, right? That's how governments use policies to actually ensure that their people buy that which is made by their people, right?
CEO, are there not stifling policies or inconsistent policies or even bureaucratic bottleneck that jeopardize chances of manufacturing sector thriving in Nigeria?
Certainly. In fact, ranging from regulatory policies to the inhibitory ones, right? As a matter of fact, the challenges over times is that in Nigeria, if you are in business, something that in some other nations, right, one office can handle. I mean, Tony, before I joined, referenced about Portugal. Maybe you register business in 1 hour. Sometimes in Nigeria, deliberately, what one office will handle, you need to carry the file to 5 offices, creating jobs for the boys, right? A research that was done about what it actually takes to clear container into Nigeria. In many countries, just 5 points, right? 5 signatures. In Nigeria, 30-something signatures, 30-something. That's bureaucracy, just to clear one container. And it could be very frustrating. You give these ones, you give this one, you give this one, this, I mean, at the end of the day, it's frustrating. Secondly is that, okay, if you now want to look at either regulation or inhibition, if you look at SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria, right? Who they are, do they actually give the approval? Are they really helping businesses to upgrade their standard, right? And if the system has been so porous, even for very sensitive things that has to do with health products, that's why I commend the current NAFDAC chair, who seems like Doraku is back to Nigeria, right? But for people actually to come to the point where people can import, manufacture, killer products and put it out there. Really shows you that regulation is the way to go, right? But then the inverse of regulation is what we call inhibition. So sometimes you don't have regulators trying to prune you to do better. But those who have actually come to end the business is either you pay and pass, like pay pass, right? Pay pass. Or if you don't comply with all of the things that is expected, they don't mind coming up with 1 or 2 policies to end your business. We saw like the traverse of Dangote, who at some point even NMPC then was saying that his fuel was not good. And he challenged NMPC and said, come on, where are you getting that, that evidence from? You don't even have a lab. We have the lab, and our lab shows that ours is far pure than yours. Moreover, is more sustainable and lasting, and some Nigerians have tried that for themselves. You know, so when the regulator that show the example, you know, is indicted or does not even have anything to regulate, but could just wake up and assess you without a balance, then it paints a dangerous picture.
Oh my, the world is becoming the world is a global place. There are so many countries that are so advanced when it comes to technology, artificial intelligence, and the rest of it. So how can Nigeria encourage innovation and research within the manufacturing sector?
Very simple. We already have schools, institutions. So I recommend 3 things. Number 1, the TED Fund has been like created jobs for the boys. Yes, everybody complains that our higher institutions are underfunded. But guess what? If you hear the amount of billions, right? Trillions disbursed annually through TED funds, I tell you, would have done a lot in the educational landscape. But at the end of the day, it creates jobs for the boys. It creates foods for the boys. The political hickey haggers. And that has not in any way helped. So money is meant for education, meant for research. We should ensure that it's judiciously used. Secondly, in Nigeria, we've come to a point where budgets, right, or spending translates to performance, budgetary performance. They are not the same thing. The fact that maybe President Tinubu budgeted 7 billion or 7 trillion for education does not in any way show that he prioritizes education. What will show that he prioritizes education is when there is evidence that that 7 trillion was judiciously used in education. But when, for the optics, politicians come up with those statements, we're investing 7 trillion and people are clapping and say that's the biggest investment in education. You know, and then they will say we spend this on this. By the time you look at the things they spent on, they say we brought out 10 million children out of the streets, out of school children, and 15 million returned back by the time UN released their own statistics. And you are wondering, oh, school feeding program we invested, you know. By the time you look at it, it's just like we've just successfully done everything to just have at least an Arimajeri system of education, right? Where you say you are bringing people out of school. What about improving the quality of education? You say you are feeding those their parents cannot feed, right? You say you provided uniforms to children in the north to enhance access to education and return to classrooms, right? You say maybe you provide just all of those things. So by the time you look at the budget, you just marvel. Come on, it's just like sadly, you know, a statistic showed like you know, these regional development commissions. What all of those billions have always been used is to pay salaries. Niger Delta Commission. That's why when they also came up with Southeast Development Commission, people like us were excited on one ground and was not excited on the other, because they may also join their colleagues who will use all the whole billions to pay salaries to non-existent people, except very greedy folks who have sworn that Nigeria will never work in their time, right? for as long as they live. You know, it's sad. It's sad, but it's real. It's sad, but it's real.
I understand that we were not able to exhaust the challenges of manufacturing in Nigeria and even to recommend a way forward. But this conversation is ongoing as our time is fast spent. Chukwuma Ifremu Kenwa, Executive Director, Lead Network Africa, was our resource person on this segment. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Angie, and thank you for...
We're still on Signature Evening. Thanks for still being with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur. Pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
afternoon and welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Today is actually a special edition prior to Democracy Day, which is May 29th. So I have a guest and I have some, I don't have stories actually, but I have a guest. I have some clips to play to you to make this show quite an interesting one because, of course, entertainment is also part of the government's duty. So, Nigeria's creative economy encompassing industries such as film, music, fashion, literature, visual arts, gaming, and digital content creation has grown significantly in recent decades. As one of the past few years, the sector has seen a growth in its numbers, mostly due to increasing internet connectivity and internet penetration. Good afternoon, welcome to another edition and episode of E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Today is Monday, 26th of May, 2025. This month is running very fast. Wasn't it yesterday we just entered 1st of May? Anyways, that's by the way. And I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. I'll be doing this show together. Today I have a whole lot of stories, trending stories that happened during the weekend, and some top chatting stories that happened today. So let's delve into the stories of today. Popular Kannywood actress Mansoura Issa has confirmed the collapse of her second marriage, describing it as sudden and shocking, almost like a scene from a movie. Speaking on the BBC Hausa program, Mahanga Zamani alongside fellow veteran actress Fatih Muhammad, Mansoura revealed that she had entered the marriage out of love, believing it was genuine, only to later discover that her husband had ulterior motives. She said, and I quote, "I married for love. You know what they say, love is blind, but it turns out he had a different agenda, not real love." Fatih Muhammad in the interview defended Kannywood actresses against frequent accusations of marital instability. She noted that marriages fail for many women not just celebrities, but it becomes news when it involves public figures. She argued that many men marry actresses for lust, and once they get what they want, they leave. People assume women refuse to stay in marriage because they are used to luxury, but it's not that simple, she added. Masura's second marriage gained public attention in June 2024 when news broke that she had remarried after parting ways with her first husband, actor Sani Danja. They shared 4 children together, Iman, Khalifa, Sultan, and Sudais, and the union was once seen as a model marriage in the industry. Videos from her second wedding went viral, showing that the bride price was set at 1 million naira. However, Masura has now disclosed that the marriage has ended. She explained that she met her second husband through an uncle when she got a contract in Lagos. Since she had no representative there, she contacted the man to oversee the deal. She later found out he had ambitions of controlling the project and used romantic interests as a cover. She added that he brought a contract agreement to the wedding, asking her to sign that she approved him to manage a 4 billion naira contract on her behalf because he was now her husband. From that point, he began communicating directly with the parties involved and completely cut her off. According to her, when people confronted him in Lagos, he claimed he had forgotten he was married. He initially refused to issue a divorce, but later did so after being pressured. Despite the painful experience, Mansura said she has accepted her faith. Alright, so yeah, that's the story about Mansura actually, and it's quite touching. Something she said that struck me is the fact that some people marry actresses or female celebrities for a certain reason, personal reasons, selfish reasons, and the likes, and most times just for lust and not really love. And that's why you tend to see that their breakups trends. And it's the truth. When a celebrity signs the divorce paper, it goes viral, and it boils down to the women that, oh, they don't want to settle down. They feel like they feel it's some sort of, they boss their man around. In fact, the whole blame goes to the woman, you know, concluding that they can't keep a home because they are this, because they are that, because of their career and the likes. But thank God the story made it very clear. I don't even want to go back to the details because it sounds so funny. How can you be married and you forgot that you're married? I don't even blame you because it's more like a contract marriage and all that, you know. So yeah, I think this should be some sort of information to people out there. If you're falling in love, fall in love for a particular reason, or if you're getting married, get married for a very understanding reason that, okay, you want to do forever with this person and not because of convenience, you know. And I think this whole celebrity thing should stop, because anyways, I don't blame them, because I mean, a whole lot of people get divorced every single day, but because you are a celebrity, it gets viral. But that doesn't mean other celebrity marriages do not, you know, grow. They don't spend forever till death do them part. But it's always significant and specific that, oh, this particular celebrity has gotten divorced, I knew it, is gonna do that. You know, prior to the trend about Frederick Leonard and his wife, it trended during Thursday, Friday thereabout, Saturday thereabout, you know. So it's more like all eyes were pointing at you. So when something happens, they pick a side. Actually, they pick a side, they decide who they want to pick. And the truth is, they will go back to before, like things you must have said, comments you must have made, videos you must have made, and they will bring you back. I don't know why, but that's by the way. Let's move forward. A Nollywood film set turned into a scene of chaos and bloodshed on Saturday after actor Godwin Nawike suffered a severe injury resulting in internal bleeding that required immediate hospitalization. In a series of posts, according to the actor, the incident occurred when fellow actor Zubi Michael allegedly kicked him violently in the chest, causing the internal bleeding that led to his hospitalization. He added that the kick was neither scripted nor approved by the management. A disturbing video obtained by the actor revealed the shocking altercation capturing Zubi Michael exiting a vehicle, vaulting over a barricade and landing a vicious kick to Nawike's chest before fleeing into a nearby building. The action was authorized and completely outside the director's planned scene. It happened without my consent, he added. Although he initially stopped short of naming his assailant, the video made it abundantly clear who was responsible. The video clearly shows Michael as the aggressor in the unscripted assault. Nawike revealed that the kick caused excruciating pain, requiring immediate and costly medical treatment that he was forced to pay for himself, as the film's production team offered no assistance. The actor emphasized the need for strict safety measures on set, warning that physical scenes should always be meticulously planned and overseen by the director to prevent accidents. Following Nawike's emotional appeal, his management team confirmed that his condition had worsened, requiring immediate hospital admission for emergency care. I can't call this carelessness, actually. I don't know what to call it. I can't place my fingers around it. I don't know what to title it. But the whole aggression coming down from the car, in fact, from driving towards the compound, coming out of the car, jumping the barricade, and marching. Okay, they said this was done in a scene, in a play scene, in a movie or thereabout. So, at what point, because according to the story, it's clearly stated that it's not part of the script. It was not written there that you should do this. So why do it? You know, if you tend to listen to other people's opinion and comment section, you will see that people were like, oh, this should be on purpose. Maybe they had a fight before coming to the movie scene and all that, and this happened. Someone said Zubi Michael has anger issues. That's why you tend to see him act aggressive scenes like this in movies and all that. But this is someone's life. Something that got me asking again is how come the guy in question is funding his medical bills? I don't understand. What happened to the Nollywood team? What happened to the chairman, Association of Nollywood? What happened to, you know, people in charge of Nollywood? What happened? Why is he funding it himself? I mean, it's not like he was careless and maybe he fell down. This was clearly done by somebody, clearly seen in a video. You know, why is the director not taking charge? And how come this thing happened? In fact, it's about to happen and you did not stop it. There's more to this story actually, and Zubi Michael is yet to make his statements. But of course, we'll get to know the bottom line of this, because that young man is in the hospital now, crying for, you know, to come back on his feet, and he's spending money, as the story stated. Anyways, let's move to the foreign scene. Revenge thriller It Was Just an Accident by Iranian director Jafar Panahi, who was barred from filmmaking for 15 years by the government in Tehran, won the Palme d'Or top prize on Saturday With the award, Panahi now has the rare honor of winning the top prize at all 3 major European film festivals after nabbing Berlin's Golden Bear for Taxi in 2015 and Golden Lion at Venice for The Circle in 2000. The 64-year-old director, who last attended the festival in person in 2003, addressed his prize to all Iranians, saying the most important thing was Iran and the country's freedom. The death in 2022 of a young Iranian Kurdish woman in the custody of the morality police for allegedly violating hijab rules sparked Iran's biggest domestic unrest since the 1978 revolution that brought its clerical rulers to power. Panahi, who has been imprisoned several times in Iran, plans to return to his country after the festival, he told Reuters. 22 films in total were competing for the prize at the 78th Cannes Film Festival, with entries from well-known directors Richard Linklater, Wes Anderson, and Ari Aster. Saturday's closing ceremony, which officially ends the glamour-filled festival, went off without a hitch after the Cannes area was hit by a power outage for several hours. The jury prize was split between the intergenerational family drama Sounds of Falling from German director Maska Sklinski and Sirat, after a father and son who head into the Moroccan desert by French-Spanish director Oliver Leix. Brazil's The Secret Agent was handed 2 awards, one for Best Actor for Wagner Moura, as well as Best Director for Kelba Mendonça Filho. Newcomer Nadia Meliti took home Best Actress for The Little Sister, a queer coming-of-age story about the daughter of Algerian immigrants in Paris. Belgian Dandin's brothers, who have the rare honor of already having won 2 Palme d'Or prizes, took home the award for Best Screenplay for their film Young Mothers. Iraq director Hassan Hadi won the first Cannes Prize for his country, taking home the Camera d'Or, an honor for first-time director for his film The President's Cake, a story of a 9-year-old who needs to bake a cake for Saddam Hussein or face punishment. Take a look.
C'est pourquoi nous avons choisi, pour la Palme d'Or, un simple accident de Jafar Panahi.
Let's just set aside all our differences and problems. What's most important now is our country and its freedom. Let us join forces, so no one can dare tell us what kind of clothes we can wear, what we must do, what we must not do. Cinema is a society. Nobody is entitled to tell us what we should do or refrain from doing.
I think that's what the Confestival does, to gather us, different cultural spheres in this wonderful mirror effect that is cinema, and to learn to see the world as if it's the first time, with new eyes. Voila, long live differences, long live culture, and love live the Confestival.
Ainsi s'achève le 78e Festival de Cannes.
Je décerne le Grand Prix à Sentimental Value. Je suis vraiment ému. Merci, chers collègues du jury. Merci.
Cannes holds a special place in my heart. My grandfather, Eric Löken, was here with his film in 1960 called The Hunt, La Chasse, Jakten in Norwegian. He was a resistance fighter during the Second World War in Norway during the occupation and was captured. And I think his way of trying to survive after the war was to play jazz music and to make movies. And I think it made a great deal to him to be allowed to come from a small European country in the north to share his cinema in an international context of humanism and understanding. So I want to dedicate this to my grandfather.
Best actor goes to Wagner Moura in Secret Agent.
I was very lucky to have had the opportunity of working with Wagner Moura. He's not only a great actor, he's also a great person. I love him very much, and I hope O Agente Secreto will bring him great many things.
The best actress goes
Eh bien, la lauréate est Nadja Hamdi.
I'm so overwhelmed, I can't describe my feelings, it's really incredible. I want to thank Hafsa Herzi, my director. Thank you too, Mom, I know you're watching. I hope that you're proud and happy.
Mes professeurs aussi qui m'ont soutenu. Merci maman aussi, je sais que tu es en train de me regarder. Et j'espère que tu es très fière et que tu es contente.
La mise en scène, s'il vous plaît.
The best director goes to Kleber Mendonça.
C'est Kleber Mendonça Filho qui gagne ce prix.
I was having champagne.
J'étais en train de boire du champagne.
Mon pays, Brésil, c'est un pays plein de beauté, de poésie. Et je suis très fier d'être ici ce soir pour accepter cette prix. Je suis très heureux. I think the Cannes Film Festival is the best film show in the planet. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Le deuxième prix du jury, c'est pour Sound of Falling par Masha Chilinski.
Pour ce film.
Le prix du jury est partagé par deux films. Sirat de Oliver Lax.
Vous rapprochez.
The screenplay is a point of departure. But without these 5 young women, 5 young girls who are here, there wouldn't be a film. And thank you to the 5 of you.
Et vive le Festival de Cannes.
Le prix du scénario est attribué à Jean-Pierre et Luc Dardenne.
Le scénario, c'est un point de départ, mais sans les actrices, sans ces 5 jeunes femmes, ces 5 jeunes filles qui sont là, il n'y aurait pas eu de film. Et merci à vous 5.
Le prix spécial est attribué à Résurrection de Bigan.
I like to thank my creative team, my adorable actors, my whole team, and I want to thank the Cannes Festival and its jury. And thank you to all those who gave their time, in discreet ways, each time the film encountered great difficulties. I want to dedicate this film to my children.
The President's Cake, c'est notre caméra d'or de Hassan Hadi.
Thank you so much. This award doesn't only recognize this film, but also it recognizes a story from my nation, Iraq, a story that was born in the Mesopotamian marshes and traveled all the way to here. Today, thanks to you, we are making history by receiving the first award to be ever given to an Iraqi film at Cannes Film Festival.
So the live-action remake of Lilo and Stitches and the adrenaline-fueled Mission Impossible. The final reckoning raked up a combined $494.2 million in worldwide ticket sales, including $208.5 million in the US and Canada, setting the stage for a record-breaking Memorial Day weekend. Lilo and Stitch, which reimagines Disney's 2002 animated film about a mischievous blue alien who crash lands in Hawaii and is adopted by two sisters, brought in $304.2 million around the world through Sunday, including $145.5 million from domestic sales. The family-friendly movie set a domestic box office record for the first 3 days of the holiday weekend, besting 2022's Top Gun Maverick, according to ComScore, that helped propel ticket sale in the US and Canada to a record $262 million, ComScore reported. Lilo and Stitch delivered one of the strongest performances for a remake of a Disney animated movie behind the 2019 computer animated remake of The Lion King, which brought in $192 million, and the 2017 version of Beauty and the Beast with $175 million in ticket sales, according to Walt Disney Studio This.N. It breathes fresh life into a valuable franchise and accounted for $2.6 billion in consumer product sale last year, and more than a $500 million hours of viewing on the Disney Plus streaming service. Tom Cruise's reprisal of his role as the death-defying spy Ethan Hunt in Mission Impossible range up $190 million in global ticket sales, including $63 million in the US and Canada, that tops the opening weekend performance of the series' highest grossing film, Mission Impossible Fallout, according to Chris Aronson, president of domestic theatrical distribution for Paramount Pictures. Paramount mounted a massive marketing blitz to promote the culmination of the 29-year-old film series, including a global promotion tour and a creator campaign in which Cruise took part. More than 40% of tickets buyers were aged 18 to 34, a significant number for a series that has historically appealed to older viewers. Movie ticket sales in the US and Canada are up 21% from a year ago, when the 2023 Hollywood strikes disrupted film production and truncated movie slates, according to ComScore analyst Paul Degarbedian. Still, the box office is off nearly 29% from 2019, before the global pandemic shortened movie theater and fueled the growth of video streaming. Take a look.
team has been betrayed, Ethan. All your secrets compromised. Everything you are, everything you've done, has come to this. You gave him an aircraft carrier? Our lives are the sum of our choices. This is your calling, your destiny. I have no regrets. Neither should you. I need you to trust me. One last time.
Alex?
So excited. This is my first premiere, actually. I love the blue carpet. I like how they mentioned Situla, and my poster is right over there, if you can see. Yeah, but I'm really excited for this new film to come out pretty soon.
Maya, one more right here. Maya, hang on, love.
Right here.
Maya, straight ahead, Maya, right here, Maya.
Right in front of you, Maya. Maya, right here.
Down from there!
Look like an angel.
No. Control him. Hey, what are you doing? No. Dog's on the table.
You sure that's a dog?
Yeah.
Rough.
Ew! We are not keeping this thing.
Ohana means family. Family means nobody gets left behind.
Or forgotten.
Stitch that.
Sometimes family isn't perfect. That doesn't mean they aren't good. That was close. I don't think you're supposed to drink that.
Agent Cobra Bubbles, we have a blue dog to catch.
No, wait!
Alright, here comes the last story of the day. Brazilian actor Wagner Moura wasn't in Cannes when it was announced he'd won the Best Actor award on Saturday. However, during the press conference, his director for the film, The Secret Agent, Kelba Mendonça Filho, who also won Best Director, got the Civil War actor on a video call. Listen to what he said on the video call.
Alors, il y a plein de questions, mais très...
He's not here because
How about
he's...
we call him now?
Right now?
Yeah.
Well, maybe I can. He's making a film in London, so
Yes, but he won the prize tonight.
yeah, he couldn't be here. But ask the next question and I'll
Yeah, ask
call
a question
him.
and we call him. On a une question juste là.
Oi, Feliz Aguiar, Mídia Ninja, Brasil. Queria pedir o espaço pro...
Wagner, eu tô na coletiva de imprensa aqui, ao vivo.
Mesdames
ok?
et messieurs, Wagner Moura.
So, would you say a few words? I think in English because we have many international journalists. He's eating.
Bon appétit.
I so wish I was there with all of you, but I'm here by myself having a glass of wine. in London alone. I couldn't be happier. This was such an important moment of my life, just to work with Kleber, to be with him. I've been trying to work with Kleber for many years, and I'm very, very happy for all for the way the film has been received, because this is a Brazilian film, and it means a lot for the Brazilian culture. And it's a shame that I'm celebrating by myself. I wish I was there with all of you.
Merci beaucoup, Wagner. Thank you very much.
I love
Thank
you, man. Tu é massa, bicho.
Merci.
Pode ficar tranquilo, tá tudo em ordem aí. É pra completar?
Rapaz. Pra completar, mas. O que é aquilo ali?
Isso foi domingo. Um infeliz aí veio roubar uma lata de óleo com a peixeira na mão. Aí Rivanete, que é o menino que trabalha aqui à noite, pegou lá 12 e deu 2 TB. Um na caixa dos peitos e outro na cara e não levantou mais. Esse é um meliante, mereceu. Pode ficar tranquilo que sou cliente e é bem atendido aqui. Não tem nada a ver com isso. Viu? Sim. É isso mesmo. Vamos. Vou ter como afastar só um pouquinho pra gente acabar de apertar a bomba aqui?
Pode puxar. E tá aí desde domingo?
Tá. Peraí, viu? Eu não digo tudo a história.
All right, I think I've done justice to this Cannes Award Festival that, I've been giving updates and, stories that has to do with Cannes Award. And yeah, it's come to an end. All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a short break and I would review an interview we had sometime this month. So stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Like I said earlier, I'll be reviewing an interview we had sometime this month. We had an interview with Prosper Aharanwal on a topic titled Tradition Meets Innovation in Film Making. He's a producer, an actor, and a director. So watch and be blessed.
help our economy. That's why we are praying that God will help us so that we can be able to God will touch their mind in order to better the civil servants. Because the power of the nation is the civil servant. Because with the civil servants, our economy will be. See, this morning I went to somewhere where I normally pay 600 before. I paid 1,900 because of the fuel something. Because of that, we don't drive our motor again. If I don't have any serious thing that will make me to drive my motor, I don't go out again. 960, some 1,000, some 1,200. We are pleading that God will touch them. And it's not good for them staying at home. And they cannot afford going to work every day. Okay, see the minimum wage they are talking, they have not paid.
Basically, I feel that if you can work from home, I don't think it's everybody that have that choice. Most especially government workers. I don't think they have the choice of working from house. But if it's possible for you, if it's something that you can accommodate, then it's okay. But then at the end of the day, everybody will still be moving around. So you can't dismiss the fact that people will still take transport.
Most of the works people are doing now is remote job. You can stay at your home and work comfortably. The most important thing is working effectively. Doing what you know how to do best. It doesn't matter where you are to do the job, whether in the office or at home. And since the hike in price, since all these fuel subsidies started, a lot of people can't even make it to their workplaces, and they are expected to be at work every day. So I don't think it's bad for them to work from home. I think it will help, since enough people are not earning enough salary to spend it or waste it on transport. So it's not a bad idea working from home. A lot of people are doing it. Westerners, almost everybody's working from home nowadays.
Actually, the rate of things, the way things are in Nigeria, probably me, I don't know what to tell those workers. Like actually, I want the government actually, even though if they can, this minimum wage or any other thing, to increase their salary, because they are suffering on it. Each time we carry them, they keep on complaining. Government this, government that, and so I feel pity for them actually. I just feel pity for them. So at least the government should do something on it.
It would be good though if they work from their house, like they'll be staying at the home, work, because the government now they are not giving anything to them. Like the way I'm seeing now, people work with the government and they're even spending their own business money in order to make governments happy. Because I can see some government workers earn 70,000, but transport that the person spends in a month past 70,000. So, and I don't think that is reasonable, something that you can be doing business at your own and working for government. Still, you cannot be able to save anything for the year.
Hello there. Thanks for joining us. And today my guest is a very special person, a very special Nigerian. And for the first time in a long time on this program, she is a woman. My guest is a professor at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka. She has, I think it's just, I'll talk about 2 master's degrees, but I think there are some others. She holds a PhD, and she's also a graduate of the Harvard Business School. Well, in the course of our discussion with her, we'll know how the journey started and how she got to where she is today. My pleasure to welcome Professor Uche Azikiwe, wife of the first president of Nigeria, Nnamdi Azikiwe. Professor, you're welcome to our program.
Thank you, Obiora.
Let me start. You know, when anybody talks about Professor Uche Azikiwe, what comes to mind is the wife of the great Zik of Africa. So let me start our discussion from there. When you saw Zik for the first time, was it love at first sight, or was there something else?
It wasn't love at first sight, because there was nothing like love between us the first time I met him. I met him for my scholarship. He gave me a scholarship to further my education. That was the first time we met. Although the first time he saw me was when we were dancing to receive them when they came to Afikpo for a political campaign.
This was which year?
1960 something. In the 60s.
Yeah.
So, but the close meeting was when I came in to finalize my program to go into the secondary school, because he gave me scholarship.
Okay. So that was your first.
Yes.
From that distance, how did you perceive him?
I know as a little girl growing up in the village or in the town at ENUGU, I grew up at ENUGU, Lagos and the village, he wasn't a human being. From the stories we heard, he disappears, he holds the key to the lagoon, the Oyibo people are afraid of him, he blows English, a lot of stories. So it was like a little girl coming to a god, a demigod, before a demigod. That was 1964. And I know that I was shivering within me, because I don't think I was the first person, the only person that was given scholarship. What I later learned was that once in a while, end of the year or beginning of the school year, all those that he gave scholarship will come to collect their school fees and so on and so forth. Mine was the first time to come and initiate and start my own school at Nsukka.
Okay, let's go back to the beginning. You said you spent your growing up period in ENUGU, in Lagos, and in the village. Where were you born? Were you born in the village, or your parents were already out of the village?
My parents were living in Calabar. Okay. In good old days, the policemen, they are polygamous. And when they marry 2 or 3, a wife gets pregnant, you go home to the village. After having your baby, you come back to the station. Maybe by then, the other wife would have taken in. He will come back. So I think when I was due, my mom came back to our village, Afikpo. I was born in Afikpo. After that, then, she went back to Calabar with me. From there, as I was growing up, I remember that we lived at the police barrack along Ugui Road in ENUGU.
In ENUGU.
Yes. So that's where I started my primary school. And then we moved. My father was transferred. My father was a policeman. And he rose to the rank of a sergeant major. And in those good old days, sergeant major was, I think, the highest post unless you have gone to secondary school or standard 6, you can go above Sergeant Major. So in all the barracks we lived, in ENUGU and in Lagos, my father was in charge. He was the chief there. So growing up in ENUGU, I went to Salvation Army Primary School there at
Morehouse, yes.
After that, when my father was transferred to Lagos, I think my father opened one of the best barracks built then in the 60s. That was called Queen's Barrack in Apapa. So he opened that barracks and was in charge. When we got there, it wasn't easy to find a school for us. I think in the end, we had to go to Jeremy Central School or something like that. Jeremy Central School. It is in Lagos that my father retired and went back home. All of us, we went back home from Lagos, and I completed my primary school at Afikpo, Presbyterian School, Afikpo. It was there in Afikpo that during the campaign, my father now went into politics. From stories, I learned that he also worked when he was in Lagos for Zik, or I don't know, but the story is that once in a while, the police people will come, for campaign. At least he knew Zik before me. So during campaign, 1961 or 62 or 63, I don't know the year, they came for campaign. And I'm a good dancer. I dance Nkuma.
Do you still dance?
I still dance. Anytime. I got the one I can. So there were 4 of us, 4 girls, that danced that day. My elder sister is the was, because she's now late, the leading dancer, and I come last, 4 of us. My sister leads, and I will come at the rear. And you know that dancing, the leader and the rear dancers are the best. So it was after the dancing, during the campaign, that a representative from my area, Chief Nnachienwo, was contacted by Zik. And then that those who danced, that he want to help. By then, I think I had taken my standard 6. My sister was trained as a teacher by my father. Then the other lady, the other girl, I've forgotten. I don't know what happened to the other 2. But it just happened that my sister and myself were the people Zik
gave scholarship.
Gave scholarship. My sister, he gave her work in Lagos, in the office, I don't know where. But I was the one that was given scholarship to KRSS. So he found the school. He got in touch with the Reverend Sisters in KRSS in Soka. And I was admitted to do my secondary education there, which was interrupted by the Civil War. So 1965 to 67, we all left Nsukka, went back home, and then the war raged. We moved from one place to the other until after the war. I got in touch again with him to inform him that the war is over. Is the scholarship still on? And he said yes. And then, instead of coming back to KRSS, because of the distance and the cost, and he wasn't in the country, he was still in London, I had to go to Holy Child Secondary School, Sharon, Abakaliki. Yeah, that's where I completed my secondary school after the war. Then it was during that, after the war, that the meeting moved from father, daughter, or mentor, whatever. So after the war, it seems as if he got interested. Because personally, not even in my wildest dream, I will never dream of marrying Nnamdi Azikiwe. It wasn't in my dictionary.
It wasn't in your radar.
It wasn't in my dreams. It wasn't in anything. All I wanted is education, and then that's all. So after the war, he now said,
You were still in secondary school?
Yes, after the war in Sharon. He said, maybe after school, what would I want to do? I said, nothing. Because that was what I was always saying when we were playing at home. My elder brothers, I would say, I will be a nurse, I will choke you with my needle and so on. I said, nothing. He said, okay, that he will arrange to send me to the hospital in London, where the two sisters, either three sisters or cousins or relations that he trained as nurses, were trained in London. I said, okay, fine for me. And then there was the niece, Franca, the last child of the only sister Owele had. Franca and myself would have gone abroad to, I don't know whether Franca was going for nursing, but my arrangement was for nursing. It was in the process to arrange for that nursing that the issue of getting married came up. Then, immediately after the war, to show how kind he was, I don't know, but I know that he sent my father money. He sent school fees, my school fees, to complete my secondary education. All those he had something to do with. He sent them money to enable them recover from the war. Yeah. So he sent my father some money. I don't know how much it was, but I think either twice or once, immediately after the war. And it helped the family to stabilize and take off from the war devastation. So after the secondary school, and then when I went for preparation to go for this nursing school, he said, okay, why don't you stay action now? Let's see. I will get in touch with the hospital in London. It seems that God had another plan. Before the arrangement for the hospital for training as a nurse, something else came in, and we became married.
Tell me how you felt the first time he suggested that he would want to be your husband, and this was human being. A human being getting married to God. That was the way it always was.
Yes.
Because even as a little boy too, I heard the stories about holding the key to the ocean and all that. So, at that point that Zeke made that proposal, what happened to you?
I think this question has been asked severally, and I said no.
You told him no?
Yes, I said no, because it wasn't what I came in for. I wanted to go further, to read, to be somebody. And I can't imagine myself marrying somebody like that. You know, it wasn't in my mind at all. Marriage was never crossed my mind. So when he proposed, and I still remember where he proposed, it was in Lagos. When he came back from London after the war, he had a residence, a house by the government, given to him by the government along Queen's Drive. Victoria, is it Ikoyi? Queen's Drive, Ikoyi. So I accompanied him to Lagos in the course to arrange for the trip to London. And the question popped up. I want to marry you, or was it, will you marry me? And I said no. That was my first reaction. But he didn't say anything else. So when we came back to Onitsha, you know, I started thinking over it. I said, what happened? What really happened? Then I think maybe he asked, why did I say no? I said, I want to go to London to, as you said, you send me to go and do nothing. He said, okay. With time, that's why I always conclude that it is divine intervention. Yes, I think it is God's plan, and there is no way you can change it. I couldn't change it, because when I said no, remember, I think I was 26 years. So I want to make it clear again. They normally say 16 years. I wasn't 16 years. I've gone through secondary school that was interrupted by 3 years. So I was born 1947, February 4th, 1947. So 1993, I was 26 years. So I wasn't a child. 1973.
Okay, 73.
Yes, 1973. I was 26 when we got married. So when we came back from Lagos, that was when I started reviewing the question in Lagos. And then...
Did you talk to your parents or talk to your friends?
Me? I talked only to my elder sister, my late elder sister. After a while, I said, this is what... Because we call him Oga. This is what Oga asked me if I will marry him. And my sister said, what did you say? I said, no.
What was her reaction?
She didn't come out openly. She just laughed over it. Because that's the same sister he gave a job in Lagos. So, but there was no other, will you marry me again? It seems as if within me, I came to realize maybe this is what God wants, so I don't know. So with time, the next thing I heard, I want to go to see your parents, I want to go and do your traditional, blah, blah, blah. I didn't say no again.
Anyway, we'll come back to that story.
Okay.
So where did you now pick up with the education?
Yes, in Sharon. The schooling after the war was terrible. If you go to the dormitory, we were cooking for ourselves, no money, no beds, nothing. We used carton. We spread carton on the 6-spring bed that we met in the school. So I met many girls, some living in ENUGU, some of them my classmates living in Abakaliki and other places. So when I got married, I got to know that some of them are in the University of Nigeria in Nsukka. Anyway, before then, I told him that when we got married, that after having my children, I'd like to go back to school. He said, no problems. So by chance, I met one of them, close friends in the secondary school. And I think she was in the 3rd year or 2nd year, because we left Sharon 1971. Maybe they got admission 72. So by 73, 74, 73 I've had my baby December, and then I met one of them. It rekindled our lives in the secondary school. And I said, I think it was Hilda Ndulue or Ngozi Onyedika, the Onyedika of NTA, Ngozi Nsien. So they told me they're in the university. I said, eh? And, it clicked. I said, okay, university community, no problem. So they visit me during weekends, we chat and remember the good old days. Many of my classmates in secondary school. So that sort of said, well, I saw my classmate 3rd year, 2nd year, and so on, and I'm still in the house with school certificate. It just dawned on me that I have to go back to school. Frankly speaking, he was eager for me to go to school. So when I had my second baby, the one living here, 1975, I said, I think it's time. By then, they have graduated and left the university,
your friends.
My friends. And I said, I think I have to go back to school. We were the last set that took the common entrance. In those good old days, each university have their common entrance exam. We were the last set, 1977. I took the first one when I had to work in 1975. In short, I went straight from maternity where I had my baby to take the exam. So I didn't make it that first attempt. Then it was 1977 that I got admission into the university to read Education English.
Okay. I mean, when looking back in what Nigeria is today, one would have said you were married to the Zik of Africa and you failed to get admission, and he didn't do anything about it.
It was common entrance. I didn't make it. And he didn't do anything. He didn't say a word.
To anybody?
To anybody. And I didn't even ask, "Oh, can you help me?" I knew that I didn't make it. There was no point going to beg or doing something. I had to repeat. No, I had to repeat the next year.
So when you graduated, what happened? You elected to go back to the university?
When I graduated, what really happened also was when I became bored at home, doing nothing, I started making trouble, you know. I don't like staying at home. What would you want me to be doing? He said, okay, let's find something, somewhere you'll be going. I think he talked to either Board of Education. I started teaching in a primary school in Nsukka. And it was during that period that I sat for the exam in 1977 and got admission. So I just taught 1 year in the primary school. So, and then after 4 years, I did education English. After 4 years, I was posted straight by State Education Board to a secondary school where I did my youth service. I went for my youth service in ENUGU. I spent the 1 month, or is it 4 weeks, for training in ENUGU. It will show you that he is someone who obeys the law, because some people will say, why don't you go and press button, and you wouldn't go for the youth service training. I went for the youth corps at ENUGU for 4 weeks. We spent there. Came back before we were posted to the secondary school. So, within me, I wanted to be somebody. I don't want to be under the shadow of Nnamdi Azikiwe. Yes. Because some people were saying, why is she wasting her time going to school when she's sitting on top of money? There was no money there. People didn't know that what we had there was just name, and goodwill. So one of them would say, Uche, why are you wasting your time? Why would you want to suffer? I said, it's not suffering. I want to be myself. And it is based on my upbringing. My father was a disciplinarian. My mother was very hardworking, industrious. In short, they share school fees, those of us that were going to school, because my 2 elder brothers went to Metropolitan College, Onitsha. During beginning of the term, my father will call my mom, bring your own share of the school fees. My mother will bring, because he had retired, so he has cause to say, bring your own share. So my mother was very industrious. She's a trader, she's a farmer, she sews, she does brukutu, BKT, joro, all these things, whatever she can to make sure that whenever my father calls on her to bring her own share of the school fees, she will do that. And my father was a disciplinarian. I think it sort of prepared me. You don't step out of the house during holidays in my father's house. You do not go out. Immediately you get into the compound, you can just go fetch water, go to the market, go on errand, but to just dress up and walk, you want to go and visit your friends. It never happened to me. Immediately I come back on holidays, it's inside the compound.
So when you finished your youth service, did you go back to the secondary school?
Yes, teaching.
Yes.
I started teaching in the secondary school. After 5 years, then I said I have to go. And the story was that first degree doesn't mean anything nowadays.
Yes.
You better, if you want to be a principal, want to move to that stage, you must have a second degree. So I went back. It was easy for me because all these 4 years I was going from my house to the school. Yeah. It was during the degree period, my last 81, that I pleaded with him to allow me stay in the hostel. During the day, I will come back, look after the house, then I go back and sleep in they gave me a room in the sisters, where they give Reverend Sisters accommodation in Okpara Hall. So I kept doing that until after my degree. I thank God I made 2-2, combining everything, taking care of the child. Because there was one thing he told me, he said, yes, I want you to go to school, but remember you have a lot on your plate. You are a mother, you have 2 children, you are still growing. You are a wife, to me. You are also my mother. So you have to combine. And then a housekeeper. I wouldn't want house help, stewards, or cook to take care of my home or my meal, even though we have them, but you must see to what is being prepared. So it wasn't easy to combine all these things. So when I was able to make it my undergraduate, I said, oh, I have to go further. So I applied for, master's was part-time. Okay. Yes, it was part-time. You just register and go to lectures during exams. They can have your lectures during holidays when the regular undergraduates are on holidays. So it was a little bit easy for one to manage the home and the education. So we went, I had my second master's. In the course of that second master's, this issue of gender inequality came in. That was when the United Nations started this Women Decade, 1980, is it 85, 82 to a period of 10 years, that the United Nations dedicated for women. I got interested. That was what led me to doing the second master's. I got interested because my first master's was in curriculum language, since I did education English, so that I would teach English all along. So when this gender issue came in and I became interested, I now, for me to do my PhD in gender studies, it can't be based on the curriculum language I had. So I had to move over to do another master's, education, sociology of education / gender studies. That's why I had the second master's, which now enabled me to do my PhD in sociology of education, gender studies.
Okay, we'll take a break, and when we return, we look at your life with a Ezeagu. Don't go away, my guest, Professor Uche Ezeagu. I also forgot to say that she has the national honor of MFR. Don't go away. Glad to know you're still with us on In Your Own Words. My guest today is Professor Uche Ezeagu, wife of the great Zik of Africa. Prof, you know, and I'm sure this is what happens everywhere you go. I'm Professor Uche Ezeagu, and it's like, tell us about the great Zik. You got married to him in 1973, yes, which means you were not with him while he was president.
No.
But you shared a lot of stories. What did he tell you about the agitation for Nigeria's independence?
A lot. He said a lot, and I also read a lot on my own about the agitation for Nigerian independence. When he was, according to him, when he was in US, and Lincoln, and so on and so forth, he felt that there is nothing that can stop an African from being like the white men. Because according to him, in Lincoln, he was competing with all the whites and everything. So what's the difference? Why is it that they look down on black people? One of the things that, according to him, hurts him so much was when they go to the zoo, he said other colleagues, African Americans, or not even Oyibo, they will say Zik, because that's where the Zik started, when they couldn't pronounce Ezeagu. Zik, have you come to see your cousin? That's monkey in the zoo. Have you come and see your cousin? Because initially he wanted to fight. After a while, he said no. So within him, he said, I must make sure, I must prove to the white people or to Americans that blacks can make it in any field. And that was why he did law, he read sociology, almost all programs, just to garner the wealth of knowledge that's what he needed to fight when he gets back to Nigeria. And that was one thing. when, I don't know, he said he applied for a job, and because of his color, they turned him down. And from that day, he dropped the name Benjamin, because his name is Benjamin Nnamdi Azikiwe, that he has nothing to do with English name again. That was when he dropped the name Benjamin and said, my name now is Nnamdi Azikiwe, no more Oyibo English name. So when he came back, first to Ghana, because he wasn't able to get something doing in Nigeria in 1930, I think 30 something, when he left, because he didn't want to spend any day beyond, one day beyond his graduation. Yes, education and working there. So when he got to Ghana, and then he started his agitation, independence, setting Africans free, and that was landed him in trouble in the Morning Post, I think Morning Post in Ghana. Luckily, they did not jail him. He now said, okay, let me go back home to Nigeria and start my own paper. And that was what led him to come back. And, you know, newspaper here, you know, he had chains of newspapers scattered all over Nigeria: Kanu, Port Harcourt, Lagos, Enugu, Onitsha. What for? He said it is through communication and information that you can make people understand that this is right, this is wrong, or this is the best thing for us to do. That was why he had all these news. And he made it as a journalist. He had news. Everybody, just that unfortunately West African Pilot is no more there. But I'm sure if you go to London, you will see copies of West African Pilot there to see what he used his newspaper to do. What for? I want my people to be free. I want my people to be free. That's all. You can now go. We are ready to take care of ourselves. So I think God had prepared him to lead Nigeria. And you see, he was not just Nigeria, even Africa, West African Pilot, the bank, African Continental Bank. His view was beyond Nigeria.
Yeah.
He was a Pan-African. And when people are talking of Pan-Africanism and they don't mention him, I get sad, because he was the one who initiated this. The Nkrumah they always mention, Nkrumah was mentored by Zik. It was Zik who gave Nkrumah address to go to Lincoln when he was in Ghana. Yes, it was Zik when he came back to Ghana and so on that he now made Nkrumah to go to Lincoln to study and so on. So I think God prepared him to be a leader, to lead Nigeria and Africa into freedom.
Let me ask you, is Zik a normal human being? Was he a normal human being?
Later on, I found
wakes up in the morning,
yes,
cries.
Yes. When I was going for this NYSC, I saw something dropping. I said, what's the matter? I'll come back. He said, why? How can you leave the children, everybody? I said, it's just 1 month. I'll be coming back every weekend from ENUGU during the orientation. Zik was
an emotional person.
He was. But you know, these big men, they try to stifle their feelings when they're in the public. They stifle their feelings. Because if they go soft, then the followers.
What would they do?
So the best thing is for them is to put up that spirit.
How did you cope with Zik's older children? Because he had children before.
Yes.
You got married to him.
Yes. That's another story. All right. Let's forget about that. The Lord is in control. Okay. My children are okay. We are fine. Yes. Okay. Yes.
So, the other thing, you were already with him before what I call his second missionary journey in politics.
Yes.
The 1979.
Mm-hmm.
Why did he want to go back to politics? I mean, here he was deified by everyone. What drove him? You know, when the little I know, one thing is that I didn't support that attempt. I didn't. Because I liked the quiet way we were living. Very quiet, 24/7. He doesn't go out. Then when I started going to school, that's only when I leave the house. All along, we all stayed together.
So when this issue of coming 1979, I said no. I think it was pressure from our people, pressure. I noticed that Nwobodo, all these, the people, the NPP people, they were all streaming. From morning till 12 midnight, people will be coming, you know, pleading with him to come out. They need a leader. There is nobody that can shield them, that can stand, and then they queue behind, and so on. I think after a while, he just succumbed to come out and say, let me give them that leadership. I think that's what happened.
Was he a restless person?
No, very calculated, very calm. He can sit on a scorpion and you wouldn't know. Very calm and calculated. That's why he survived in US, survived in Nigeria. According to him, he ran marathon for Lincoln University barefooted. Cold weather, the road, barefooted, and won marathon. And another one, when he got to Lincoln, according to him, there was no fees because the father had retired, and then nowhere to get funding for his education. He went into boxing. He went into boxing.
And boxed his way through school.
But after he said, there's money in boxing according to him, but you will suffer for that money. At a tournament, he said the opponent gave him one blow below the plexus, and he saw stars, 20 stars. He woke up, and the trainer was saying, Zig, get up, Zig, get up. He looked at the man and said, this man doesn't know that I'm the only son of my mother. I'm the only son of my mother. If I die here, my mother is gone. He removed his gloves, no more. He said, there's money in boxing, but if you don't take care, you will die there.
They said he had a large sense of humor.
Very, 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 very large sense of humor. For instance, when we have visitors, and I present cola, in Onitsha, yes, I forgot to know, I hold the title in Onitsha. The highest association, society for women in Onitsha is the Utuodo, yeah. Prestigious Utuodo society. And I've been initiated into that society. And my title name is Enyi Nwanonako. So when visitors come and you present cola, he will break the cola and give you the wife or the woman that brought the cola, your own share of the cola. You have to genuflect to receive the cola, not. He will just say, be careful. I know that you've tied up yourself to have a shape. Be careful so that whatever you use in tying yourself will not snap. You know, and to the hearing of everybody, what do? He said, okay. He was humorous. He was humorous. And I think even late MT Mbu will never, I don't think there's anything that will make MT Mbu not to be behind Zik in anything that Zik is doing. He will always say, Zik is a leader. Humor, he's a good listener. He will listen to every opinion before decision is taken. Calm and calculated, intelligent, and so on and so forth. So I think he was an all-rounder.
He was such a busy man, you know. He was such an important man. Did he have time for the family, for the kids?
I think I was lucky to come into his life when he had time for the family. To be frank with you, no politician has time for the family because they're always on the go, they're always having meetings. We always complain now that when do they have their meetings? At night, nocturnal. That's why most women are not part of their meetings at night. I wasn't there in his life but from experience, I know that if you marry a politician, just decide on your own that you have to take care of your family, take care of the children while your husband is there. If you want your husband to be with you, then he will not make it in politics.
Did he ever share with you his regrets in life? Were there things that he would have wanted to do other ways
if he had a second life or something?
I can't recall, but all I know is that after the war is what Nigeria looks like then. It's not what he dreamt about when he came back. He thought that by 1970, Nigeria will be leading the world, or let me say Africa. It's true that we call ourselves giant of Africa, but it's indeed an action. We are not giant of Africa in many ways. So I think that's the only way he always complained. But he never lost hope. He just said Nigeria will still make it, but this is not what I struggled for or what I expected.
Okay, let's leave Zik for a while. You know, you went to read a course in gender.
Yes.
And all these years, you've been a strident voice on gender issues. Do you think that the average Nigerian woman has been given a proper opportunity to be what he or she wants to be?
No. It hasn't even been done in developed world like America and Britain. Women are not given the opportunity of freedom. How much more Nigeria, Africa?
What is the problem? You know, you talked about women not participating in politics as much as they should because the men are always having the meetings in the night.
In the night, yes. Yes, culture.
Was it calculated to keep the women away?
You know, the world is a man's world. They will quote the Bible, Adam and Eve. God removed Adam's rib. And then I normally give them a jab. If God removed Adam's rib, it then means women are stronger. You are just ordinary dust. Men, dust. But woman has a bone there in her. Yes, that's what the Bible says, and that's what they use. I don't think our women have been given enough time, freedom, opportunity. No, they haven't. Like in sociology, it's culture. Culture will come in, religion will come in, and then the home. The woman is made to nurture the home. And if you pursue politics and you lose your children, you have yourself to blame. That's why it seems as if when a woman is in politics, you run 10 yards or 10 feet, you go back to look at your family to see what is happening there. Because if you abandon them, you have yourself to blame. In the end, you regret it. So I don't think that our women have been given the opportunity.
What do you think is the roadmap for women to, better their lot?
I think this 35% affirmative action, if we will start from there. And so some people will agree with me, but I don't mind. If they say 35%, every party will say 35%, give it to women. Don't encroach into that 35%. Use your 75%, men. Let women come out with that 35%. That's the only way. Because if you say 35%, and then during primaries, you do your meetings at night, and the women will not be there. During campaign, thuggery, killing, maiming, no woman would like to be part of thuggery and so on. So there is no level playing ground for women to come in. That's why I'm proposing that 35%, give it to women. If they want to pick and choose, fine. If they will do it amongst women, let them do it and let it be. Anywhere we go, 35% of women are there.
Okay, you've gotten to the peak of your profession. Today you're a professor at the University of Nigeria. But again, even with all that, you're still striving to improve yourself. And I'm tempted to ask, what are you pursuing? When you got married to Zik, everybody was like, oh, she should be contented. You wanted to improve yourself. You didn't want to be under his shadow. Today, you're a professor. You have a PhD. You still want to go to Harvard. You're still writing papers. What is driving you? And where are you going?
I am not pursuing anything now. I think what I'm trying to do is just to keep myself going until the last day. I can say I wouldn't work. I'll be able to feed myself. I thank God my children are all doing very well in their careers. They are not dependent on me. All I think I will do now is to take care of my grandchildren, 6 of them, and by the grace of God, I still have more. I think as long as one is alive and breathing, you can't just cross your hands and lie on the bed and then I'm still strong, you know. I'm not sickly. I'm still mentally alert, so I can't find myself sitting down doing nothing. And I don't think all I'm trying to do after retirement, I retired in February after making 65 years. I just want to keep my life going, keep myself